Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In the camp, suddenly, a blue portal appeared in the sky. Someone shouted into a megaphone for people to double-check their equipment, team composition, and position. A group of guys stood and discussed something. The brunette said that it was the first time so many people were going and he was nervous, to which the dark-haired guy told him that the Flying Tiger sect was with them and if they were on a raid, then usually everything ends without losses. Meanwhile, someone was sharpening a sword and hoping that he would not be noticed. The protagonist sat with his legs crossed, heard someone say something about his class. He lowered his head down and thought about the fact that the Flying Tiger sect recruited people based on more than just class, otherwise he would not be here. 5 years ago, everyone's abilities were determined depending on their fate Bazzi. It depends on the day and month of birth and with the help of it they are born. The thoughtful hero sat and reasoned, but suddenly someone poked his fingers. The stranger said that it seemed like the young man and he were on the same team. This made Mick start to get nervous. The fair-haired man tilted his head back and said that it was his first time taking part in a cleansing mission and he was very nervous. In response, he received silence. He added that he was glad that he would fight next to someone from the clan, but John was not interested in this conversation. The young people standing in the distance called the guy. At parting, the hero said that he should be careful and this surprised him very much. The young man left and thought with fear about who this guy was. He realized with fear that he was looking him straight in the eyes. The protagonist rummages through his bag and thinks that everything is as expected. The guy killed his partners and stole their powers. It is known that many people return crippled after missions with MC, because his fate is imbued with death and if you got on the same team with him, then you are very unlucky. The hero is very upset because he has such rumors. The young man raises his hand up and says about the window of fate. His powers appear, such as finding fate and stealing it. The guy sits on the hay and thinks that they may have been affected by his failures. Providence is divided into 5 classes such as Divine, Dragon, Ghost, Human, and Insect. The hero's destiny was the bottom of the very bottom. John frowned and considered that he was not strong enough to kill any awakened and there are several conditions that are necessary to use his ability. He was upset and, lowering his head down, thought about how he hadn't killed or stolen fate from the bodies of others. He pressed his lips together to keep the tears from coming and scolded himself for why he was sad right now. The pretty girl looked at the protagonist and asked what he was doing here alone, and he screamed in fear. Kate smiled widely and said that there would be a dinner party after the cleanup and she asked if he would go. Sam said with displeasure that the young man had missed it last time, so he had to go this time. He said that he wouldn't go because he was lazy, but in reality he didn't want to tolerate being treated like trash and the guys were upset when they refused. The blonde screamed that she had missed her school trip to come and asked if it was because those losers were afraid of him. She put her hands on her hips and asked him in a commanding tone to say who these people were. Mick turned his head and said that he was 10 years older than her. The girl pursed her lips and said that he was weaker than her. The company tried to cheer the guy up, but he didn't want to listen to them. Someone called John and Sam. Tyler said that he understood that the guys were eager to spend time with their friend, but the mission would start soon, so they needed to take positions. The comrades left and the dark-haired man reminded them that they were waiting for the protagonist at a dinner party. The guy waved his hand and said that they would see each other soon. The hero's friend told him to be careful. He replied that only the groups at the front were at risk, and he was in the back rows. The brunette said that he was worried about MC because he was no longer with him, and the gray-haired man thanked him with indifference. They went their separate ways and John thought that he would like to fight side by side with him. Someone announced on the loudspeaker that a special mission had begun and asked them to carry out all the duties assigned to each group. The crowd of people looked up at the sky with attention and concentration. A magic portal appeared. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he would just take care of the demons that remained behind and he would try not to harm the sect. The young man enters the blue cloud. Suddenly, high-ranking monsters appear and someone ordered the leading groups to go forward and the rear ones to be ready. The wizards quickly head towards the enemies and use magic. Some beast opened its mouth and growled. Tyler clapped his hands and used his ability, and Mick punched something with his fists and a bright blue light was formed. The girl jumped on the animal towards the villains and fought back. The monster leaned over and abruptly rushed into battle and someone said that the rear groups should prepare to attack. A group of people held weapons in their hands and they were ordered to ignore low-level monsters and hold their position. Small creatures with red eyes headed towards the battle. One of them was smiling. The protagonist swung his sword seriously and hit the enemy straight. He fought off everyone and just dealt with them. The trees were shaking from the fight and blood was falling on them. The guy wipes his face and thinks that there are more of them than he expected and it is already becoming difficult for him to breathe because of the demonic energy. The monster jumps on the back of the dark-haired man when he did not expect it. The demon hits the boy's body with a weapon and his blood flies everywhere. A large number of creatures are looking at something. A bunch of enemies rush towards the fallen man while the protagonist fought with the one who attacked him. He cannot hold back for long and calls for someone. Suddenly, a bright green light appears above him and blinds him. The girl in glasses falls to the ground and holds a sword. The heroine saves people with the help of magic and they thank her for it. John raises his hand and, breathing heavily, says thank you. Lucy accepts the words of respect and smiles. Suddenly, stones begin to fall from above. The long-haired girl, frightened, begins to scream. The protagonist looks and asks if there is still a long way to go to someone. The monster opens its mouth and roars loudly. The demon boss appears and the teams are surprised when they see him. Someone shouted for the fiery hunters to go to the front. The huge monster looks angrily with its red eyes. He begins to make a sound and walk. Someone appears behind the big guy and deals a strong blow to the back. People cover themselves from dust and sand. The villain falls and blood flows from him, and someone goes down. A girl with long white hair gets up and asks for MC. The crowd looks away with their mouths open. Someone wondered what was going on here and who she was. John thought about the fact that this woman had just killed the boss alone and for some reason she was looking for a guy. Amelie raised her sword up and pointed at something. She closed her eyes. The girl swung her sword and a lot of blood flew around. People fell to the ground and did not understand what was happening. The protagonist looks at what is happening in horror. The white-haired girl angrily said that if you consider that the guy is here with them, then she will simply kill everyone. The hero sat on top of a tree and thought about what he could first check by detecting fate. The ability was activated. The woman looked away with composure. The young man was surprised when he realized that she was a primary rank divine class. He had not seen anything like this before. Nick looked down and decided that he needed to go down. Maybe Amelie came here because of some information about him. Suddenly the tree trunks told him to stay. The guy stood between the branches and seeing Lucy, he realized that he had no need to interfere here. The girl asked her what she needed. She said that the protagonist was a member of her sect and made it clear that the white-haired woman could talk to her. The long-haired woman closed her eyes and calmly said that she shouldn't talk to her. The woman swung her sword towards the people. She angrily said that she would kill everyone, considering that John was with them. Her eyes showed hatred and aggression. She said that she would not forgive him. The blonde attacked her rival and a bright green light emanated from her weapon. Nick swung and hit the trunk and thought that he was the one they were looking for. He decides to reveal himself before it was too late. The young man chopped down a tree and shouted that Lucy had let him go. The people panicked and ran away, shouting that they would kill themselves there. The girls stood and fought. Magic swirled around them. One of them said that she would leave them alive if they gave her the hero. Lucy pounced and screamed that she would not allow her team members to be killed. A flash of magic illuminates everything around. The blonde is thrown back by the blow. Her face is bruised and she falls. The clan leader lands on his back and writhes in pain. The white-haired girl intends to kill the girl and raises her sword up. Meanwhile, people are jumping on her from behind. She notices the movement and turns around. She waves her hand and a group of people fall to the ground. The team uses magic to stop her, but she dodges. The protagonist is tense and examines his weapon. Amelie uses her ability and Lucy flies into the wall. She looks at what is happening with indifference. Sam, screaming, rushes at the enemy and tries to strike. A fist flies right into her face, but she manages to grab the guy's hand, thereby stopping him. She said that you stood in her way. A crowd of people tried to get out, but there was a barrier. The white-haired girl looked at them and someone screamed for help. At that moment, John continued to break the tree and he thought that he needed to go there. The trunk was a little bit away and it would fall apart. Nick did not give up and chopped it with his sword. Finally, the tree gave in and broke. The guy jumped down. He fell into the pools of his comrades' blood. The protagonist got up and was completely in the red liquid. He looked in horror at what had happened while he was gone. Dead bodies were lying everywhere and Amelie was walking between them. The hero got up a little and looked. The girl was standing and there were corpses lying under her feet. The dark-haired man's dead friends were lying on the cold ground and he sighed. He realized that it was too late. Tears started to flow down his face and he thought that it could have all ended with him. He blamed himself for what had happened and called him a pathetic insect while the white-haired woman stood over him. She raised her sword up and asked who the guy sitting in front of her was. Suddenly, tree branches grow out of the ground and surround Amelie. Lucy appears screaming about how dare she. She continues screaming something about her clan and attacks the enemy. The girls fight and the white-haired one says that she does not understand. She gets up and says that if she had just given her the protagonist, then no one would have suffered. Suddenly, a sword goes through the girl's body. MC, bowing her head, holds someone's hand and says that it is the leader's duty to protect. The heroine screams at the top of her voice about the sect members and a green light appears around her. The guy hears sounds and something magical appears behind him. The barrier has collapsed and he needs to run. MC's eyes fill with tears and he thinks that he will die and will not be able to defeat her. He sits on the ground and looks at Amelie. He believes that her goal is to kill the dark-haired one and he thinks that only he should have died, not Lucy. The guy said that she shouldn't have. The protagonist decides to check the bodies around and reads a pop-up notification that he is sure that he wants to use the ability. Tears flow down John's face and wait for the ability to activate. The guy sits and around him there are many dead bodies, under which the ground is illuminated by magic. Someone said that at the moment there are 421 dead people here and asked whose fate he will take. The hero pursed his lips to contain his emotions. Having calmed down, he stood up and furiously said that everything is over. The search for suitable destinies was underway and John thought that it was all because of one person with the fate of an insect. A notification appeared that due to the hero's low magic rank, only one condition would be satisfied. He tensed up and thought about how many people died because of him. Because of the large number, destinies would be collected randomly. The protagonist thought that people were right when they said that he was sowing death everywhere. The guy thought that it was all because of him and received many different abilities. He grabbed his head and thought that his fate had killed everyone. Mick received a skill about the technique of tree leaves. The dark-haired man stole the souls of 421 people and Amelie wished for him to die. The hero raised his hand with a sword up and screamed that it was all because of the girl. She was taken aback and blood spurted from her stomach. The young man and the woman stood on different sides and fought. The angry boy thought with full determination that he could not allow such an end. Activating the ability of the sword master, he decided that before his death he must take revenge. He used the received eye of the hawk. With the skill of reflexes, he rushed into battle. The white-haired and John fought with their swords and magic flew around. With the abilities of the Golden Buddha and Tempering, he was able to deflect an attack from the warg. The woman injured him and he activated the skill of resistance to pain. With the help of air step, the protagonist flew up. The young man with a 1,000-pound axe flew down on his opponent and put his sword forward. The girl spun around and looked for the guy. He decided that she was vulnerable. Suddenly, Amelie turned around and a magic sphere appeared in her hands. She used the ability to summon an ice flow. The young man received a blow and blood came out of his mouth. He fell with a crash to the ground. Clenching his fist in rage, he said that even though he had the same skills, he didn't know how to use them. Mick lay in a pool of his own blood and understood that there were abilities that activated themselves, but he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand in this body and with this weapon. He was disappointed that even after absorbing 421 souls, he still couldn't take revenge. The woman hit the boy with renewed vigor and he flew to the side. John fell and thought that if only he understood how to control them. Ice shards flew towards the hero when he realized that there was a skill that was quite familiar to him. An ice chunk flew into the protagonist's leg. He groaned in pain and grabbed the object. The guy looked angrily towards the enemy. The girl walked towards him and said that it was useless because he was destined to die. Having pulled out the ice, Mick screamed. As he moved the sharp splinter away from himself, he thought about what he had been observing for years. Trees began to grow from the ground and he thought that if this was the ability, then he knew everything perfectly well. The woman rose up from behind the suddenly appearing plants. She defended herself furiously from the branches. Comparing, the girl thought that the guy was an ordinary swordsman, but as it turned out, he was not bad at spells. She sawed the trees with a sword on one side. The branches fell because they were cut off. The killer said that such spells were too energy-consuming for John. She waved her hand and the trunks fell. The protagonist swung a splinter of ice. Suddenly, Amelie's face was covered in drops of blood. The guy stuck it right into her back. The young man was focused on the mission and blood spread in different directions. He swung his hand, in which he held a sharp object. Mick smiled. The girl and he fell down to the ground and he thought that he killed her and took revenge. The dark-haired man fell on someone's dead body. He lay there proudly and was happy because he was able to do it and it was all over. Suddenly, a lot of blood poured out from somewhere. The young man pressed his hand to his stomach and used the ability to regenerate, but it was interrupted. He tilted his head, smiling, and wondered what the point was. He sat on the ground, surrounded by fallen trees, and the hero thought that nothing had changed, neither then nor now. We are transported to the moment when the guy was still little. He was sitting on someone's lap and looking somewhere. Some person said that the boy's life is full of perseverance and death. He will lose his parents at a young age and his life will be filled with failures. As the unknown person said, Mick lost his parents before he grew up. Some guys are fighting, and two guys are hiding behind something. The young man thought that as he got into trouble, everyone around him suffered from failures. John was sure that he was destined to be a weak loser. Despite all the difficulties, friends never turned away and extended their hand. They still accepted him, but died because of him. The protagonist was sitting on the ground, and he was surrounded by dead friends and buddies. He put his hand on his face and thought that if only he found Amelie first, if he died first, then everything would be fine. The hero cried and began to dream about what if he could rewind time. Mick thought and turned his head to the side and received the ability to regress. The young man looked somewhere and thought about something. Having decided to use the new skill, he thought about the fact that he did not know what time he would return. But it would suit him, even if it was the moment before meeting a woman. John used the power and a bright light appeared. The dark-haired man began to ask for something. The ability was activated. The man's hand lies tensely on the table. The guy finds himself in an empty room. The young man is sitting on the couch, and there is a table in front of him. He looks puzzled and wonders what. The room is lit by a bright light and there is a passage in front of the protagonist. The hero tensely looks down. Suddenly, someone opens the door and appears with a question about whether he can take a horoscope to read. Mick raises his head and looks at the stranger in surprise and is silent. He holds a folder in his trembling hands. John hides behind it and smiles contentedly. A dissatisfied Lucy stands on the threshold, and the man standing in front of her says hello. The protagonist thought about the fact that he came back. The guy pointed his finger at the girl, saying that they were on their first date and he would like to know how compatible they were. The woman looked away with displeasure. John squinted at the document, thinking about how she wasn't wearing a mask. He lowered his head, thinking that he was really back, his girlfriend was alive, and both of her eyes were in place, and he couldn't let it happen again. He then held out a piece of paper, saying that they could write their names, dates, and times of birth on it. The guy smiled and pulled out the piece of paper, and the girl lowered her head, frowning. The protagonist imagined the woman in his head, thinking that she seemed uncomfortable. He remembered she had once mentioned a relationship with some strange guy. Maybe his help would be useful here. John took the piece of paper in his hands, saying that he would take a look at it. The protagonist, looking at the guy, imagined several objects, saying that the horoscope showed that he was a solid gold type of person. After which he looked at the girl, answering that she was a lady of hardwood. Such horoscopes are called gold cutting wood. An image of a guy swinging an axe appeared in his head. Then, smiling broadly, he showed the leaf, answering that the compatibility was simply terrible. In other words, the axe would cut down the tree. Hearing this, the guy turned pale, looking in surprise in front of him along with the girl. The woman, smiling, said that since this is so, she believes that in this regard they have no other choice. The guy, frowning, loudly shouted that he thinks this is a joke. What is he doing now? Where is his boss? The protagonist raised his hand, answering that he is in the reception area. The guy jumped up from his chair, shouting that they need to go. This guy cannot be trusted, to which the girl replied that she would like to hear more about her destiny. He looked ahead with displeasure, clenched his teeth, answering that Tanya should not say stupid things. She thought she could find a better partner. The girl looked away, answering that she did not want to date him anymore, and she hoped he would find a way out. The guy trembled with anger, after which he loudly slammed the door, shouting that she should not even try to return to him. The girl looked at the closed door with relief. Looking at the protagonist, she answered that she thought that such places only promised good things. John thought that this was usually the case. The girl, leaning over, asked that it seemed that he was well versed in the subject. She could find out more. The protagonist answered that of course. Then suddenly a blue glow appeared around him. A long beam appeared on the ceiling. It illuminated the room, and a lot of strange energy appeared everywhere. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, saw the system message that his characteristics would be calculated based on his fate, after which he thought that this was expected, and he believed that there was nothing he could do about the dizziness and ringing in his ears. The girl slapped him with her hand, shouting for him to get under the table. A second later, she grabbed his hand, and he thought that in his past life, she had protected him too. He crawled under the table, thinking that he needed to get himself together because he told himself that he would change the future. His girlfriend looked ahead in surprise. Looking around, she asked what the strange announcement was just about. Then, turning around, she saw the protagonist leaving, shouting at him to wait. John entered the room, thinking that he better not involve her in this. Looking around himself, he continued to think that he hoped there was something here that he could use. Then he looked at the table, thinking that he found it. He quickly hid something under his jacket when a girl appeared behind him, shouting where he was going. Grabbing his hand, she added that they needed to evacuate, after which they headed down the corridor, and the protagonist asked her to wait. Then they froze, hearing screams behind the wall. A guy appeared in front of them, who said in fear that they urgently needed to run because there were monsters there. A second later, a toothy worm bit his leg, and he began to fall, begging for help. The monster quickly ate and sucked blood. The girl, looking ahead in fear, said that she would help him now. Suddenly, the protagonist pulled a knife from under his jacket. With one deft movement, he dealt with the attacking monster. Green slime gushed around him, and he thought with a smile that he knew they would come. He lowered his head to the monsters, seeing a system message that it was a giant worm. Its rank was class 3. With a deft movement, he instantly dealt with another enemy, shouting for everyone to urgently go to shelter. He rushed to 2 worms, cutting them in half. He then tore off the head of one of them, thinking that this was the last one. Turning around, he thought that there were more on the way, and then heard cries for help. Raising his hand, he added that those who wanted to live should find a safe place. These insects were not that strong. The one who smiled looked ahead for a few seconds in silence. In front of him was a girl who grabbed a fire extinguisher. Smiling, she raised her head, saying that they really weren't that strong. She was able to kill one of them too. The protagonist, clenching his fist, lowered his head, thinking that it was funny to see a dragon slayer happy about something like this. He then pointed to the side, saying that since the stairs were clear, they should go down before there were more. John, kneeling, took out his knife. He stuck his hands into one of the monsters, thinking that he should collect spirit pearls if possible. Picking up a few small balls, he thought that even though they were low ranking, there were a lot more of them than he expected. He then brushed the liquid off his hand and turned around. Behind him was a girl who asked why he wasn't going to go down. The protagonist put the pearls in his pocket, asking why she hadn't evacuated. The girl sighed and folded her arms, answering that she couldn't leave him alone, to which the protagonist asked why she was worried about the first person she met. Extending his hand, he added that even if she didn't know what might happen next, after which he thought that she was still the same. The girl pointed her finger at him and replied that that was why they needed to. The protagonist interrupted her by calling her by name, thinking that was why she should know. Frowning, he said that he had something to tell her. The girl looked ahead in surprise, asking what it was. The protagonist frowned and said her name, adding that her rank was third-class dragon. His friend asked him what he was talking about, surprised. John lowered his head and continued that her attribute was wood and her ability was called the Clover Method. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of her, and he asked if the fate window had appeared. The girl, looking at the system message in surprise, replied that she saw something like that and that she had that ability. The protagonist raised his finger and remembered her telling him something, adding that if she remembered the announcement they heard in that room, it seemed like they now had superpowers. He took out his phone, thinking that given the awakening, it was unlikely that they would die before then. Lighting the stairs, he said that they needed to go down. As they went down, the girl asked him what kind of fate he had, to which the protagonist replied that it was better not to tell each other the contents of their windows. Turning around, he added that someone might be listening. Several system windows appeared in his head, and he thought that his fate window was the same as 5 years ago. Apparently, the abilities stolen before returning were also not preserved, and only one had changed. He lowered his head, looking at the system message that said that he now had a huge amount of karma, thinking that he supposed this was the effect of stealing the fates of 421 people. If he wanted to change the future, he would need to use this ability, but it was dangerous to gain more karma now. He imagined a person cutting an enemy with his sword, thinking that karma was earned by committing great crimes like murder or when using specific abilities. An image of himself entering a red portal appeared in his mind, thinking that if he gained too much, the person would go beyond the border. John continued to descend, thinking that everyone who suffered this fate suffered. Then suddenly he turned around, hearing the voice of his friend, who said that it seemed like there was something there. In the corridor in front of them was a dark figure. Approaching, they saw a man wrapped in bandages. The girl ran forward, shouting that they would pull him out. Suddenly, a giant worm appeared behind the guy. The protagonist managed to react and plunged his dagger into the belly of the monster. Turning around, he said that they were lucky that there was only one. The girl asked what was inside it. Blue mana appeared around John, and he, touching the man, thought that the easiest way to check for life in them was to activate the Steal Fate ability, after which he lowered his head in displeasure, thinking that he was dead, seeing the system message that there was currently one body within the radius of the ability. Raising his head to the system notifications, he thought that he had an interesting ability that could save his life. It was fire control, which allowed him to summon a small flame and control it. A second later, a fire appeared in his hand, and he thought that he should take it. A system message appeared that he received a new ability. As a punishment, he was given karma. Then he clenched his fist, thinking that this was excellent. This is exactly the kind of ability he needed. The girl ran forward, saying that it seemed like there was something there. Suddenly, a green liquid splashed out. A guy appeared in front of them, who deftly destroyed one of the enemies, after which, laughing, he shouted that it seemed like a tutorial and everything was incredibly simple. A moment later, he stabbed his weapon into another monster, shouting for him to quickly provide the boss. Then he looked in front of him in surprise. Turning around, he asked that they were survivors. The protagonist held his hand out in front of the girl, and the guy added that they were characters he needed to team up with. He then held out his hand and, smiling broadly, said that it was nice to meet him and that his name was Steve. John, looking ahead, introduced himself, thinking that they weren't the only ones who had started their journey here. The guy, smiling, closed his eyes, asking what the heroine's name was. The girl, frowning in displeasure, replied that she was Lucy. Their new comrade shook hands, saying that it was great and that he would remember their names, and now that the introduction event was over, something was about to start. The girl asked what he was talking about. Raising his head, the guy replied that didn't all game events follow the same scenario. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly, Looking at the system messages that this guy with the rank of the 3rd class is divine, his power is dreamer. Seeing this, he thought that soon he will become the leader of one of the 5 great clans. However, he did not have any problems without awakening. He looked at the end of the corridor where there were many killed monsters. Then Steve, looking ahead, said that they either defeat the boss with their comrades or get a strong ally right in the middle of the battle. Then he put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, asking that, awakening thanks to someone's sacrifice. John thought that he knew that Steve was a popular novel writer, but now he seemed to be delirious. Suddenly, they turned around in surprise, hearing a noise to the side. In front of them was a frightened guy who was screaming for help. Behind him was a huge monster. A system message appeared that it was an unusually giant worm, a monster consisting of a large number of insects. Suddenly, the guy fell to the floor. He hopelessly raised his head. Then Lucy turned pale, seeing a lot of blood. The giant worm was quickly devouring its victim. Steve, turning around, said that it seems that the very boss from the prologue has appeared, who needs to be killed. The protagonist, looking displeased in front of him, raised his hand with flame, and Lucy shouted that how is he going to do this? You need to quickly run away. A second later, John released a strong flame in front of him. The fireball reached its target, hitting the body of the giant monster. The guy shouted that he knew that he could be relied on. He looked to the side, adding that he would be able to defeat him. The protagonist, lowering his head, answered, "No, he is beyond their strength now." He looked at the burning body of the worm. Then, turning around, he said that he was only able to set it on fire for a while. Suddenly, the monster rushed towards them at high speed. The protagonist waved his hand and shouted that they needed to run. As he retreated, he released several more fireballs, wondering if it had realized that his attacks weren't working. They continued to run quickly down the corridor. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion behind the protagonist. The girl turned around in surprise and shouted something. Looking at the monster stuck in the wall, she said that John needed to run quickly to them. Steve grabbed the girl's hand, shouting for her not to stop. His girlfriend replied that he should let her go. The monster opened its jaw, staring at the protagonist. John, looking menacingly ahead, took a few steps forward. The worm abruptly turned towards the girl, when suddenly John asked where he was looking. The protagonist covered the monster's body in flames, adding that he was here. He then jumped to the side, dodging his opponent's attack, thinking that it looked like he would have to stall for time. Steve's scream could be heard in the passage, that he would not forget his victim. John, continuing to run forward, thought that he could do it. He just needed to hold on until the Fate Protection Agency arrived. Suddenly, he fell to the floor, thinking that he did not think that the damage to him would be so low. The monster opened its mouth wide. John, frowning, raised his hand, in which a fireball appeared, thinking that he should try to hit it. He fired the projectile straight into the mouth of his opponent, wondering if it really worked. The shaking body of the monster fell to the floor. Suddenly, he looked up. The protagonist began to crawl back in fear, thinking that apparently not, and what should he do now? Suddenly, someone hit the worm's body with a stick. Lucy, swinging her arm, shouted for John to hurry up and get out of there. Suddenly, several similar ones appeared from the monster's body. The girl protected herself with a stick from their bites. The protagonist, putting out his hand, set them on fire, shouting for her to use the shamrock method. The girl replied that she can't, she needs plants. John said that he was sure it would work with a tree too. Smiling, she looked at the sticks she was holding in her hands. Then she stretched out her hands to them, and the branches rushed in different directions. Closing her eyes, she added that she needed more. Sharp branches fettered the monster's body. Lucy raised her head in surprise. Then she grabbed the protagonist's hand, replying that they needed to leave quickly. Suddenly, her face turned pale. Many small ones appeared from the giant monster, which rushed in their direction. John and his companion were surrounded. He created several fireballs in his hand. The girl, frowning, thought that it was all over. She came here to save him. Suddenly, the protagonist said that wood is an excellent fuel for flames. Lucy looked ahead in surprise. A system message appeared that their fates were intertwined and they give life to each other. Everything in front of them was covered in flames. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, trying to catch his breath. A system message appeared that the power of fire control was temporarily improved to first-class rank. Lowering his head, he thought that their abilities originated from their fates, and the same logic as horoscopes applies to them. Wood gives life to fire. He watched as the monsters quickly smoldered in the fire. A system message appeared that they defeated a first-class enemy and the rewards were being counted. The girl, smiling, folded her hands, shouting that they succeeded. John fell to the floor with a smile, saying that everything was fine. A notification appeared in front of him that he received an additional reward for defeating an enemy whose level was higher than his. The girl, helping John out of the building, shouted that this was the first floor, and the exit seemed safe. The protagonist thought that he had anemia due to low mana. Lucy grabbed the handle, answering that they would finally be able to get out. She opened the door, looking ahead in surprise. Suddenly going inside, she saw another room. Looking around, she asked where they were. Then a green aura covered them, and the girl said that the building was in the middle of the city. John, looking at the scene, thought that the totem was in the center of the hall. He did not expect that the first floor would be directly connected to this place. Looking at the wooden sculpture, he saw a system message that it was a third-class dragon totem. It energized and healed people and also did not allow demonic creatures to approach. Suddenly, a strong flash occurred behind them, and the girl screamed in fear, "Doors." Looking at John, she asked what they were going to do, to which he replied that they needed to rest because at least monsters would not appear here. Suddenly, Steve appeared in front of them, looking ahead and asking how they survived. Seeing him, Lucy clenched her teeth in displeasure, and the guy, lowering his head, added that it seemed strange to him that the girl left him, and that meant. Lucy stretched her hand forward, shouting that he was a real villain, like those who betray their allies and remain the only survivors. Hearing this, Steve turned pale, looking ahead in confusion. He then grabbed his head, saying that it couldn't be, it made sense, but he couldn't be a villain. John pointed to the side, thinking that he seemed to be worse off than before. Suddenly, several more people appeared in the room. They shouted in fear, asking where they were, because there were monsters next to them just now. A green aura appeared around the guy, and he said that his wounds. After which he took out his phone, shouting that it was really broken. Then a dark figure appeared on the stage near the totem. The girl in the mask opened her mouth, saying that it seemed like everyone had gathered. Putting her hand on her chest, she added that she was from the central office of the Fate Protection Agency. Looking at everyone gathered, she said that from now on, smiling maliciously, she added that everyone present was under her complete control. The people looked at her in surprise, asking what kind of agency this was. The guy, frowning, shouted what nonsense she was talking about. "This is a kidnapping, let them go immediately, what are they even talking about?" John, looking ahead menacingly, thought that this was the real beginning. In his past life he was a complete loser, but this time everything would be different. He clenched his fist, thinking that he would definitely become as strong as possible and the exit would wait. The agent, stretching out her hand, said that they were protecting people from the disaster that was coming in the future. Suddenly someone shouted what she was talking about. This was a kidnapping, let them go immediately. The guy in the crowd looked ahead with displeasure, shouting something. The girl, raising her hand, said that one day a dimension of demons will appear, and the world will be mired in chaos. Someone interrupted her, asking that all these insects are their work. Someone gritted their teeth menacingly, and the people continued to scream to be let out of here. Steve, opening his mouth wide, shouted loudly for everyone to shut up. The people turned to look at him a second later. Clenching his fists, he added that it was obvious that this was a huge opportunity for them. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he was the same as always, but he was right. He narrowed his eyes and thought that being here was a privilege. The agent sighed and said that she thought it would be a little easier to show them the situation from the outside. A screen appeared above them, showing that many monsters were attacking people throughout the city. The girl said that the broadcast was coming straight from Seoul. Looking at the screen, she added that a so-called demon dimension had appeared throughout the country and beyond. A giant worm appeared on the screen, and she said that monsters were pouring out of there. Their agency had been prepared for this several years ago. The guy who cut the monster appeared on the screen, and she said that those who awakened their abilities long before them. They saw the guy who, using seals, tied up the giant worm in an instant, and the girl added that they began preparing for this day. Stretching it out in her hands, she continued to say that, however, they would need many more awakened than they currently had. They had called them here because of their higher potential compared to other unawakened, and they would help to reveal it and help them become stronger under the guidance of their agency. Taking out the seal, she said that no one was keeping them here, but let them test their abilities first. Then she set fire to the seal, adding that it was quite possible that they would change their minds. A system message with her abilities appeared in front of her. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead. The people around him asked in surprise what all this meant. John, looking ahead, thought that it was now clear to him that this power did not belong to her. He wanted to know the fate of the girl, but her face was hidden under a mask. The agent, stretching her arms out to the sides, said that she believed that everyone had familiarized themselves with their abilities. They could perceive them as superpowers or magic. Looking at the screen where the employees were fighting, she said that those who awakened these abilities used them to hunt monsters. Imagining a portal in her head, she added that in order to raid the demon dimension, but this work is extremely dangerous and eventually. Lowering her head, she said that they could die. The people's faces turned pale, and the girl said that the same applies to the training process, but if they want to avoid danger. Frowning, she continued to say that it will be necessary to abandon their skills, because a person who does not have the will to resist does not need abilities. After which, she clapped her hands and said that they have exactly 1 hour to think. Looking at the people, she added that they can rest on the second floor. They are also presented with the manual. Let them read it. After an hour, those who want to stay, they can go back down here. Looking at the scared faces, she continued to say that those who decide to leave will be able to leave the building through the exit on the 3rd floor, and as she said before, they will not be able to use the window of fate again after that. Stepping aside, she said that they will see each other. She then looked at her watch, adding that the time has come, the people who remain here will be considered as those who want to participate in the training. A giant gate appeared, and she said that this is the 1st floor. All the people turned to the side, except for John. The agent, looking at the portal, said that 3 people can enter it at a time. They will end up here again if they successfully complete the raid or decide to leave it. Each room has its own conditions that will open for them when they are inside the world. She imagined a small figure in her head who had the task of eliminating 6 monsters. Then she said that the number of attempts in the first one is unlimited, but if they leave before successfully completing it. After picturing herself leaving the portal, she added that they would have to start all over again. She then raised a small box above her head, saying that each of them would have this box of items, they would just have to get one from the supply center. Looking at the totem, she said that if they were injured, they would not be able to use healing items or return here to heal. Exiting onto her hands, she continued to say that with their consent, their agency was no longer responsible for their lives, but would support them with everything they could to prevent that from happening. She then bowed and wished everyone good luck. She disappeared from the room. Someone raised their hand. A young man, frowning, shouted that he was looking for partners. He had a first-class demonic ability. Looking around, he asked if anyone wanted to team up. Meanwhile, John stepped aside, thinking that this was like a sale at a store. A girl appeared in the middle of it, holding out her hand and calling him. Coming closer, she added that it was about what happened earlier. John looked ahead in surprise, and she thanked him. Smiling, she added that he didn't have a group yet, and she was alone for now. Holding out her hand, she asked if he wanted to team up with her. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. Then suddenly his face turned pale. The girl looked at him in surprise. John's hand shook, lowering his head. He thought that she was grateful to him. He imagined a dead person in his head, wondering if he was still whole somewhere. He remembered how he raised his head, wondering if this was all because of him. Then he clenched his teeth, hitting himself on the head. Lucy, looking at him, asked if he was okay. John, raising his hand, answered that everything was fine. Stepping aside, he added that he had to refuse. Then he narrowed his eyes. Turning away, he replied that he was better off alone. The girl, lowering her head, replied that she understood. She just thought that they would make a good team. The protagonist, stepping forward, replied that someone else would be just as good as him. He guaranteed it. The girl looked forward, clenching her fist. Then, lowering her hands, she shouted that even if they couldn't hunt together, she hoped that he would take care of her. Stopping, John replied that, "We are transferred to a banner with a box." The protagonist opens the box. Several artifacts appear in front of him, a training sword or medicines for restoring HP, mana. Tying the sword to his belt, he thought that at the beginning it was quite difficult to get any items, so it was not so bad to be under someone's care. Medicines for HP were quite expensive, and he constantly had to replenish them. Steve raised his hand and shouted for him to wait. Smiling widely, he added that he would not leave his one and only comrade behind. John, looking menacingly ahead, thought that this had not happened in his past life, and he would pretend that he had not heard. A second later, his comrade ran up to him, grabbing him by the shoulder. The protagonist, turning around, asked what he wanted. Steve extended his hand, answering that if things continued like this, he and he would become the 2 main characters of this story, so they needed to go to the first room together. John, stepping aside, replied that he felt more comfortable alone, to which the guy said that he should not worry. Those secondary characters who would drag him down were not even standing next to him. Adjusting his hair, he said that he was very strong. The protagonist, looking away, thought that the main characters, the supporting characters. Steve divides people according to the principle of the characters in the novel Past Life. He saw him as that very extra, and he helps that he overestimates him. Lowering his head, he continued to think that, however, having a strong partner is quite nice. Lucy is strong, but if she stays next to him, misfortunes await her, and he does not want this, so what about Steve? In the end, what difference does it make what happens to him? Smiling, his comrade asked if he had changed his mind. John looked in his direction, saying that he agreed and they could go together. Steve ran ahead, shouting that he was now quickly running for supplies. He stopped near his girlfriend and, grabbing a small box, said that he would like to chat with the extras, but they need to talk later. Opening the box, he asked what kind of look she had. Looking away, he added that it was because she was not a hero. The girl silently looked menacingly ahead. She turned back, and Steve told the protagonist that they needed to go. We are transferred to the gate. A system message is checked that the presence of death is felt and there are ghosts. John and his new ally went inside. A system message appeared that they entered the territory of the Devil's Dagger Mountain. A map with rooms appeared in front of them and messages that all the rooms are connected by corridors. Each of them contains demonic creatures, traps, or safe zones. They need to find a way out. John, looking around, said that this means that their task in this raid is to find a way out. His comrade replied that they need to get started. Menacingly looking away, the protagonist thought that he was interested. The layout is the same as in his past life, because then this is the path. He then looked ahead in surprise as he heard his comrade's voice saying that demonic creatures and traps were what was to come. He smiled widely and added that he couldn't wait. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his hand and pulled him away as a large dagger appeared from the ground beneath him. Steve's eyes lit up and he shouted that it was incredible. He smiled and added that he liked something like that. Looking at the protagonist, he shouted that they needed to move together. There were several torches hanging on the wall. Steve, moving after his friend, said that he hadn't caught any traps. It seemed like he was lucky, which was not true. Then several black silhouettes appeared in front of them. Steve said that he heard something, and the protagonist asked if he had distributed the experience points. He replied that he had done so when he read the manual. There were many skeletons in the room, surrounded by mana. These were rank 3 ghost skeletons. Steve reached for his sword, saying that they looked more dangerous than the techno forces. Since the training was over, the opponents should have become stronger. Turning around, he added that there were quite a lot of them here, but if they joined forces. The protagonist threw a fireball forward a second later. The skeletons instantly burst into flames. The others rushed towards them, and John said that the passage was quite narrow, so if they lured them here, they would be able to quickly deal with them. His comrade asked that he was a pretty smart character. The protagonist pulled his sword out of its sheath, replying that if he continued to talk nonsense here, he would go back. Then he pushed away from the skeleton, pulling his blade forward. He stuck it into the wall, then hit the enemy on the head with all his might. Steve ran forward, shouting that he could not give him the role of the main character. The skeleton flew back, and Steve, waving his blade, laughed, shouted that it was fun. Then, looking at the defeated enemies, he said that every room they visited was filled with demonic creatures. Turning around, he added that it was gradually getting boring, and he thought they had killed more than 100 already. John asked if he was tired. The guy put his sword in the knife and answered that not really, the killed creatures were not that strong. He was learning to use a sword in case he was thrown into another world or some novel. Hearing this, the protagonist sighed heavily, and his friend said that since their first meeting, he was tormented by only one question. The guy came up to him closely, menacingly asking that he was not by any chance from the future. Perhaps he was reborn or something like that. The protagonist's face turned pale. Frowning, he asked discontentedly what he was saying about all this nonsense. The guy answered that it seemed so. John pushed him in the back with his hands, telling him to stop wasting time. They needed to go. Now it was his turn to lead. He said that he was not joking. He knew that he was unique. Turning around, he added that he was suspiciously calm, quickly adapting and not afraid of these creatures. Turning away, John answered that he had seen ghosts as a child. Smiling, Steve said that now he was curious to know about his past. Let him tell about it. A second later, John pushed him in the back with all his might. Suddenly, the floor began to crumble under his feet. Steve turned around in fear. The protagonist, frowning, stretched out his hand. Steve ran forward. Stopping, he turned around, looking at the destroyed floor, after which he fearfully said the protagonist's name. Looking ahead menacingly, he asked what was going on. John was not the main character, and the stories about regressors are quite interesting, and this is an incredible annoyance. After which he went forward. Meanwhile, the protagonist was quickly falling down. He looked ahead menacingly, took out his sword, and then stuck it into the wall. A lot of sparks flew from the sword in different directions, and it began to slow down. A second later, he landed on the floor. Smiling, looking ahead, he saw a system message that he entered a secret zone. The enemies in secret zones are stronger than in normal ones. Walking along the corridor, he saw a portal and several more system messages that there is either a trap or monsters on each path. The entrance to the common zone is activated. The zone will be sealed as soon as the user leaves it. He can refuse to pass, whether he wants to give up and go back. John, waving his hand, replied that he will never give up so easily. At the end of the hallway, he saw a crowd of monsters, thinking that it seemed like he had the opportunity to get more stats than he expected. He raised his hand, which had a fireball in it, thinking that it was all thanks to Steve and going through all the rooms with monsters. He should eat delicious food alone. Then he swung his arm to strike. The skeleton put up a shield, blocking the fireball. John was pushed back, and a system message appeared in front of him, saying that he had received 20 experience points. Looking at the monster, he saw several more notifications, saying that after distributing experience points, his strength reached level 4, and then 5. He stopped and looked at it, thinking that everything becomes much easier when stats increase. He can't believe that he managed to raise them to this level. Then he extended his hand to the notification, reading his stats. Raising his hand, he said in surprise that it was interesting how strong they will be. Everyone starts at level 1. He imagined 2 guys killing skeletons, thinking that the difference between them was the time and effort they put into achieving their goal. Then the image of a god-ranked person appeared in his mind, and he thought that even if they got the same amount of points, the higher the rank, the faster the growth. Steve ran out of the gate. A system message appeared in front of him, saying that he was the first person to pass the mountain of the Devil Dagger. John, walking to the door, thought that god-ranked people like his comrade would become stronger faster, and now he, thanks to the joint cleanup, should be much stronger than he was before coming here. Now it was his turn to be the first. Then he extended his hand. Suddenly, he turned around and folded his hand, thinking that he should finish one more thing first. He looked into the long corridor, saying that it was time to meet the boss. As he got closer, he raised his head, seeing a huge blade, saying that everything here felt different from other places. He furrowed his brows, adding that he felt like he had finally arrived at the Devil Dagger Mountain. He raised his hand and lit a flame in it, seeing a strange energy near him. Blue flames and 2 curved daggers appeared in front of him. 2 monsters appeared in front of him and a system message that this was the general of the Devil Dagger Mountain. These monsters were sword masters, and they moved as one. The recovery would be active until all the monsters were destroyed at the same time. The protagonist hid behind the wall, thinking that it meant that these were the generals. He knew in reality, and not the others. His body trembled, and biting his lip, he whispered that he needed to stop shaking. He could defeat them if he stuck to the plan. At that moment, one of the generals peered out from around the corner. John's eyes widened as he saw a blade coming towards him. At the last second, he managed to strike his opponent in the head. The general opened his mouth wide as he screamed in pain, his entire face covered in blue flames. The protagonist jerked back, thinking that he didn't expect to be discovered like this. At least he had attracted their attention. Watching his opponent writhe in pain, he thought that considering their gold attribute, fire magic probably worked well. Narrowing his eyes, he thought that this could buy him some time. Suddenly, the second general sliced his ally's head open. The protagonist gritted his teeth in fear. A head flew to his feet, and a system message appeared, saying that the restoration would be active until all the monsters were destroyed at the same time. Seeing this, he thought that who knew that they would kill each other to restore. Grabbing his sword, he continued to think that there was no point in open combat. He was informed that after distributing experience points, his agility reached level 7. John, while running, repeatedly stabbed his body with swords sticking out from everywhere, after which he thought that he was almost there. He ran into another room. A second later, he stopped. Suddenly, he stepped on a bone and slipped on it. He fell to the floor and a monster appeared behind him. John stretched out his hands, releasing flames. The rope above him began to burn, and then a huge cleaver fell from the ceiling, which destroyed one of the generals. The second one at this time ran at him, menacingly growling. A system notification appeared that the senior general was restored. The protagonist continued to run along the corridors, thinking that this is great. He can already feel the wind. After which he made a quick dash forward. The monster followed his actions, jumping in response. One of the generals went inside, and many system notifications appeared that the junior had been restored. Monster looked ahead in surprise, his mouth wide open. At that moment, the protagonist tripped his opponent, and he began to fall, and a system notification appeared that after distributing experience points, his strength had reached level 7. The protagonist hit the monster in the back at great speed. Frowning, he shouted loudly for him to get inside. A second later, blood splashed in front of him, and a notification appeared that the boss had been defeated and the rewards were being counted. John fell to the floor, his body was covered in wounds. A notification appeared that he received additional experience points for defeating an enemy that was stronger than him. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his face, thinking that he only had to leave the boss room, and before that, there was one more thing he should check. He extended his hand, creating a flame. In front of him was a room with many saws. Frowning, he thought that if these monsters were able to take the form of people, would he be able to take their fates? A system message appeared in front of him that the ability Steal Fate was activated. The protagonist placed his hands on the floor, feeling a strange energy. A magic circle appeared under his feet, and then he was informed that there were 2 bodies in the ability's area of effect. He looked ahead with a smile, shouting that he knew it. That means it is possible to steal the fate of a person like these monsters after all. He breathed heavily with his hand on his body, thinking that the reason he hadn't used this ability like this before meeting a certain person wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. A warning appeared in front of him that the ability Fate Steal was cancelled due to insufficient mana. He remembered how he fell to his knees in front of his comrades. One of them asked that he was sure he couldn't. After all, he had only died 3 hours ago. After that, he thought that Fate Steal had a limitation that increased mana consumption proportionally to the time that had passed, so considering his level of magic, it was determined to be a 3rd-class ability. In his mind, an image of him looking up at a monster appeared, thinking that this was why he could only use it if someone died in front of him. That's when these thoughts were born. He imagined the two fighters in his mind, thinking that it was possible to take away the fate of a person like that of a monster. Then, the memory of the girl stretching out her arms towards him appeared in his mind, and he thought that it was hard for him to resist the demonic energy of the rifts, so he never tried. He looked at the system messages with a smile. It said that he stole a fraction of the target's power and the ability blade unsheath. At the bottom was a description that this ability is activated automatically if his sword is not in the sheath. When he uses the sword as his weapon, his sword skill rises. He then made several swings, cutting through the air with his sword. Looking at the blade, he thought that the sword felt incredibly light. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, seeing the system notification that he had received a significant amount of karma. Looking at the traces of blood on the floor, he thought that considering the karma he stole from those people, this amount was quite insignificant. After which, he clenched his fist, thinking that it was definitely worth it, people accumulating too much karma. He then walked towards the exit, thinking that they were crossing the border. They said that their fate was quite sad. He wondered how close he was to the border. He looked at the gate, stretching out his hand towards it. The door opened easily, and he was told that the first door of the room of the Devil's Dagger Mountain was cleared for the first time. The people were puzzled, turning around, shouting that how did he do it so quickly. The girl, frightened, looking forward, shouted that he managed it alone. John looked menacingly in front of him when someone shouted his name. Steve appeared in front of him. He jumped towards him, saying that he knew that he could handle it. The protagonist, dodging, replied that there was nothing between them, let him leave him alone. Suddenly, an agent appeared behind him. The girl, smiling, threw her hand to the side, saying that she congratulated him on the first clearing and did he have an extra minute. We are transported to the protagonist's personal room. John opens the box, from which a bag falls out. He thinks that, apparently, this is a reward for the first cleanup. This backpack can store items regardless of their weight or volume. Hanging it on his belt, he said that such items are quite difficult to obtain, so he cannot miss a single chance. Taking out his phone, he said that he did not want to attract too much attention from the agency. Reporters appeared in front of him, and he listened as they said that an earthquake occurred in the country. It was the strongest since 2017. The city received huge damage. Looking at the comments, he thought that there was no word about the agency, after which he turned his phone, on which a girl appeared. On the screen it was written that this was an announcement from the Agency for the Protection of Fate. In front of them was the leader of the first group of the agency. The girl, smiling, said that the announcement was from the Agency for the Protection of Fate. In addition to protecting all the unawakened, the agency will do everything possible. John looked ahead in surprise, saw a notification that the ability to detect fate was activated. This fate was protected, after which he said that it seemed that they were using some kind of objects to hide their fates. He closed his eyes, and a voice came from the phone that such events would continue to happen, but not to worry, and that the future would not protect them. The girl, smiling, added that they should believe in their agency. Opening his eyes, the protagonist said that they said so back then. He remembered the members of the agency, thinking that their team gathered the best of the awakened. Then he imagined a mask, thinking that they were hiding their faces. An image of the girl taking off her mask appeared in his head, after which she looked menacingly ahead. John suddenly stood up in fear. His face turned pale, and he thought that if this woman was a member of the agency, then it became clear to him why no one guessed how strong she was. He said from behind his head that it was hard for him to say for sure right now. Someone threw a folder on the table, shouting that how would they explain this. The guy, looking menacingly ahead, asked that didn't they say that it would take at least a week? In front of us was a person from the Fate Protection Agency, the leader of the second group. He got up from the table, asking that how was this possible in a day, including a secret area, and his fate and ability were only rank 3. He looked menacingly to the side, calling one of the employees, telling him to take care of this account and clean up the mess in the room with the trap, and for everyone else to get ready to clean up the rooms with monsters. The agents put masks on their faces, and their leader shouted that they were free to go. The guy sat in front of the laptop, clutching his head. His face turned pale. He thought that he couldn't believe that someone could lure the monsters into a trap, and if it only took him a day to clear the second door again. He quickly typed something on the keyboard with his fingers. Then he lowered his head in fear, thinking about what could happen if the authorities found out about the method of clearing this third grade. We are transferred to the first floor in the training area. Several small dolls are cleaning the room, and someone asks that he is not going to go to the second room today. Steve, smiling, lowered his head, asking that maybe he forgot about their agreement. If he does not even try, he will not leave him a chance. The protagonist, looking at him, answered that he should do what he wants. He has his own pace of passing the rooms. He has not won yet, so they are not allies yet, so let them leave him alone. His comrade answered that they need to get closer. Suddenly John, looking menacingly ahead, noticed his former acquaintance. A girl approached her, saying that she survived only thanks to her. Lucy, looking at her with a smile, replied that it was all thanks to her block. She thinks they will succeed next time. The protagonist looked at her with a smile, thinking that it seems like she is doing well. Steve, suddenly turning around, said that he hates characters who are too nice. The protagonist threw a piece of bread at him with displeasure, thinking that he would go away, and the girl, passing by, asked that it would be okay if they had a snack together. John, turning around menacingly, began to eavesdrop on their conversation. Someone said that her hand is incredibly small and it is very cute. Suddenly, he turned around sharply and saw something. A young guy appeared in front of him. He held out his hand, asking if they want to measure hands. At that moment, John thought that it seems that his fate is really full of suffering. The guy put his hand down. You answer that it is not that big. He pointed to his palm with his finger, adding that he is quite good at reading lines on hands. His girlfriend replied that last time he read them from her, and his predictions were quite accurate. Lucy raised her drink and sighed. The guy looked at her, telling her to let him read her palm, to which the girl replied that she does not need that. The guy, smiling, extended his hands to her, answering that this does not happen every day. Her girlfriend said that she should try too, she is interested. Lucy removed her hand. Then she looked ahead in surprise. The guy frowned with displeasure, after which he smiled as if nothing had happened. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he wanted him to tell his fortune, to which John replied no. He extended his hand to Lucy, saying that he needed to tell her something. Then he pointed his finger back, asking if she had a minute. The girl looked at him silently for a few seconds and then replied that of course. John, stepping aside, said that they needed to talk in one of the empty rooms. The girl replied, okay. Two guys appeared behind them, waving their hands at them. One of them, coming down, thanked John for allowing him to use the Wi-Fi. The protagonist remembered the note with the password in his head, thinking that after clearing the room of the Devil's Dagger Mountain, he shared the password with everyone who looked at least a little friendly. Looking at the guy, he thought that he was not used to being so friendly. He lowered his head, thinking that in his past life, people always avoided him at the first opportunity. He remembered how the guy, lowering his head, said that if John was going with them, then he would not go. John, looking away, replied that he probably would. Moving away from everyone, he thought that it was all because his rank was too low. The guy, approaching the protagonist, asked him about him being alone again today. He patted him on the shoulder, answering that they could go together, but he was already with another group, so he should be careful. John replied that he was grateful, thinking that even in this situation he treated him differently, so even knowing his ability. He then clapped his hands. A strange aura appeared around the protagonist's hand. He opened the system message, thinking that he could not even imagine such a thing. He stepped aside and heard someone talking about how she almost died while they were in the demon dimension with John. According to rumors, his ability is to steal powers from the dead. The guy pointed his finger in fear and asked what she wanted to say. He tried to kill her and take her abilities. The girl replied that I think so let him be careful. The protagonist frowned, listening to this conversation. Running into the room, he shouted that the same one promised not to say anything. Steve replied that he did not understand what they were talking about. Turning around, he added if John had any evidence. Hearing this, the protagonist pursed his lip, thinking that it was obvious that this was his doing. The guy raised his hand, asking what he thought. He was right. A system message appeared that his ability was palm reading. He could see the windows of people's fates by looking at their palms or touching them. Looking at it, John thought that he was the only one who knew about his ability. Then the protagonist put his hand on the palm, saying that considering his ability, it was better for him to keep his distance from him, let alone think of showing his palms or touching him. The girl, lowering her head, replied that so that's why he did it. Then John, stepping aside, replied that in any case, now she knew and now he would go. Suddenly, he stopped, and Lucy said that she had also recently cleared the first room. Putting her hand on her chest, she asked if he wanted to go with her next time. Turning away, John replied that it would be much more difficult with her. The girl was disappointed, came closer, and asked why with her. The protagonist looked away, replying that she lacked experience now. Lucy looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. She pointed at herself, saying that she had not thought that, in her opinion, she was so helpless. The protagonist, looking at her, replied that her ability would be weakened in the next room, because there would be a fire attribute. He was sure she had no problems with the first room, because there was a gold attribute. Turning away, he said what he thought. She understood him perfectly. The girl replied that the second room would be clearly more difficult for her than the first. John grabbed the door handle, asking what finally got through to her. Lucy replied that in some way. Then she put her hand on his shoulder. John quickly ran forward. He lowered his head, thinking about why. He bit his lip, thinking that even after everything he had told her, he remembered how she had smiled and thanked him for his advice. Lucy walked to the door. John turned around and said that he would rather be alone. And the girl, turning away, thought that he had declined her offer but still came to warn her. Looking forward, she thought that she now understood that it was his desire to keep distance between them. Looking at John, she thought that he had taken her aside and warned her. Looking down, she thought that he could have come up with a better excuse. Looking after John, she wondered where he got such honesty from. Could it really be him? She stretched out her hand forward, thinking that he was worried about her. To the protagonist, he goes forward. Then she suddenly turns around. In front of him stands a guy who asks that he is going to go to the second room with someone. The protagonist put his hands in his pocket and replied that he would go alone. The guy looked at him in surprise, and John, climbing the stairs, thought that he should get rid of him before he could annoy him again. Then the guy put his hand on his chest, asking if he wanted to join a party. Clenching his fist, he added that he would be useful to him since he was of a higher rank. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead, his body covered in mana, and then he replied that he was a liar. What about his ability? After which he activated fate detection. The guy, looking ahead in surprise, raised his hands, creating a stream of water, replying that these were water bombs and he could shoot them. Turning around, the protagonist replied that they could go and leave right now. The guy asked in surprise that he was serious. Smiling widely, he added that he would prepare in a minute and go down. Then he quickly ran up the stairs. John frowned, thinking that this was incredible luck. He himself approached him. We are transferred to the room of Hellfire to a huge gate, and we are told that the conditions of the cleanup are to find and return the ice crystal. There is no time limit. John, together with his new ally, went inside, and the guy said that everything here really looks like hell. There were many rivers of magma in front of them. Surprised. Turning around, he added that he was surprised when he accepted his offer. Apparently, it's all because of his water attribute. Take a few steps forward, he added that in any case, what he thinks about the conditions of the passage. Looking at the lava, he said where there could be ice. Having created a water ball, he added that in such heat, but together they can find it much faster. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Then he swung his sword. The guy turned around abruptly. A system message appeared that the blade draw ability was activated. Blood gushed in different directions. The protagonist cut the frog into two parts. He pulled the blade forward, saying that he did not expect to meet a monster at the very beginning. And they go. Many hellish creatures appeared in front of them. Monster jumped forward, opening its mouth. A system message appeared that it was a fire frog. The guy, having lowered himself, clenched his teeth, creating water charges and saying that it was as easy as pie. He released several streams of water, piercing the monsters through and through. The frogs flew in different directions, after which he clenched his fist and shouted that this is excellent, his power works just fine here. Looking at the protagonist, he added that at this rate they will find the crystal in no time. John replied that it could be. Smiling slightly, he thought that, given his knowledge of the location, there was no particular hurry. What should he do with it? The guy looked ahead in surprise, wondering why he was smiling. He folded his arms and continued to think that he probably thought that coming here together was a good idea. Then several dead frogs appeared in front of us. The guy clutched his head and thought that what they call anemia due to lack of mana, there are quite a lot of monsters here compared to the previous room. Looking at his ally, he thought that he had no choice and would have to use a sword just like John. He pulled his blade forward, striking his opponent. Suddenly, the frog inflated, pushing him back. He fell to the floor, screaming that he was very hot. Continuing to roll around, he added that maybe John would help him, and not just stand there. The protagonist killed the frog in a flash, telling him to go back if he was unable to do so. He looked menacingly ahead, adding that he could handle this alone. The guy looked at him and replied that he was fine and just needed to rest a little. After which he frowned, thinking that he was a smug bastard, and he thought that since he cleared the previous room first, everything would be the same now. Standing up, he continued to think about the fact that he teamed up with him to see his class and abilities, but his hands were bandaged. Looking at John, he thought that he could just watch him, but apparently he was hiding something he needed to check. After which he narrowed his eyes, thinking that one day he would let his guard down, then it would be his turn. A second later, he sat down on a stone, lowering his blade. Suddenly, he looked in front of him in surprise. He was thrown to the side, and in front of him, a giant monster appeared. The guy looked forward in fear. The protagonist destroyed the monster with a deft movement. The guy's face turned pale, and he thought that it turns out that there are not only frogs here, but he let his guard down. John came closer to him and addressed him. He looked menacingly in front of him and added that he had already been saved twice. Then he pierced the monster with his sword, saying that such creatures were more difficult to deal with, so let him move before there were more of them. Smiling, the guy replied, okay, wondering if he was bragging about saving him twice. Clenching his fist, he thought that he wasn't that strong. When his mana was restored, he would easily. Then he clenched his teeth. Suddenly, John turned around and asked if he wanted to say something. The guy smiled and raised his hand, thanking him for his help. We are transported to some time later. He stretched out his hand, pointing to the sphere, saying that there was something there. The protagonist, coming closer, wondered if this was it. He asked if this was the ice crystal. In front of them was a small ice sphere. Smiling, he added that this seemed to be it, then thinking that he only needed to bring it back to clear the room. Looking at the sphere, he thought that there was only one of him, so they would be the first to clear it. Then he lowered his head, answering that no, thinking what people would think. He only passed the tests thanks to John. The protagonist extended his hand, about to say something, when suddenly his ally ran somewhere. The guy rushed forward, thinking that if there was only one crystal, then he would be the first person to take it and complete the test. He smiled wickedly. Then objects appeared in his head, and he thought that a reward was waiting for him. He imagined how people looked at him in surprise, and he thought that he would be respected and looked at with admiration. Stretching his hand towards the sphere, he shouted that everything would be his. He almost touched the object, shouting that he was the first one to pass this room. Then he squeezed the crystal and it curved. Surprised, looking in front of him, he wondered if it was really that slippery. A system message appeared in front of him that it was a sack with fire frog eggs. A second later, several monsters appeared from the lava. They attacked the guy from all sides, and then they pushed him down. The protagonist, frowning in displeasure, said that this was karma for trying to stab him in the back. A second later, he began to exit the cave, and the guy, surrounded by monsters, loudly shouted for him to help him. After a while, the protagonist reached the ice crystal cave. He grabbed one of them with a smile, seeing a system message that it strengthens the water attribute. Then he crouched on the ground, saying that he needed to open a store. A system notification appeared in front of him. He thought that the condition for opening a store was to acquire spirit pearls. Initially, he should not have known this. The memories of fighting the worms appeared in his mind, thinking that he was lucky to have obtained some pearls before coming here. He pointed his finger at the item called the prayer box. A second later, the object he bought appeared in front of him, and a system message said that in order to use this item, he needed to put something inside and pray. In exchange, he would receive the desired item. If his offering was not enough, he would not receive anything. Looking at it, he thought that he had to exchange them for a number of characteristics. After all, he did not have much money. After which he opened the box, saying that it had a funny name. In the end, of course, it all comes down to the value of the offering. He folded it in his hands, thinking that the ice crystal was a third-class demonic item. The box began to glow and shake, and he thought that he wanted a first-class demonic item. A notification appeared in front of him that he had prayed. He opened the box, from which a bright light poured in different directions, thinking that of course they were different, but there was still a chance since they were both demon rank. He looked down in surprise for a few seconds. Then he took out the device, looking at it in surprise that it was an insect honey item. After which he cut the crystals several times. Sitting next to them, he said that he needed to replace so much ice here that he simply had to get this item. A bloody tooth fell to the floor. The guy looked menacingly in front of him, saying that John was a piece of shit. His legs were shaking, and he, lowering his head, asked that he thought that he would just get away with everything when he saw him again. Looking to the side, he said that he would cut his smug face with this very sword. Suddenly he asked what was there. His face turned pale, and he thought that this could not be. We are being transported to the gate. The guy came out of them. A system message appeared in front of him that the Hellfire room had been completed. He thought that he was the first and that he had succeeded. Smiling widely, he saw the system message. Several people appeared in front of him, and not with a smile asked that he had really been able to complete it, and that it was incredible all in one day. The guy, smiling widely, held the corpse of a frog in his arms, in which there was a crystal. He thought that this was exactly so. He expected such a reaction from them. Looking contentedly ahead, he thought that now this stupid John. Suddenly he approached him, saying that here he was. Menacingly approaching, he added that how could he just up and run away? He had been looking for him for so long. Suddenly an agent appeared, who said that he was the first to clear the Hellfire room. The guy waved his hand with a smile, answering that he was here. He extended his palm forward and added that this time he forgave him, and he thought they should shake hands as a sign of reconciliation. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. He then extended his hand. A system message appeared in front of him that the ability to read palms had been activated. The guy squeezed his palm, telling him not to worry so much. Stepping aside, he opened the system message with a smile, thinking that he was the first to clear the room and could see the destruction, so he was much better. The message said that he could control fire and had the ability to draw a blade. Turning around in surprise, he thought that the third class, he assumed that it would be at least human. Gritting his teeth, he continued to think that he would experience such suffering for the sake of some insectoid rank. The protagonist looked at him silently for a few seconds. Then he smiled maliciously. Cone chest, he thought that it was good that he acquired this protection in time. He took the magic seal, seeing the system message that it was a talisman of fate, which protects part of the data recorded in the fate window. Remembering how he, having destroyed the monsters, took them to another place, he thought that there were not so many crystals left after receiving the talisman, but apparently he found one of those that he placed in the frogs. The guy raised his hand, said that he had the attribute of water and the ability. Suddenly the agent interrupted him, telling him to tell how he got the crystal. Steve, looking displeasedly in front of himself, said that even John returned quite battered, but he managed in one day, after which he raised his hand, calling the guy to him, and he answered something to the agent with a smile. Steve, coming closer, shouted that he was incredible, and the guy thought that, it seems, he was a first-class god rank. Steve, gritting his teeth, said that he tried to pass this room a couple of days ago, but he did not succeed, and John, as it turned out, was weaker than expected. The guy looked away, saying that he was a third-class rank, and this is not surprising. He ran away as soon as he saw a crowd of monsters. Steve, raising his head, added with a smile that then he was definitely more like the main character. Hearing this, the guy lit up with happiness, answering that he was right, and Steve said that they needed to discuss everything. The protagonist, grinning, turned around. A system message appeared in front of him that the fates of his former comrades were intertwined, after which John went to the stairs, thinking that now he would stop running after him. Looking towards his former friends, he saw a system message that this was a terrible combination of fate and evil energy was approaching them. Turning around, he thought that now he wouldn't even have to take care of him. Things were going better than he expected. We were transferred to the head of the agency's office for an urgent meeting. The head, looking menacingly to the side, asked if that guy was definitely a demon rank, to which the girl replied that no, he was only human, after which the head added, who was with him. The girl, raising her head, replied that John, the guy sitting opposite her, shuddered, asking that it was him again. The head, frowning, menacingly asked that they went together, but that guy was not the only one who passed the room. The girl, raising her hand, replied that that man told her one strange thing. According to him, he found an ice crystal inside one of the frogs. The head, looking at her, asked, after all, monsters should not approach the crystal cave. Isn't there a barrier there? The girl replied that she checked a little earlier. She saw a picture of frogs eating crystals, saying that the barrier had been destroyed. The leader clenched his teeth, his body began to shake, and then he shouted loudly that he had completely forgotten how to do his job. The boy turned pale and replied that no, he had checked several times and there were no problems. Stretching out his hand, he replied that the fact that the cleanup was going faster than expected only meant that these people were talented enough. The leader slammed his hand on the table. He, looking menacingly forward, said that he could answer for his words. Frowning, he continued to say that his plan was absolutely perfect, and the people he called talented would be able to enter the third room. Looking at his subordinate, he added that he would be able to handle the fact that they would all die. Imagine a giant gate in your head. He said that starting from the third gate, a real demon dimension awaits them, and everyone will be dead if they do not receive proper training. Gritting his teeth, he added that they need to make them as strong as possible and keep a close eye on John. We are transported to the protagonist. He looks at the system message in surprise. Looking at the huge seal, he did not expect this. He is informed that they are postponing the opening of the third gate indefinitely. They will receive a notification as soon as more information is available. A few days later, John was holding a tray of food in the cafeteria. He turned his head, and the guy asked if he was sure that he was told the correct tactics for the raid. After the guy adjusted his shirt and said that it was strange, and those who were able to finish the room, they did not communicate with the other guy. The blonde guy pressed his hand to his mouth and thought about how the guys were collecting the glowing stone. And in this passage of the room they were stuck much longer than other people, despite the fact that they were in one team. He threw his hands behind his head and wanted to know what happened in that situation. John folded his hands in front of him and smiled and realized that this person was spreading false information because he should have been able to kill two birds with one stone if they stayed together. Then he raised his hand and a system message appeared. The protagonist looked at the system message, where it said that there was an announcement about a meeting today at 6 p.m. in the main hall from the inspector. Then we are transported to another place, and a girl was standing near the magic gate, greeting people. She pressed her hand to her chest and said that she called all these people in order to inform them about the third door. She raised her hand and announced new information. She pointed to the mana circle and said that the third room was opened from now on. Many people looked at all this with joy. The girl spread her hands and said that starting from the third gate, instead of training areas, they will enter the demon realm. John lowered his head and realized that they will all walk together with the team like this. Then we see a scary forest and many monsters. The demon realm was much harsher than they thought. Then we see fierce wolves, and we were also told that you can meet stronger monsters there and they will be much more diverse. The guy fought off the wolves with a shield, and the gods were watching him at that time, and they also watched their raids in the realm. The girl in the mask took the device in her hands and said that if they heard the voices of the gods, they should not answer them right away. She explained that they need to check their updates and the guide first. The guys looked at the system message, where there was indeed a changed guide, and they also added tips for each situation in their journey, and they were also advised to carefully read the rules before entering. The girl folded her hands in front of her and said that this is all she wanted to say. She looked ahead and said that they should not die in this test. The guys watched all this in silence. The daughter of one of the guys was shaking and said that she asked them not to die. John pressed his hand to his chin and realized that if there was no limit on the team size, then they had to gather as many people as possible, and they also had to read all the manuals from beginning to end first. Then the girl behind him pointed and said hello. Two girls were hanging around the protagonist and asking to tell them apart. Everyone usually confused them. John looked down and remembered these girls, and what happened was that in his past life, only these guys and his friend supported his PK and another person spread rumors about him. The girls began to argue among themselves. He said that if she cut her hair, then people would be able to tell them apart, but she decided to choose her own hairstyle, and also they were twins, and their destinies were not different. Then we see a system message where it was said that the ability to detect fate was activated. The girl stood up, raising her hand above her head, and introduced herself. She was from the Fate Dragon class and also had a tertiary rank, and he also had perfect aim. And when using a long-range weapon or ability, she would hit the opponent in any case, and the amount of mana needed depended on her distance and class to the attack target. The other girl closed her eyes and said that she would grow up and be bigger than her sister. She belonged to the same class and had the ability to hit the bullseye, and she was also good at serving from a long-range weapon. John lowered his head and looked ahead. He remembered the moments when many people stood in a circle, and the girl cried because in her past life the girl was able to survive, and her sister died in the third room. Then we see how the man was lying on the ground. After the system message wrote that he felt death from the white tiger emanating from the man. John looked at the girls who were fooling around. He crossed his arms, and the girl said that it was clearly visible, just did not want to hunt with her sister. John lowered his head and realized that he would do everything so that these girls could survive. Then someone opened the door with a hand. Then a message appears in front of us with the condition of the cleanup in the third training location. Or rather in the ice hall, they had to kill monsters of each type, and those that existed in this hall, they had 14 days. Then we see snowy mountains and wind. The system message wrote that it was a kingdom that was overflowing with demons and water energy, and the water energy was overflowing with fate. John covered his head with his hand, and the system message wrote that his characteristics were reduced by 10%. He held his hand near his head, and he was able to enter this very hall. The girls looked at the system messages and covered themselves from the wind, realizing that their task was to hunt monsters. Then we see rabbits with a horn on their foreheads. Then his eye, which is affected by red light. After that, he opened his mouth and looked bloodthirsty. Then we see two dead rabbits and a system message that said it was a horn-eyed hare whose class was the fate of a primary rank insect, and the primary rank insect on it was much scarier. John and the girls sat and realized that the store was too inconvenient, because there were so many items, but there was no search button. The girl put her hand on John's shoulder and asked how he found what he needed so quickly, and the protagonist realized that if you use it for years, you can navigate even with your eyes closed. The girl pointed her finger at the system window and said that she wanted to take a weapon. Then they fully equipped themselves and were happy about it. John raised his hand, and it glowed with fire. He turned his head and saw the girls arguing. One of them showed a gun forward. She was a shooter. Then her sister pointed a bow to the side, and we were told that she was in the national team. Then they both shot the hare, and their effectiveness seemed to be much better after they got their usual weapons. Then we see the girl hit the target with a sniper rifle, because in her past life she was a high-class sniper. John walked forward to show the girl they were arguing, and her sister could achieve the same if she stayed alive, and they should also become better if they stay together. After we see a cold-blooded girl with a rifle, because in her past life she became completely different after her sister's death, and she never smiled after that moment, and in compensation she devoted her whole life to hunting monsters. John remembered how she stood near the corpses of monsters and was in a group of people, and she also became stronger. She was accepted into the Sura sect, one of the 5 great sects. The girl stood holding a rifle on her shoulder because she had never been happy again. The protagonist raised his head and plunged into thought. He realized that they both had excellent destinies, and they could become even stronger. He imagined a happy girl with a rifle, because if the girl had survived, everything would have been different. He will do everything possible to help them enter this sect of the Flying Tiger. We also see happy girls together, and then we watch a lot of corpses, because then the members of this sect will not be able to die at the hands of the girl and will live. The protagonist turned his head and realized with a smile that he would keep an eye on them. Then her face changed. He became wary. He looked at the girl and realized that something was wrong, because her sister was not around. John and the girl ran through the forest and shouted the girl's name. The protagonist put his hand to his mouth and called her again. The girl looked out from behind a tree and did not understand why it took so long to leave to relieve herself. She waved her hand and said that she heard screams. Then she looked at the huge hole. She ran up and looked at the girl inside. The protagonist jumped down to them to help. He looked away and realized what he needed to do. He stood and watched the girl with the guy. The guy with blue hair lowered his head and clenched his teeth. John looked at him and offered to help him. The boy raised his head and shouted for him to go away because he died with his help. The protagonist put his hand on the girl's back and said that they had to get out of here. He helped her up, and the girl told him that the guy was paralyzed by some dangerous monster. John looked away and said that it was probably rabbits, and it should have gone away on its own. The guy with blue hair was shaking and in pain. Then he hit the ground with his fists and realized that he would regret it. He remained lying in the hole, realizing that bad guys should get what they deserve. Then he raised his head and heard a voice that offered to help him. Then we see snowy mountains and a forest, and John said that it was time to go back because after sunset it would be much more difficult for them. The protagonist looked into the portal, and the girl said that she had increased her characteristics and she could handle it. John smiled, looking at her, and asked why she was in such a hurry because it was only one day. Another girl was beaming with happiness, and she decided to finish off this room. John looked away in thought. Then his gaze changed, and he became wary. The girls were standing near the portal, and John began to run away, saying that he forgot something and would be back soon. At this time, we see a group of people fighting against wolves. Wild monsters opened their mouths and looked. The girl waved her sword and asked to calm down. She looked at how her comrades could not cope. She stretched out her hand, and the guys were defeated. Then one of the wolves received a blow because someone used the ability tree leaf technique. The guy held the wolf with his sword. Then we see how the girl swung her sword and she used her skill, and everyone was protected by the tree leaf technique. At this time, the wolf attacked the unsuspecting girl. She realized that she needed to kill as many as possible so that it would be easier for her later. Then the wolf grabbed the girl's neck. She turned her head, clenched her teeth in pain. Then we see a fire sword. She thought that it would be great if someone else could fight. And the system message said that the attribute points were put into the fire control ability, and the fire control ability level was raised to Insect Fate Class 2 Darling. The protagonist at this time extended his sword. He swung the sword and injured all the wolves. He continued to strike the monsters. Then he struck another blow to the enemy. The girl at this time finished off another wolf. After that, she pressed the sword to her head with a smile and said that they did it quickly. The protagonist silently watched all this. Then we see many people who were healing near the pillar. The guys were beaten and listened silently. John looked ahead and said that she should have realized that this situation was out of control. He was explaining to the girl who was injured that if she couldn't win, then she should have run as fast as she could since she could avoid getting hurt. The girl pressed her hand to her chest and said that she could handle it. We then see the girl coughing up blood. If the monsters had some ability that she didn't know, then no one would come to help. The girls fought, crossing swords, and the protagonist realized that these were senseless deaths. After one of them was stabbed with a sword, and this should not happen again. John got angry and asked why she wanted to die protecting other people, since only the strong could protect the weak. Then he turned around and asked her not to forget about it. He walked away from the pillar and said that if she let her guard down, she would leave here in a coffin. The girls were near the pillar, and one of them realized that he wanted them to just be left to die. The blonde girl smiled silently. Then she said with joy on her face that he had come to their aid after all. She looked away and did not understand why she had to pretend to be a bad guy when he was a very good and caring person. The protagonist walked forward. He silently exhaled, and then he was thanked for taking care of the girl. Then we are transferred to another place where John pierced a huge monster in the third door of the ice hall room. After that, the girls looked at the system message, which said that they had cleared the ice hall and could not cope with this task. John turned his head and said that he would stay with them until they were completely finished. The girls happily ran forward, and the protagonist realized that no one would return here after the complete clearing, and that is why he would be able to start searching. Then we see an unknown silhouette, which was surrounded by the same monsters. John wanted to find a secret reward, and to get it, you need to kill 11 types of monsters. He looked to the side and saw different girls, and also he will realize that only the room was cleared too early for this stage, and in the system message it was written about the ability to detect fate, which was activated. John looked to the side in surprise and saw the system messages, where it was said about the energy of death from the white tiger, and it was very close. He was lost in thought and remembered how the guy with scars looked ahead, and also this was the worst combination of fate because evil energy leaked into the fate of this person. He remembered how the girl looked into the hole and realized that if he met him again, he would be in trouble. John put his hand to his face and thought about just taking and killing him. Then he pointed his finger at the girls and said that she looked from that hill. They should continue walking further and not move away from each other. Then he walked along the snowy road. He was lost in thought and realized that the girls would not have problems as long as they were together. He looked ahead and saw the guy who was casting a spell. He raised his hand up and there was a bright blue crystal in it. He held it with red eyes and said that he would take revenge on him for the shame he had caused. John took the sword in his hands with a smile and stood in a stance. The guy with blue hair raised his hand up and energy began to fill everything around. John stood steadfast and realized that the guy heard the voice of the gods. The guy held the crystals in his hand with a smile, realized that he needed to prepare. Then he sent the ice shards forward. John put his sword out, parried them. Then he remembered how the girl, spreading her arms, said that the gods would watch them in their raids on the kingdom. The protagonist held the sword in front of him and realized that the deity had possessed this guy, and in the system message wrote that he used the ability to detect fate. The guy with blue hair held an ice shard in his hands, and also his class was the primary cancer of human fate, and he considered himself the main hero, and that is why the gods chose him. Then he saw the dark silhouette of a girl, because those who cooperated with the deities were called shamans. The guy looked at the system message, where it said that the guest of the virus offered him a deal. He raised his hands up, and the ice fragments rose. They gained extraordinary power. John took the sword and covered it with fire. He realized that even if there was a low-ranking class god in front of him now, his mana reserve had increased many times over, and he also gained a new ability. Then we see a system message with smallpox. The class was a primary rank, and human fate was such that borrowing divine power allowed him to infect a subscriber or a certain area with smallpox after the attack. The protagonist calmly exhaled and realized that he would catch smallpox if he fell under his blows, and this was extremely inconvenient. He swung his sword and realized that he had to deal with his mother first. The protagonist ran to the side and set fire to the forest. A guy with blue hair with an outstretched hand sent icicles at him. The trees began to cover themselves in flames, after which the guy grabbed his chest and realized that divine punishment would pursue him even to the ends of the earth. Then John jumped over a large horde to my island. The guy kept shooting his ice projectiles at him, hitting everything in the area. He was screaming at him to move. Then he was rammed by a huge monster. The blow was so strong that he started coughing up blood. Then he fell to the ground near the burning trees. I understand that he heard that there was a man who was possessed by a god. The guy with a split face looked forward, and someone really wanted to look at the low-class god. His body was shaking, and he was trying to get up on his feet. Then he opened his mouth, and his body was pierced. John was sitting on his back and stabbed him with a sword. He started to take out a bloody weapon. The protagonist looked at him with a stern look and said that they should have finished with these games. Then he put the sword to his neck. They say that he did not need to beat around the bush. After we see how the girl ran towards them. John held the sword in his hands and said that he was very lucky. He stood up and put his weapon in the sheath and said that next time he would finish this guy off. John ran up to the girl and realized that they had a problem. The girl was screaming that a herd of mountain snow pigs was coming for her. John looked at her in surprise and realized that her sister was in danger. She instantly disappeared. Then we see the protagonist remembering what the woman said, that his destiny was full of bad luck, evil energy. He was standing behind his comrades, and all of them were his teammates, but they were also returning wounded from the battlefield, and his parents were completely dead, and wherever he went, death followed in his footsteps. The protagonist looked at his sister in horror and was in shock. He completely lost his mind and realized that everything happened because of him. He went forward and shouted that he would find her. He walked along the snowy road, and the girl ran after him. John went forward and told her to get out of here. The girl grabbed his hand and said that she was going with him. The protagonist shouted that if something happened to her, it would be bad. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she repeated his words that he would not go far from her. John looked at her and realized that she could not return to one when her sister was in trouble. They stood and hugged in the forest, and John told her that she would go back if the path became dangerous. After we see snowy cliffs, John and the girl walked forward, and he realized that he did not know how she died in her past life. If she was in danger, then he had one place in mind. The girl looked to the side and said that it was incredibly quiet here. They walked between the mountains, and John realized that it was because low-class monsters would not stick their nose into the predator's territory. Then we see a terrifying monster with huge fangs. It was a snowman, whose class was tertiary rank, and also his ghostly fate was such that a humanoid monster completely covered in fur appeared before people in snowy weather, and also it sought battles with opponents stronger than him. John looked ahead with fear on his face. He saw how the monster took the girl in his hands. Her sister instantly pointed a gun forward. The snowman turned his head. He turned and looked towards the rocks. The protagonist held the girl and covered her mouth, then activated the ability to steal fate. Then he began to sense all the mana nearby and realized that there were not even dead people nearby. John calmly exhaled and realized that if they began to expose the girl to great danger now, then they would not succeed. The protagonist released the girl and looked at the monster. You see, he was walking towards his lair, and there were also pigs on the other side. Then they came to the edge of the cliff and realized that they had to wait until he let her go. John looked at the system message and realized that they would not attack right away because it was better to avoid a fight. The Yeti was walking towards his lair. The girl took the gun with cartridges, and John said that when he put the girl down, she had to shoot to distract his attention and then run to the exit, simultaneously shooting enemies. The protagonist looked ahead and told her not to do anything crazy, but just act according to the plan. After that, he had to get the girl out of the clutches of the monster. And then he jumped off the cliff and realized that she was pretty nimble and should run away without problems, and they were positioned very well. The girl raised the flare gun, watching the whole picture. Then she fired, and a bright light appeared in the sky. Still, the man turned his head in surprise. He put his hand in front of his head, protecting the colors. Afterwards, he ran forward along the gorge. At that moment, the girl was running towards the exit. John, taking advantage of the opportunity, ran towards the wounded girl. She was lying all bloody and breathing heavily. The protagonist picked her up and realized that she was unconscious and that he would not be able to provide one help because there was too little time. He took her and laid her on her back. He looked forward and was surprised. In front of him was another Yeti, which he could not expect. The monster with a scar on his face began to swing. He stretched his hand forward, and John prepared to attack, realizing that he was extremely unlucky in this situation. Then we see a bright glow from the shot. The monster took a step forward. He turned around, and the girl ran back. She fired again and screamed for the monster to follow her. She opened her mouth and screamed loudly for him to come here. At that time, the monster was swinging his hand. He extended his hand towards the protagonist, who understood that he was not very lucky in such situations. He took a step forward and emitted tongues of fire. Then he rushed forward over the monster's leg. He slid and found himself behind the monster. Then he stopped and hesitated. He looked to the side, and I saw a monster running towards him. He held the girl on his shoulders, and two monsters were approaching him. He clenched his teeth and looked at this whole situation. Then he jumped to the side, and the monsters did not hit him, and then he jumped away from them. He landed on a straw nest and realized that he wanted to go with and decided to set it on fire. He put the girl on the ground and set the nest on fire. He stood there, and everything around was on fire. He looked forward and said that all he had to do was finish off all the monsters, after which the snow monsters ran towards him. John stood, holding his sword near the fire. Afterwards, he became wary and looked away. Then he smiled and realized that it could work. The monsters got into a fighting stance and were ready to attack. Then they ran forward, and the system message said that his agility was increased to level 18. The Yeti swung another one, but John jumped to the side. At this time, the monster extended his hand. John jumped to the side of the evil monsters. The Yeti swung his sword, but the protagonist jumped back. He placed his hand on the enemy's body. Then, he swung his sword to strike. The monster extended his hand to prevent him from doing so. John jumped into the air and swung his sword. His enemy swung his hand to strike. The Yeti glared forward. Then, at one, the ice began to crack, after which a huge hole appeared and he fell down, and the system message wrote that he was able to defeat the tertiary rank Yeti of demonic fate. John looked away with a smile and lost in thought. He realized that in the land of demons there were many places that were covered in ice and snow. He remembered how the girl looked towards the hole, and he realized that they collapsed very easily as it had happened to his friend. At that moment, the Yeti was trying to get out, and John ran away. Then he hit the ice. From the force of the blow, the ice cracked, and John began to fall down. The protagonist, with his eyes closed, was rapidly descending. Then he fell onto the straw branches. He looked forward and saw the man. The girl looked down and realized that it was incredibly good that she had managed to help him. The protagonist smiled and thanked her. The girl in the red cape stood up and smiled. She looked down and said that she would lift him up, and he had to hold on tightly because she wanted to check something. John climbed up the branches and looked at the girl. Her friend was lying on the floor and was covered in blood. John climbed up and thought that he was too late and there would be no way to resist his fate anymore. He stood there, clenched his teeth and lowered his head. The girl looked forward with a smile. The blonde girl opened her eyes and could see poorly. She said that it was not cold and she wanted to turn on the heater. John looked towards his injured friend. The protagonist stood in shock, looking at the system message because it said that the death aura from the white tiger dissipated. After which he ran forward, looking at the system messages where it was written that the fate was changed. He looked in shock at the system messages where it was written that he activated the fate changes, and also the fate class was upgraded to the fate of a secondary rank insect. Afterwards, we see the secondary horn fire attribute fate and insect class written on the system window, and he also had tertiary horn dragon fates and many other abilities discovered. He looked at the system messages in shock while his girlfriend hugged him. He couldn't believe it all because he thought that fate classes never changed. The girl pressed herself against him and hugged him. The protagonist raised his hand and looked at her. He stroked her head while the girl talked to her friend. He realized that it was better to leave the difficulties for later. He smiled and stroked his girlfriend's head because it was much more important that everything was already behind him and his girlfriend was alive. Then we see snow cliffs and a man between them. The guy with blue hair gritted his teeth and didn't know what to do. He made an obscene gesture and shouted that a greenhorn took him and defeated him, and he shouldn't have trusted the god who sent a plague on him. He opened his mouth and started calling for the master. He turned his head and called for help. Then we see a guy in a white cape. He leaned over to his comrade, who said that he was attacked by a man and had to run. He screamed, saying that he was the main villain too, and he was fed up with it all, because he was not told anything about the loser and hidden powers, and he wanted to defeat him better together, because they were comrades. He was half in the ravine, and the guy said that if he were the protagonist, he would easily defeat him, but this was not the case. The white-haired guy exhaled and said that he already thought that his comrade was hiding the true power next to him, but he seemed like an ordinary character. The guy with blue hair pressed his hand to his chest and said that he was the protagonist. He swears by it and asked for forgiveness, it is typical for the protagonist to deal with such trifles alone. Then his gaze changed. He began to scream at his comrade to help him. The white-haired guy looked down at him and said that if that was the case, then he shouldn't have wasted his time on a minor character like him. Then he started walking away from him, and he was screaming and begging for help. Then we see sunlight shining on the trees. John swung his sword and destroyed several monsters. Then he struck the enemy again. He was surrounded by monsters and struck many times. Then he started wiping his sword, standing near a pile of corpses. The girls smiled at Japan that they did all this together. The protagonist smiled and listened to all their screams. Then his gaze changed, and he became wary. The girls looked at the man in fear. The blonde girl opened her mouth, looking at the unknown person. The blue-haired girl looked ahead and said that if they gave her the one she was looking for, then she would let them live. After which the comrades immediately pointed their weapons at her. The girls stood and looked at the enemy. John was being held by the cloak by the monsters at this point. The protagonist looked to the side and saw hands with long claws. Then the protagonist was hit by a hand. He was standing there and being grabbed by many hands. He saw dead people lying in blood and asking why he interfered in their lives. John was standing there, surrounded by hands, being told that he couldn't save them and he shouldn't have taken on such a big responsibility. Then he looked to the side and was asked not to forget all of this. Then a man appeared behind him and said that he was the one who killed them all. Then we see water pouring out of the tap. John was standing there looking in the mirror. He lowered his head and said that he can't let this happen again. He looked down and lost in thought. He assumed that these were his warnings. Then he remembered carrying a pretty girl and the system messages said that she believed that he was her savior and their destinies were destined to cross. He put his hands on the sink. The girl peeked around the corner and asked what he was upset about. John opened the door and said that he wasn't upset with her, he was just a little busy. The girls were standing in the hallway and John realized that they were pretty good friends, so he shouldn't worry about it. He then closed the door in front of them. The girls looked around and one of them seemed to be trying to keep his distance. They walked down the stairs and met a friend. Then she stretched out her arms and showed a green aura, and they said that there was nothing more to do here and they had to go to room 4 themselves. Then we see the girls looking at the green trees, because this was the Forest of Swords room, and the conditions of the cleansing were such that they had to hunt monsters and collect spirit pearls in the knife labyrinth. The girls smiled and were glad that they were in the forest. They stood near the portal and heard something scary. Leaves flew to the side and the man defended himself from the attacks. We then see a map with the different entrances and exits and we are told that the Sword Forest was an endless forest and the landscape in it was the same when reaching the edge of the forest, and also the person who reached the edge had to come out on the opposite side. We then see weapons and petals. The girls looked at the system messages and realized that 1,000 pearls would be long enough to collect all of this, and first they needed to look around. The blonde girl raised her hand and told her friend to try to keep up since she was not a child. The blonde girl looked back and they all realized that they wished John was with them. We then see John look away and say that she was too weak and if she wanted to protect others she should become stronger. Then he got angry and said that only the strong could do that. The girl put her hand to her chin and realized that he was not shy in his expressions, but inside he was very kind. Then she hesitated and turned her head. She ran forward, stretched out her hand, called out to her friend. The girl lowered her head in surprise. At this time, John was pointing his finger at the egg. The egg was jumping and had teeth and jaws. The protagonist realized that this creature was much more disgusting than he thought. Then we see a system message where this egg was described, which was supposed to be discharged after some time, and its appearance was supposed to change depending on feeding. And it is still not clear what was inside this creature. Then we see a face that could hatch from a tiger to a huge snake or a turtle, because depending on how the protagonist would feed it, what would hatch from there depended. He tied the egg with a rope and realized that he didn't know what he wanted to raise and he couldn't feed it everything because he was afraid of making a mistake in his actions. But that wasn't all. He remembered cutting the Yeti and the system message said that he had defeated this tertiary demonic fate monster. He was holding a sword and using the fate stealing ability, and he also used combat instincts and stealing water attributes. He stretched his hand up and opened the system message with his class. He looked forward and changed the attribute to water. Then he looked up and felt himself filling with water, and he also unlocked the ability, the water extinguished the fire. He looked at the system window and realized that the reduced stats were returning to normal again and his class was changed. Afterwards, he, sitting with the egg, remembered how he ate food. He couldn't buy normal weapons, so he had to take food with resistance to water, but now he didn't know that he could steal attributes. And now he would take a new weapon in the next demon realm, and there he wouldn't need fire attributes, and he would have to change everything again. Then he went through the portal and found himself in the forest, and the system messages wrote that the entrance check was complete, and he found himself in the forest. The whole ice hall was too boring, and nothing could surprise him there anymore. He looked to the side and realized that most likely the girls were still too weak, and he had fun watching the newbies grow. He stretched out his hand and opened the system messages, realizing that humans were too worthless because they talked too much about themselves. He looked at the system window where he thought about whether to disconnect the connection, then he realized that he did not have enough spiritual strength. With a stone face, he looked at the system window and realized that he had balls. He did not like it, and then he asked if he wanted to be possessed. Then the system message said that the guardian of the sword forest offered him possession. John looked at the store and realized that this must be the local god and also the trade window. He imagined how the guardian of the sword forest held his hands around the entire forest, because local gods ruled over separate regions, and with the possession of this god, you can become the strongest in his kingdom. Then he imagined how he sat on the shoulders of a god, but the deity was tied to this region and he could not go further beyond. Then he realized that the god did not go beyond the portal. If he left the territory, the strength disappeared. The protagonist picked up the scroll and realized that there was a knife maze in this room. But John immediately realized that with the possession he would get lost there right away, so he decided to buy the item he bought in the store, or rather the map. He unfolded the map in front of him and realized that it should be enough to navigate in this place, because the map of the demon realm was used, and he explored it by 1% of the location. Then he saw where he was along with the portal, and now he entered the demon realm, but over time he realized that other markers would appear. He looked down, and the system message said that there were several more entrances to the demon realm, and he was approaching Zone 4. He imagined how people walked between the portals and exited in another place, because if problems began in Zone 1, then help was sent there, and the entrance to the demon realm was changed to the entrance to Zone 2. John put the map in his backpack and was asked what he was looking for, and if he helped him, he would accept his obsession, because maybe they were regulating the number of people who entered the realm in order to set them against each other. The protagonist raised his head and said that he would not accept anything even if he tried many more times. Then he looked ahead in surprise and many system messages appeared in front of him, where it was said that the Master of all Flames used the item Traces of the Gods, and also the message would be visible for 10 minutes. Then a man with 4 arms appeared in front of him, who was shining brightly, because he was the Master of all Flames, and advised him to accept it. John looked at the system message in surprise, where it was said that the Master, with the power of flame, told him that the other gods in front of him were nothing. In front of him was a god who crossed swords and shone brightly, because he said that he could make a person with the attribute of fire many times stronger. The protagonist lowered his head and exhaled. He realized that for him, this would be a good push for a person with the fate of an insect. Then he walked forward, and in front of him, many system messages appeared, where it said that the Master of all Flames asked why he did not answer his messages, and he also said that this was a great opportunity, and he was still watching him. Then a green mantis appeared in front of us. John made a sword strike and defeated it. He grabbed its hands and took out a pearl, and he needed to collect as many as 1,000 of these pearls. Then a system message appeared in front of us, where it was written how he needed to collect 1,000 pearls of the spirit of the insect's fate. He understood that he did not need to kill 1,000 monsters for this, because different monsters dropped different amounts of pearls, and the fate of a tertiary insect giant worm gave 1,000 pearls, a mantis gave 334, and a ghost gave only 100. The protagonist walked forward, holding his sword, and understood that in his past life he killed mantises, but now he understood that there was no need. He stepped in the blood of a monster and said that each ghost counted as 10, so he needed to hunt them. Then he looked at his dirty leg and assumed that these were traces of traps. He looked to the side and saw many corpses of mantises along with blood. The monsters were cut into pieces. He was lost in his thoughts and imagined a guy in a tiger mask in front of him. He remembered how the girl fought to protect him, because in his past life he was attacked by a masked killer, and the girl saved his life because she was nearby. But the masked man stabbed her, and in the fight she lost her eye. The girl grabbed her bloody eye. John immediately ran forward and realized that this man was running, otherwise they would find out who he really was, and now he just needed to find all his comrades. He ran through many trees. Then he saw how many people were looking at the lying girl. The guy was holding a bottle in his hand, and the girl was unconscious. She was lying on the ground, and it was really bad. The protagonist gritted his teeth and got angry. He took a step forward and swung his sword. He pointed the sword at the surprised guy. The blonde guy with glasses said that the student they caught did not return from the ice hall, and no one has seen him since then. He was sitting at a table with other people, and they knew he was probably dead, but the other man had hoped for more since he had already finished in the Hellfire Hall. The girl with red hair decided to go look for the boy. The man in the suit said that it was not worth it, since they could not interfere when it came to the demon realm. The girl closed her eyes and realized that everyone had signed an agreement in case of death that they were not supposed to do anything. The man opened his mouth and said menacingly that they would talk about the next room another time, since the monsters in the other zone had already been cleared. He put his hand near the folder and said that they were supposed to go to clear the rooms since they could not give in to anyone in the one zone. The man put his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked how she was going to continue her work if she was so worried about the boy's death, since she knew there would be casualties and that it was inevitable. The man looked away and realized that the girl had something else. We then see the girl put her hand to her chin because when she finished sorting through her files, she looked at the data from the other areas. She saw the information that the ghost was a serial killer in the past and had a life sentence in his record. She lowered her head and realized that they had a serial killer as a student. The protagonist pointed his sword at the guy and told him to get away from the girl. He held the sword near his neck and activated the ability to detect fate. The guy holding a bottle in his hand said that he tried to cure her and it was an antidote from the store that he bought. Many people were standing there holding weapons and they were all of different ranks. The girl was breathing heavily and looked really bad. Jonah held the sword in his hands and realized that she was poisoned by the paralysis fever and she really needed an antidote. He looked away and wondered why he should have trusted living people and he should have taken this girl away from here. Then he turned his head and looked at the other people. His comrades ran and explained that these people were not their enemies. Jonah held a weapon and asked why it was so. The red-haired guy raised his hand and said that he would explain everything. He put his hand on his neck and said that this girl fell into a trap that they set to catch monsters, and they did not know that people from other zones would end up here, and it was a pity. Jonah looked at the guy and realized that they took her away for treatment, and they also disarmed all the other traps in the area nearby. And then we see a system message where it was said that his ability was trap and the class was the human fate of the primary cancer, because the higher his class was, the more traps he could set, luring the victim even without bait. John silently looked ahead and lost in thought. He realized that this fool also knew how to work with poisons and traps, and it seemed that this girl was the strongest in their team. The guy poured the girl's antidote into her mouth. The protagonist realized that this one was the most suspicious in terms of abilities because this guy had a hidden ability. His class was human and he was tertiary rank, and he also stopped breathing in order to temporarily become invisible, and this invisibility disappeared when he began to breathe. John put his sword in its sheath and realized that this guy was too weak to somehow harm the girl. He looked ahead and allowed this development of events because he also needed to remain attentive to all these people. He approached the girl and said that the treatment was over and he was taking her with him. He took her on his back and realized that even if there was no killer among these people, it was dangerous for people from the 4th zone to walk. Then we see dark trees. The protagonist was holding firewood near the fire. The girl grabbed her friend's hand and said that she had never slept in the wild. Then she hugged her friend and said that she was a little scared because there were a lot of monsters. The protagonist threw a dark ball out of his hands. It fell in the carriage and began to emit an ominous aura. The protagonist's comrades looked at it, and John explained that this thing was for scaring away monsters that he took from the store. The girl pointed her finger at the system message and was surprised that he knew so much and was so smart and strong. She smiled and asked if he could take her as his student. The protagonist stood awkwardly, pointing at the system window. The girl pointed her finger at herself and said that she wanted to too, and she would be better than her sister, who was indignant at that time. They began to quarrel with each other, and John watched with a smile, realizing that it was a complete farce. He raised his hand and smiled and told the girls to calm down because he wouldn't teach anyone. Then his gaze changed and he became wary because someone asked him why he was following them. The girl looked away. The protagonist stood up and walked with his sword because it was too noisy here. He went further into the forest and said that he would sleep somewhere else and asked them not to wait for him. The girls looked away. The protagonist pressed his hand to his eye and realized that he was doing something inexplicable because he needed to stay much further away from them. He picked up the egg and untied it, realizing that he had something to do. He brought the leaves to the egg because it was supposed to be hungry. Then the egg bit off a petal and the system message wrote that an unknown egg rejected food, and then wrote that it asked for meat, and it also began a hunger strike. The protagonist held him in his hand along with the sword, telling him to eat grass, and the growth process was 0.4%. John sat on a tree and watched the camp, understands that he was most likely worried about his girls. He even knew why this was called explanation. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, and he realized that he had never had this before, and the spring potatoes were wonderful, and the children had to share with him, but he was leveling up and continued to cut off all his connections. He exhaled heavily, holding his hand near his stomach, and he also understood that he could just be with him, but he was doing a kind of swing again, and this was the meaning of his life, but it irritated him a little. The girls were arguing among themselves at this time, and John was sitting on a tree. He looked down with a smile and, realizing that he could not hear what the team members were talking about. Then he remembered how he looked at the little girl, because it reminded him of the Flying Tiger sect, and he argued in the same way before. Then he remembered the girl with the grease on her eye and the cup of coffee. The guy started to pull the protagonist's ear, standing among the people. John folded his hands in front of him and realized that this was their experience, and he would have a lot of things to do, but the cult would enter his life forever one way or another. He threw his head back and realized with a smile that it was a pleasant sorrow, and it warmed his soul when he thought about it. And then he became wary, looking ahead, and he also took into account the sweet smell. And then the fierce dog also smelled the smell. Many wolves and bears went forward by the smell. At this time, a sweet smell was coming from the camp. The bears were hurrying to this camp at this time. John abruptly dropped to the ground, holding a sword in his hands. The girl turned her head and was surprised. John struck with his sword and broke a branch. He stretched out his hand forward and asked if anyone had left the area while he was gone. He picked up an apple from the floor that smelled delicious. He looked at the apple that smelled good. Then a system message appeared, saying that the demonic peach was the fate of a tertiary insect, and it was also a peach that demons adored, and it also attracted demons with its ambiguous smell. The protagonist looked at the bushes, and there were many apples. He was lost in thought and realized that there were no fruit trees nearby, but someone intentionally left these fruits, and maybe it was that damn killer. He began to collect the apples in his bag and assumed that that idiot with the invisibility technique could have done this in principle, and the girl said that he had recently looked at them. The protagonist turned his head and asked which zone he came from. The blonde girl looked forward and stretched out her hand, saying that he was just looking at them somehow ominously. John thought, remembering the guy who was holding his head. He turned his head and realized that no one could know what this psycho had in his head. There were a lot of fruits here that attracted demons here. The girls looked ahead and realized that John wanted to say that someone set them up. The protagonist pointed his sword to the side and said that the only thing he was sure of was that they needed to avoid other people. He looked ahead sternly. He thrust his sword in and there was a masked man standing behind a tree. Then he turned his head and realized that he had just noticed someone. He was standing in the middle of the forest holding a sword. In another part of the forest there was a bright light and the monsters were standing in place. Then the man stabbed with his sword. He looked ahead and his face was bloody. He held two swords in his hands and realized that the plot was complete garbage and he had no allies, no rivals, no enemies, and he also did not have any gods. Many dead demons were lying on the ground, and the guy realized that the hero was also gone, and he also only had a hunt for low-level monsters. He threw his head back and did not understand what his role was. Then he remembered how the girl looked ahead and said that one guy became incredibly strong, and she did not think that he could defeat the Yeti. The guy looked ahead in surprise, remembered the name of the man. Then we see how John carried the girl, because he defeated a monster that even he had not met, and it was the man who won cleared the ice hall. The protagonist bandaged his hand and realized that he could lose in the fire hall. The guy with a bloody face realized that if he specially approached this man. Then he imagined John's face and realized that if he came from the future, he knew all the tactics and rewards for this or that act. The man stood there holding the sword in front of his face, realizing that he just wanted to get rid of it to take all the credit. His gaze changed and he clutched his katana, realizing that it all came together. Then he ran forward with a smile, realizing that he needed to find it. The protagonist unfolded the map of the area, and the system message said that the location was 35% explored. He walked forward holding a scroll. He looked at the map and was asked when he would go hunting, because he only needed 200 pearls, and he kept resting his nose on this map, although it suited him better to accept his obsession, but John said that it would be better if he said who scattered the peaches here. Then he rolled up the map and realized that they had not seen anyone, and he doubted it very much. He turned his head, knocked on the trees, trying to find something. He walked forward and a lot of system messages appeared, saying that he was focused on a long search, and his perception was increased to level 25, and his senses were sharpened. Then he became alert and smelled human blood. He turned his head, and the system message wrote that the ability to steal fate was activated. He walked forward, holding a sword in his hands, searching for the dead. Then we see a man covered in blood. John looked forward angrily. Then he swung his sword. He struck the man in the lion mask, and the system message wrote that no dead were found nearby. Then he jumped away from his opponent, who said that if someone needed his help, he should have checked and not exposed his blade. The guy's mask began to burn with fire. He grabbed his mask and realized that he was grasping quickly, then asked how he knew that he was the one who killed those people. After he took off the lion mask, his face was covered in blood. He said that he should have understood him completely, because he could not leave witnesses, and also the system message said that his class was a human fate of the tertiary class, and the divine name was the terror of all the living and the dead. They crossed swords, and the system message wrote that his ability was a tendency to kill, and the demonic fate class was primary rank, and it also absorbed the characteristics of the abilities killed by the owner and accumulated karma when used. John gritted his teeth and plunged into thought. He realized that the situation was dire, because his characteristics had also doubled since their last meeting. His enemy struck with a sword, and John asked how many people he had killed during all this time. The guy smiled and realized that he had slaughtered a lot of people during all this time. The protagonist stood up and with a serious face said that he liked it, and he did not understand why hunting demons was not enough for him. The guy spread his arms and said that it was also fun, but he tried to be quiet. He lowered his head and put his hand to his chest, said that his lord gave him a lot of power so that he could kill real people, because he could only use his abilities when killing. John looked at this whole picture, squeezing his sword in his hands, and the guy said that it would be a real remissness if he did not take advantage of this whole situation. The protagonist got angry and realized that if he had an ability to activate something only when other people were killed, he would never use it. After which the guy began to glow blue. The protagonist got into a stance and his enemy began to evaporate. He grimaced and said that his enemy spoke as if he thought about the same thing every day, but this was complete nonsense. John stood in a fighting stance while his enemy disappeared. He closed his eyes and lost in thought. He realized that he was allowed to become invisible, and he also did not see him. He stood with his eyes closed, and the guy at that time made an attack. The protagonist understood that he did not completely disappear, and with some bloodlust he could predict his blows. Then he struck to the side, blocking the enemy's attack. His enemy smiled and praised him for his resourcefulness. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking at his opponent. They crossed swords again, and the guy said that he would become much stronger when he finished with John. The protagonist held back the blow, gritting his teeth. He realized that the ability that he used and stole from the Yeti could be useful to him. Then he remembered how he stood next to the defeated monster, and in the system message with the ability there were battle instincts, whose class was equal to the ghostly fate of the tertiary horn, and he was filled with the thirst for battle if the opponent was stronger than him, and also the characteristics were equalized, because the stronger the opponent was, the more characteristics he should get. Then his gaze changed, and he smiled. The guy with blue eyes looked ahead warily, and the system messages wrote that he activated battle instincts and the opponent was much stronger than him, and he was also filled with the thirst for battle. John stood in a fighting stance and instilled horror. His eyes turned pink, and he also said with a smile that he was pleased. He held his sword and did not understand why his aura changed so abruptly. He struck to the side and said that it was incredibly pleasant for him to kill. After their substance he were baptized. The protagonist swung 2 hands with fire. He struck his opponent and said that no one was stronger than him. Then he struck a slash at his chest. His opponent was lying on the ground, holding his head. John took hold skillfully, was going to pierce the enemy. Then a guy appeared from the bushes, who with his arms outstretched said that he had come to help. John turned his head in surprise. He saw a smiling guy, from whom energy emanated. He raised his head and looked at all this aura and realized that someone was much stronger than him. Then he ran with his arm outstretched. He ran towards the guy, holding a sword in his hands. After their swords collided again, the man grabbed his sheath and realized that he had completely lost his head. Then he struck with his fist and said that he would bring him to his senses. John fell to the ground. The guy with sympathy in his eyes said that this is what he deserved. Then he ran away while John was lying on the ground, because the main villains were running away, so he had to come back when he became stronger. After someone, John reached for the artifact of his bag. He ate the artifact and began to heal his health because he used a healing item. He held his hand near his mouth and asked to find someone else. He looked at the guy who said that he liked him, her other incredibly boring characters of the second plan. He held a sword in his hands, said that he had unpleasant features, as well as stories that were very different from other people. He threw it towards John, and he caught it, saying that he should have stood as 2 main characters. The protagonist stuck the sword in the ground and looked forward. At this time, the guy began to breathe and began to appear again. He held his face, realizing that he needed to get rid of the witness, but there were 2 of them, and they were incredibly strong. He stopped in the forest while his comrades were looking for him. He removed his hand from his face and realized that he just needed to become much stronger. Then he ran out of the forest, holding out his hand. He ran forward and was completely covered in blood. He said that he found a body in the forest, and someone clearly worked on him. The guys looked at the guy who looked bad. The comrades looked at this and decided to look and treat him. The guy with blue hair lowered his head and thanked them. Then blood splashed to the side, after which the guy fell dead on the ground. Then the guy with blue hair cut all his comrades, and the system message wrote that the ability murderous tendency was activated, and he was able to absorb 10% of the opponent's characteristics and was able to add to his karma. He raised his head, and his self began to shine, and the system message also wrote that the horror for the living and the dead was satisfied with the actions, and also this ability gifted him with a blade necklace. He looked at the system message and realized that this very necklace increased his strength by 10%. He raised his head with a smile and said that his opponents were in trouble. He stood and continued to smile. Then he walked forward near the corpses, and around him the energy of water was thickening. Then it started to rain. He was holding a sword in his hands, and the system messages wrote that the energy of water interfered with fate and the characteristics were reduced by 10%. Also on the system messages it was written that the horror for the living and the dead told him that there was nothing to worry about, and it also said that the protagonist had the attribute of fire and he also became much weaker. The guy with blue hair looked away with a smile. Then a thunderstorm sounded in the sky, and the guy realized that he needed to find him before the rain intensified. At this time, the protagonist struck a tree. He struck and set many trees ablaze, and behind him was his enemy. He wiped his head with his hand and realized that the last one remained. At that moment, a guy attacked him from behind. John noticed something was wrong and crossed swords. The guy with blue hair did not understand how this happened. He struck another blow, but John blocked it. The protagonist looked at the dented piece of the sword. The blue-haired guy swung his sword, calling him a real weakling. The blue-haired guy slashed at the protagonist. John jumped back and swung his sword, saying that he would have killed just as many people if he knew he was so weak. They continued exchanging blows. John stood and held his sword, crossing his weapons. The blue-haired guy looked forward and asked why he was smiling. Their swords crossed with each other. Pair slashed at the protagonist, which he did not expect. John looked forward with a smile, and the system message said that the attribute was changed to water. The blue-haired guy gritted his teeth and his hands were shaking. The system message said that the characteristic was restorative. The protagonist struck, and his enemy jumped back, and the water energy in the vicinity increased, and his characteristics were increased by 10% due to the water attribute bonus, and the water energy blocked his fate and also reduced his characteristics by 20%. The guy with blue hair held a sword in his hands and was lost in thought. He did not think that the characteristics would also decrease. He opened his mouth and looked ahead in surprise. They say that he said that he was also losing an attribute. Then we will bring out John, who said with complete confidence that this was the work of the heat. Their unfortunate crossed, and the system message wrote that the horror for the living and the dead advised him not to succumb to attempts at intimidation. And also the horror for the living and the dead said that even with a decrease in characteristics, they will not be able to stop the protagonist. The guy stood with a smile looking ahead. The protagonist calmly looked ahead and struck. Then the guy swung his sword. They say that he does not know how he managed to change his attribute. Then he made a slashing blow and the protagonist's sword broke into pieces. He became wary seeing this whole situation. Then the guy attacked with his foot. John, they say, was still stronger than him. The blow was so powerful that the protagonist flew into a tree. The guy looked at John near the tree. Then he came closer, swinging his sword, saying that he should not have worried because he would not be alone. Then he remembered about the girls. The guy with blue hair smiled and said that he would take his friends with him too. Then the enemy's body was pierced through. Someone was holding a sword in his hand. John looked at this whole situation and asked what he just said. He held his hand in front of him while his enemy was pierced through by a branch. John took the branch in his hands and said that it was not just a branch. The blue-haired guy looked at the whole scene and realized that he had to be helped. John held the weapon near him and said that it was too late, and the system message wrote that the horror for the living and the dead temporarily interrupted the connection. Then a bright lightning was heard, and blood flew to the side. John was standing in a puddle. He stretched his hand to the side and said sternly that he still had an ability that was awakened after killing him. Then the system message wrote that the ability to steal fate was activated. Then we are transferred to another place, and the protagonist struck with a sword because the benefit from this realm was more than he expected. He looked ahead and realized that he received the 7-branched lightning sword. Then a sword in the form of a stick appears in front of us, and the system message wrote that this sword was not finished, and also the dragon's fate was a tertiary rank, and it was a sword made of sacred wood struck by lightning. The protagonist remembered how he was turning his head while holding the map, realizing that he had searched the entire area for it. He was swinging his sword, not realizing that he had cut down all the trees in that area. He had even placed lightning rods in tree pieces. He was stabbing and killing the mantises, realizing that in the second he had taken the guy's equipment and gained his stealth, and he had also somehow raised his fate class. He stabbed the mantis through and was lost in thought. Was he the boss? He grabbed his head and heard a voice saying that he had killed them. He gritted his teeth and covered his ears. Then someone stepped forward. John took his hand away and looked away. He saw the guy holding the mantis's head and asking why he was killing those idiots again, since they were no use. John was lost in thought and remembered how he held near your having. I understand that he had to guard the door of the 4th zone, and he was able to miss the killer because of this man. The guy put the sword aside with a smile and said that he himself would bring him to the protagonist, and it cost him nothing to do this in order to gain trust. John held the sword in his hand and assumed that he would become like this after death, but perhaps it could be taken as an insurance because he thought that becoming allies quickly boring. The protagonist put the sword in its sheath and said that from now on he had to do everything he said. The guy with gray hair was happy and asked what he had to do. John spread out maps with the area in front of him and said that he had to pull out these maps, and as soon as he found out that he had them, he also had to work with him because the gods who watched him liked to talk, and the investigation level was increased thanks to this. The protagonist held a map in his hands, saying that there was an exit to another area here, and he had to stand there so that no one could escape. The guy watched John dig around in the monster's guts and hadn't heard from him for days, so he came to check on him himself, how he was doing with his tasks. The protagonist took out a pearl and said that he couldn't find it, so he needed to focus on his task because it seemed like he had escaped. The guy then put his hand on his shoulder and said that, to be honest, he was sure that he had finished him off. John looked away sternly when he heard this. He raised his hand and said that God had given him this necklace, and that he had bought the weapon at a store, and that was why the previous one had become unusable, and he shouldn't have involved him in his made-up fantasy. He stood up and looked at his comrade, saying that he didn't know what had happened to him. He looked down, holding the sword in his hands. The gray-haired guy smiled and pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he could tell him whatever he wanted because he was on his side. The protagonist looked at him silently. Then he turned his head to the side and said that nothing had happened during this time, and he should stop pretending that they were friends. His comrade at this time put his hand on his knee, saying that then it was time for him to collect pearls. He walked away, waving his hand, saying that there was already a person who finished the room. John silently looked away. Then he took out the last pearl, and the system message wrote that he collected 1,000 out of 1,000 pearls, and he was also able to clear the Forest of Swords room. Then we are transferred to another place, and we see how the guy was going down the stairs. John was drinking a drink from a mug. The girls looked at him and said that they would try to do everything he said. John looked at them, and the system message wrote that he activated the ability to detect fate. Then he remembered how the girl pulled the bowstring, and also the other warrior also deftly shot the bow. The protagonist sat with a cup of coffee, saying that they were great for the girls and their characteristics. He pointed his finger up and told them to ask their gods. The girls looked at him and asked which gods blessed him. The protagonist stretched out his hand and said that none. He exhaled with a smile and said that he had not been offered such a thing yet. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and applied the father of the gods and humanity. She looked at the system message and said that there was a synergy effect between people blessed by one pantheon of gods. Then the girl covered her mouth with her hand. She smiled and said that she was not particularly interested in gods. The protagonist waved his hand and said that he did not need it yet, and he also did not really want to be a mentor. The girl looked at all this and was lost in thought. The protagonist sat with his hands folded, and the girlfriend understood that there must be a reason why he did not want to receive the blessing. John put his hand on his shoulder and exhaled, saying that he had already told everything and he was not ready to teach anyone yet. And then the girls looked away. Nearby, we see a guy fall near the doors. The girl looked at all this and did not understand what was happening. The blonde guy fell, dropping his glasses. John approached the guy, who was sitting with his head down. He put his hand to his head and said that it was still difficult for him to kill monsters. He looked forward and said that he was still afraid to meet them. John watched all this with a smile, and the guy said that he awakened, but could not even kill a monster. John smiled, extended his hand, and offered to help with the raid. He put his hand on his shoulder and looked at him. The girls raised their hands at this time, but the protagonist said that they had to hunt and he would think about their behavior. Then they happily ran away. John extended his hand and realized that he would do what he did in his past life. He looked ahead and said with a smile that they should help each other. The guy was happy, clasping his hands, and then a system message appeared where it was written that his class was a dragon and the fate of the tertiary horn. The attribute was Earth, and the divine name was the holy protector of doctors and travelers. The protagonist smiled and said that they would not waste time. Then a system message with his abilities appeared where it was said that his healing hand had the class of the phantom fate of the primary horn, and also the presence of paralysis, bleeding, and various poisonings. And the higher the class of the spell, the less mana was needed to use this ability. Then we see a glass on the table. The man in the suit sat, looked at his comrades and said that this is why the first room was finished by a person from their zone, because it was much faster in the first zone. The blonde guy was holding a mug in his hands. He squeezed the mug in his hands because he knew that the princess was here too. He looked to the side where the girl was waving her hand. She said that she heard the latest news, so she decided to congratulate him on this situation because the first successful raid was made by a student from the second zone. She smiled and folded her hands in front of her and said that next time the first and second zones will meet, and it was also not said that she was appointed from the Fate Protection Agency. She stood with her hands folded and said that they were making a bet. The man looked at her and said that they would bet on who would finish the next room on the highest difficulty. The man looked at her with a serious look. The girl smiled and wondered which of their students would win. She put her hand to her mouth and decided to bet on wishes. She held her hand and asked if the man was scared. The blonde boy clenched his hand into a fist and said that he was not scared of anything, and it was obvious to him that his students would win. The girl turned around and waved her hand, saying that it was great and she was looking forward to this event. Then we see the guy sitting at the table. He looked at his comrades who were sitting silently. His gaze changed and he realized that he would have to take special precautions. Then he moves to another place and we see how Nishia poured many pearls into a bag and the system messages wrote that he collected 1,000 out of 1,000. The blonde boy looked at the system message, which said that he successfully cleared the Forest of Swords. He was standing near the portal and said that he couldn't even believe that in just 2 days they were able to work so well together. John extended his hand to him and said that he had helped a lot with his treatment. The blonde guy was completely dejected, his head down. John put his hand on his shoulder and smiled, saying that everyone had their own role in life and others had not yet understood their value. He clenched his hand into a fist and suggested getting ready for the next room. He pointed his finger to the side, saying that he was able to get a message from the inspector and they would not end here quickly either, so he would have to prepare well. Then a system message appears in front of us where it was said that people welcome the dear students because the 5th room will be open to them and they will have to spend more time in it than in the previous ones, and they also asked them to thoroughly prepare for all this. Then we see a huge pillar in the building and one team went around 5 days ago and they could move out tomorrow morning, after which they decided to meet at the totems. Then they took a step forward on the sand. John walked through the portal, being near the sea. The blonde guy looked at the expanse in surprise. He was glad that he was surrounded by a beautiful sea and would never have thought that this realm was for demons. He looked at the system message where it was said that he entered the room of said sins, and also there are special conditions. Then a system message appears in front of us where it was written that the reward 1 for the one who cleared depended on the difficulty level, 2 he was forbidden to use the store, and he also could not leave here until it was finished. John raised his hand with the message and immersed himself in thought. He realized that the 3 condition was quite nasty, and the conditions of clearing were such that he had to find some item to return to the Lord. The blonde guy looked forward and said that the conditions of clearing were not written in the rules, and they realized that they would have to take everything in a row. The protagonist smiled and said that they had to tear out their tongues. Then he stuck out his tongue and raised his hand. John was hammering metal stakes into the ground with a rock. Then he was starting a small fire. Mike was watching all this from the sidelines, admiringly. Holding branches in his hands, the priest said that he had started to worry when he first saw the additional conditions, but now they wouldn't have to go back. And the boy, wiping sweat from his forehead, said that it was good that they had bought everything they needed in advance. Throwing something into the fire, the protagonist said that he was going to go and look around and asked to wait for him there, thinking that he needed to spray a scent around that would scare away monsters. Walking away from his ally, John thought that he had finally figured out the shelter. Having reached a small river, he realized that food was next on the agenda. Looking at the fruits growing on the trees, someone said that everything seemed too artificial, just like an orchard. Noticing the dog sniffing the fruit, he added that there were even guard monsters. Glancing at the fruit growing on the trees, the stranger asked what was wrong, receiving the answer that at this rate they would die of hunger and maybe it was worth going to Lucy's camp. Enraged by what he heard, Dexter declared that he had told him not to even pronounce the first letters of her name, and he would rather bite off his tongue than approach this woman. At that moment, memories of her saying that since this was the case, relying on such compatibility, they had no other choice arose in his head, and he thought that how could he ask for help from someone who had rejected him. Then he imagined the girl saying that she had no desire to meet him anyway, and he thought that the very thought of it was driving him crazy. When in the company of his allies, Dexter would say he didn't care and suggest getting rid of the monsters and taking the fruit, as they needed to do everything while they still had some strength. His friend would look at him and ask if he was sending them again and why he had bought the weapon at all, and he couldn't understand why they thought he had hired them and whether he was doing all the work himself. Immediately after that, the guys would rush to attack, destroying the dogs, while the man would ask why he was paying them anyway. Watching the guard monsters get injured, Dexter would say that was great and they were weaker than they looked. Coming out from behind cover to his allies, the man would ask if everyone was dead, and the squad leader would note that it looked like it. Then Dexter watched the mercenary climb the tree and told him to collect all the fruit he could carry, and the mercenary noted that he was called a monkey as a child, while the leader standing below wondered if it was all because of his face. At that moment, the man suddenly noticed something from below and was very surprised. Looking at the dog's corpse, he did not understand why they were so thin. With a look full of surprise, Dexter asked why this was so, since there were so many fruits there, when suddenly an unknown voice sounded, saying that it was because the owner of the garden would deprive them of their tongues if they ate his fruits without permission. Hearing this, the man looked at the monster's collar and asked about the owner. Turning back, he noticed monsters approaching him, who said that it was very uncultured and suggested that they run away. The monkey, smiling maliciously, added that he had not lost his tongue yet. The leader of the monster, along with his subordinates, was rapidly approaching them. At that moment, Dexter turned to his allies and told them to run. Immediately after that, they all ran away from the monkeys together. Continuing to run forward quickly, the man noticed that his allies were ahead of him. Left behind, Dexter asked them to wait for him, stating that they were supposed to protect him. When the orangutan grabbed him by the head, he screamed that they were useless bastards. Suddenly, the monkey noticed something ahead. A moment later, a blade was pierced into its head, which greatly surprised Dexter. The man, with tears in his eyes, heard someone's voice saying that it seemed that he was destined to receive help from the outside today. This sword belonged to John, who, with a smile on his face, declared that he was definitely lucky, but he must be careful in the future. Then the boy added that, and his destiny says that he will also destroy his, when suddenly memories of him appeared in Dexter's head. Covering his face with his hand, the man asked what was going on and stated that no one asked him to help. With a displeased expression, Dexter asked if he really thought he would just let go of everything that was between them. Turning back after hearing this, the protagonist asked him not to worry, because no one was going to help him even under threat of death. Destroying a monster with a deft swing of his sword, John asked Dexter if it was time for him to run. At that moment, his defenders began to lift the man up and ask if everything was okay, saying that they were very sorry because they did not notice that he was lagging behind. Dexter gritted his teeth in displeasure and heard his ally say that thanks to John, he survived. At that moment, the man with a look full of madness concluded that he would never forgive the protagonist. At this time, John destroyed monsters with his sword. Suddenly, a monkey appeared right behind him, about to attack. Pulling his hand back, the boy used magic to destroy it. Opening his bag, the protagonist thought that now, finally, everything, and when no one is around, you can feed him. Immediately after this, John took out an egg, which looked with admiration at the corpses of monsters. Suddenly, the boy brought apples right to him and said to eat. Then he looked away and said that the monkeys will be his food. The narrative of the story is transferred to the protagonist's camp, where meat was roasting right on the fire, and Mike asked if this was really monster meat, to which he received a positive answer. With a smile on his face, John asked if he remembered his request to help in some matter, and the priest gave a positive answer, wondering what he should do. At that moment, the boy took a bite of meat. A moment later, he began to spit blood, and Mike, who saw this, with fear on his face, called him by name. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the protagonist explained that all monsters in this dimension had poison in their bodies, which greatly surprised his ally. When blood began to pour out of his ears, John asked to heal him. Holding out a mana restoring tea towards the priest, the boy told him to drink it if necessary and believed in it, when suddenly the system notified that the healing touch ability was activated. Starting to wave his hand, the protagonist said that someone was waving at him from the other side of the river, and Mike stated that he should not even think of going to him. Continuing to use his healing touch ability, which the system notified, the priest asked why he was doing this and asked him to stop. John closed his eyes and said that it was great and that was all for now, and Mike asked if he was serious, to which he replied that he thought he had adapted well enough to this kind of poison, which surprised him greatly. Taking a piece of raw meat covered in poison in his hand, the boy said that he could now begin, which greatly frightened the priest. It was getting late into the night as the story was being drawn, while the system was notifying him numerous times that the healing touch ability had been activated and that he had acquired the poison resistance ability. Looking exhausted and looking straight into the system notification window, the protagonist said that he had finally achieved it, and Mike, shaking with fear, asked if he had finished. Turning back, John said that he had finished and that it was a good job, when suddenly the Holy Father fell to the ground unconscious. The boy then put him to sleep in the tent and said that they had done a great job, while he asked to finish with the poison. Looking at the system notification window, which contained information about the poison resistance skill, the protagonist thought that it took longer than he expected, and the skill level was not that high yet. Remembering how he gave the duck soup, ginseng extract, and 5 color dumplings to Mike, John thought that it was good that he stocked up on mana-increasing food. Otherwise, he would have passed out from lack of energy right in the middle of the process. Immediately after that, the boy woke up the priest, telling him to get up. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he wanted to let him rest because he seemed to be working a lot. Realizing that he would have to change his plan, John opened the zipper of the tent. At the same time, with a deft swing of his blade, the boy struck the man, and the awakened Mike asked what was going on. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist explained that they had a guest. Looking at the people who surrounded his tent, John added that they had set up an ambush for them. Looking at Mike sitting behind him, John said that he would deal with them, and he shouldn't even think about going out, and if anything, let him just shout, to which he agreed. Immediately after that, the boy left the tent, thinking that he didn't recognize them, and could it really be the first squad? At that very moment, the guy with a sly grin on his face said to give them the food, and everyone would leave on their own 2 feet, and his ally agreed with this, adding that they were thieves, they were murderers. Menacingly looking straight ahead after hearing this, the protagonist asked that if they died of hunger, they would remain thieves, thinking that he heard that the conflict with the first squad in his past life ended badly. Holding the blade straight in front of him, John wondered what to do if he didn't want to give them the food, and the enemy, hearing this, took his sword. A moment later, the boys rushed forward, declaring that they would take it by force. The boy deftly dodged the attacks of his opponent. Then he grabbed the boy's head with his hand. With a deft movement, the protagonist slammed him right into his knee. Looking furiously straight ahead, John thought that something was wrong there. Hitting the man with the hilt of the sword, the boy reasoned that with such skills and abilities, they could get the food themselves. Releasing his fiery energy outward, the protagonist wondered if the boys just wanted trouble. Reflecting the blow of his opponent, John heard him say that the bastard was too strong. Then the boys said that they needed to retreat and report everything to the captain, and the boy, looking in their direction, thought about this. Suddenly he noticed a grenade flying towards him, which surprised him greatly. A moment later, right at the same place, there was an explosion. At this time, Mike was sitting in the tent and shaking, holding a cross in his hands. Hearing the explosion, the priest abruptly turned to the side. Immediately after that, he ran out of the tent and asked what happened. They said that he was already on his way. Suddenly, memories of John telling him not to even think about going out popped into Mike's head. Abruptly freezing, the priest wondered what he would do if he went out, and how he thought why his friend had told him to sit quietly. Clenching his hand into a fist, Mike realized that it was all because he was just ballast. Continuing to stand right near the exit of the tent, the priest wondered if it was normal to hide like this. Then the boy grabbed the tent with his hand. Mike, who noticed this, looked straight ahead, dumbfounded. The protagonist waved away the smoke and said that he didn't even know they had a smoke bomb, and the priest asked if he was hurt, to which he received the answer that everything was fine. Looking at the present John from the front, Mike asked why he thought they had set up an ambush, and he explained that they wanted to take away the food. Looking at the priest, the boy explained that in the past dimension, the departments also clashed, and there was even a killer there, so it was unlikely that anything had changed, and they should be wary of strangers, and he was scared by what he heard. Looking away, Mike asked that it would be easier for him without him. Looking straight at him in surprise, the protagonist wondered what he was even talking about, and the priest sitting opposite explained that he was only getting in his way, and what was the point of training if he was being helped. A moment later, John was taken aback when Mike asked if Elsa was right when she said that people without the will to fight didn't need abilities, and wondered what the man was even talking about. Immediately after hearing this, the boy placed his hand on the priest's shoulder. Then, with a serious look, the protagonist asked if he remembered what he had said earlier, stating that other people had not yet recognized his value. Imagining totems and various healing items in his head, he explained that now they could only heal thanks to all of these, and asked what would happen after training. While Mike listened to him in surprise, the boy continued to say that then everything would be for real. Smiling widely, the protagonist stated that when people realized how expensive healing elixirs were, those who had banished him would regret their decision, and the priest sitting opposite explained that he had left on his own. Then, with a serious look, John explained that he was fighting and the other was supposed to heal. With a benevolent expression, the boy added that he was not a fan of things like fate or destiny, but he could guarantee that in the future he would save many lives. Looking at Mike, who was sitting below, the protagonist asked if he was sure he wanted to give up, and Mike wondered if he could really save anyone. After hearing all this, the priest seemed to glow and declared that he would never give up. Then, with a serious look, he asked for help, to which John agreed. At that moment, the words of the boy were heard from the tent, who said that he would also need help, because tomorrow he was going to feast on poison again. The story moves forward 3 days to the tent of the survivors. The twin sisters came inside and called out to Lucy. Hearing this, the girl turned around and was happy to see them return, asking if they found anything. Jessica, with a clearly dissatisfied expression on her face, explained that they hadn't found anything and thought they needed to go deeper, while Jacqueline, standing next to her, concluded that there were weaklings around and they couldn't even help. Then Lucy said that you can't reason like that, because everyone is trying so hard, and the heavily sighing archer noted that she thought the same way, so there was no need to lie. After which Jessica, sadly looking straight ahead, declared that, of course, if the master was with them, it would be easier and more interesting. Then memories of the last time she was with him arose in her head. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, the girl noted that it was true, he had probably already gone too far, and Lucy said that they should do everything possible while he was clearing the previous rooms. Jessica suddenly asked when she thought he would return, and the swordswoman said that she didn't know, suggesting that perhaps even today, when she suddenly heard an unknown voice. At that moment, she turned around abruptly. A moment later, someone entered the tent, calling Lucy by name. Seeing this, the girl was very surprised. It was Steve, who, with a smile on his face, asked if they had seen John. Seeing Lucy sigh heavily, he realized that, apparently, no. At that moment, Jacqueline hit the trunk with her hands, declaring that there were a lot of traps around, and did not understand how he passed them, to which she received the answer that he simply disarmed them, and they should try harder. Looking at Steve with an obviously dissatisfied look, the swordswoman asked why he came there, since he always goes alone, and he explained that he wanted to find John. With a thoughtful look, looking straight ahead, the guy with gray hair said that he thought he was here, since the gods only talk about this, and Lucy explained that they did not see him. The man then pointed to the twin sisters and asked if they thought he would come if the secondary characters were eliminated, and the archer asked if he was talking about them, to which she replied that he was not at all and that they were very helpful. Steve then explained with a smile on his face that there were a lot of useless people there. Waving his hand after hearing this, Lucy asked why he was looking at everyone like that. Suddenly, the gray-haired guy threw an apple to the swordswoman and told her to take it, while the system announced that she had acquired the forbidden fruit item and successfully cleared the room of spoken sins on easy difficulty. Looking straight ahead menacingly, Lucy stated that she had plenty of them. Smiling widely at this, Steve asked why she already knew everything and offered to work together. Dodging an arrow that passed right by his head, the gray-haired guy said that he couldn't find John and that they had a support role. Jacqueline, holding a bow in her hands, stated that she had no desire to work with him when suddenly the leader stopped her. Enveloping himself in dark blue energy, Steve believed that he would have to convince them by force. Suddenly, a green liquid splashed onto his hand. At the same moment, Lucy destroyed the apples in her hand, telling him to stop before she used force too. After her words, Steve began to lick the juice of the fruits from his hand. Then he took hold of the hilt of his blade. A moment later, the guy with gray hair held the blade straight in front of him. With a look full of madness, Steve declared that fighting with her would be much more interesting than with these children. At the same moment, Lucy looked at him menacingly, holding her sword. Steve released his fighting spirit and said that he thought fighting with her would be much more interesting than with these children. And at the same moment, the girl who distracted Lucia entered the tent and said that it seemed that someone was preparing a monster nearby. Hearing this, the swordswoman, like everyone else, turned to the side and she asked what it meant. Smiling after these words, the guy with gray hair declared that he knew that he had to come and asked where this person was. Immediately after this story, they are transported to the cauldron in which the food was being cooked. The smell spread throughout the area while John was thinking that it was the 10th day since the raid began and the others had probably already eaten all their food. Remembering the fruits growing right on the trees, the boy thought that they could only eat fruits from the garden. Visualizing the poisonous monster, he also remembered that they could eat them or plants. Continue cooking food in the cauldron. John thought that normal food was now more expensive than ever and the students were getting about 100 spiritual pearls a day. Suddenly he turned around and noticed Steve there, who was running towards him and calling him by name. Adding ingredients to his soup, the boy greeted him and Lucy said that you can't eat something like that. Running closer, the girl with a worried look explained that literally everything in the dimension was poisonous and if the ingredients for the soup were found here. Pouring soup directly into his bowl, the protagonist asked not to worry because he got rid of the poison simply by using an antidote. Looking at the food extended towards her, Lucy asked how he removed the poison. Suddenly, the guy with gray hair snatched the bowl of soup and thanked John for the food. Stretching his hand straight out in front of him, the boy stated that he demanded 1,000 spiritual pearls per serving. Agreeing to the deal in the system notification window, Steve noted that it was a bit expensive, but he would pay, and the girl said that she would also take one, when suddenly the protagonist said that she only had 200 spiritual pearls. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead after hearing this, the guy with gray hair asked why the price was so different, to which he received the answer that he had decided so and was not subject to return, while he said that since she was a female character, he would forgive her for this, because she would pay anyway. While Steve looked at Lucy with envy, John shouted that the soup was sold for only 200 spiritual pearls per serving. A moment later, a huge number of guys bought the food and ate, sitting on the ground. With a look full of seriousness, looking straight ahead, the boy asked that they were both looking for items above the average rank. Moving her hand to the side, Lucy gave a positive answer, explaining that she hoped for his help. Then the protagonist looked at Steve sitting next to him and asked how he was, and he answered that things were not going well because of the first section, but he thought they would succeed with him. Scratching the back of his head, he added that they would finish incredibly faster without any secondary characters, and the girl, angry at what she heard, noted that in this situation they needed to work together. Then the guy with gray hair asked if she had ever seen the protagonist in a company of more than 10 people, and she replied that they were not some characters from a novel, while a smiling John declared that they should work together. After his words, the guys pushed each other, saying that they wanted to work with him personally. The story moves to the command tent. Putting his hand on the table, the guy declared that he did not intend to work with them under any circumstances, and Lucy, who heard this, declared that it would be difficult to confront the first department alone because they constantly put a spoke in the wheel. Remembering her recent skirmish with these guys, the girl said that every time she met them, a scuffle occurred. Thoughtfully looking to the side, the protagonist asked if this was true and thought that it was necessary to reconnoiter the situation in the first department. Realizing that it was not worth taking the priest with him, John looked straight at him and declared that then he should stay in the camp. Looking at his ally, Mike said that he could not leave him, and the boy explained that it was difficult for him to concentrate when he was around. Then he asked if he could be left with them, and a smiling Lucy gave a positive answer. With his arms folded, the protagonist said that it was safer there, and there was also more opportunity to use his skills. Suddenly, the priest tried to object, and John shook his head in denial, saying that he could handle it himself. Looking at the boy leaving the tent, the girl agreed with this and asked to let him know if something happened. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred deep into the garden, where, standing in the middle of the forest, John came out to an unknown voice asking him that he had become stronger. While there were a huge number of monster corpses right on the ground, the voices said that the monsters were so weak there and suggested going deeper, to which the question was heard whether they would be stronger there, and the answer was that they were much stronger. Biting into an apple, the boy thought that green fruits had finally appeared, and they would probably show up soon too. Suddenly, an unknown energy appeared right behind him, which scared him a lot, and the system notified that his senses had become more acute. At that moment, the protagonist turned around, asking if it was really right behind him. A moment later, a tree fell right behind him, and John could not believe that someone had crept up so quietly. Taking out his weapon, the boy did not understand where it came from. While the huge gorilla was swinging his hand to strike, the protagonist used the ability of invisibility, which the system notified about. Noticing the disappearance of his opponent, the monkey was very surprised. Having picked up the tree from the ground, she saw an apple lying there. At this time, John, using the stealth skill, was right on that very tree. Suddenly, the leaves burst into flames. Noticing this, the huge gorilla was very scared. A moment later, the boy would strike her back with his blade. While swinging his sword, the protagonist thought about what it meant. These are the advantages of a good weapon. Cutting off his opponent's head, John thought that he shouldn't use such a weapon against the first section because they don't think that they can do without killing. Putting away his blade, the boy didn't understand what to do first, probably find out where the monster came from. Then he would take a blue apple in his hands, and the system would notify him that he had acquired the paradise fruit item and successfully cleared the medium difficulty room of spoken sins. Starting to eat the picked fruits, the protagonist thought that he should first increase his poison resistance, and wondered if the first section had finished this room, because some trees don't have any fruit at all, until an unknown voice asked why he was eating a quest item. Immediately after that, John began to collect even more apples, and the system would notify him that he had consumed the paradise fruit, and his mana and experience would be increased, and his poison resistance would be increased. While observing the forest area, the unknown person said that such fruits increase poison resistance and mana level, and another noted that this is probably why the agency chose this place. Looking at the boy who continued to eat fruits, the caretaker asked how much he was going to eat, and his colleague noted that even watching him was sickening. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of the protagonist, promising that the poison resistance ability had been upgraded to first class insectoid rank. A moment later, he lowered his head down and vomited. The liquid that had burst out of his stomach fell on the guy who was below, and his ally, looking up, did not understand where it had come from and noticed John from the second section. Looking straight at them, the boy asked how they knew his name and received the answer that it did not matter. Pointing at his dirty ally, the man stated that it seemed that their leader wanted to talk to him and offered to go, because if so, then pretend that nothing happened, and he stated that it was up to him to decide. Then the guy asked if he did not remember that the first team ran away from him, and said that he was strong, and the protagonist, looking straight at them, wondered if this was really one of those who had set up an ambush on the first day, while the observer commented that he was definitely very brave, and his colleague added that, therefore, he would refuse it. A moment later, John jumped down from the tree, agreeing to go, and the man said that he should follow him, which greatly surprised the observer. Immediately after this, the story's narrative moved to a camp with a huge number of tents, which the team commander spoke about. Then he added that it was necessary to go a little further, and the boy looked at the people around him, thinking that they had twice as many people as the first department. After some time, the boy asked John to come in and pushed him right inside the tent. The unknown warrior, wiping his weapon, asked if this was really the same protagonist. With a little worry in his eyes, looking straight ahead, John asked who he was. Throwing down the rag, the man said his name, adding that he was from the first department. Smiling broadly, Edward declared that he was very pleased to meet him, and the system showed his characteristics window. Looking at the halberd in his hands, the protagonist wondered if he already had top-notch equipment, while the system announced that it was a divine flame blade and showed its stats. John watched Edward stand up, wondering why this department had always excelled at clearing gates in their previous life, and asked what he wanted. The tattooed man said nothing in response, only glaring straight ahead. A moment later, Edward swung his own, asking if he found this behavior a bit rude. The tip of his halberd was right next to the protagonist's face. The tattooed man was very surprised, releasing his energy onto his face when he suddenly heard a positive response from John. While the boy glared at the weapon right next to his face, Edward offered him to join them. John wiped the blood from his forehead. He looked straight ahead menacingly, asking if he was done, and it was assumed that he had not yet completed the high difficulty conditions. As he was about to leave the tent, the boy declared that he was sorry because he had planned to be the first one to finish, so he was leaving. At that moment, blades appeared right in front of him. A huge number of members of the first squad pointed their weapons at him, and Edward declared that he seemed to not understand and he had no other choice. Placing the halberd on John's shoulder, the man with tattoos explained that he absolutely had to join him. Then, with a sly grin on his face, he declared that either he would die. Suddenly, the boy showed a golden tablet, saying that with his death, everything would become much more serious for him. Edward was dumbfounded when he saw it. The protagonist continued to hold the vengeance token in his hand while the system notified him and showed information, and the tattooed man realized that if he killed this guy, the leader of the second section would come for his head. Remembering how Vanessa gave him the halberd, Edward thought that she was as high a position as she was, and she promised him a reward if he cleared the gate first, so she sent him a message with the weapon. Putting his halberd aside, the tattooed man asked why. He also received a message, which greatly surprised his opponent. At the same time, memories of the message he received from Matthew appeared in John's head, which was a test for a student whose success exceeded all expectations, about clearing the room of spoken sins with the highest difficulty first. Taking the gold tablet in his hands, the boy received a message from the Agency for the Protection of Fate, the Second Department of Soul, from the leader that if successful, he will receive a reward and also provide him with a temporary item as assistance. While Edward, standing right behind him, attracted the attention of all the protagonists, pondered what was happening, he received a weapon from the leader of the department, and it seems that they are competing with each other. At the same moment, the man with tattoos told the others not to kill John, which surprised them very much. Standing right in front of his subordinates, Edward explained that he had a strange item, and if they killed him, they would die after him. Then he told the fourth group to stand down, and the boy who looked straight at him asked if he could go. Swinging his weapon, the man with tattoos told the others to beat the idiot half to death. Having struck with his halberd, he gave the order to the others to grab him. The father immediately obeyed. John looked straight ahead menacingly and declared that he wouldn't have come there if he had been so naive. Then he dealt with his opponents, moving forward. With a deft movement of his hands, he managed to make throws. A moment later, the boy suddenly disappeared from the battlefield, and the system broadcast that the invisibility ability had been activated. Looking around in shock, the squad members said that he had disappeared and gave the command to surround him and not let him get out of there. Immediately after that, the protagonist came out of invisibility and hit his opponent right on the neck. Then John, using his skills, deftly dealt with the enemies one by one, and they could not believe what was happening, thinking that it was teleportation, while Edward, watching all this from the side, gave the order to group up and not disperse. While the boy was getting an apple out of his bag, the man with tattoos declared that he was not disappearing, but they just did not see him, so there was no need to relax, and he realized that it was too late. The protagonist then began to scatter red fruits around the area. The boys examined the strange liquid on the ground, saying that it smelled sweet, while John activated the fire, thinking that he was wondering why the first and second sections were enemies in their past life. Setting everything on fire and walking away, the boy realized that it turned out that the agency was behind this, while screams echoed around the area that fire and monsters were coming, but first they needed to put out the fire. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the protagonist remembered that Lucy said that there were hostages and even murders. With a look full of fury, looking straight ahead, John realized that all this was for a measly reward. Swiftly walking forward, the boy thought that he couldn't let everything happen again just because of trinkets, and wondered what he should do. He then poured out all the blue fruits from his bag. Waving his hand, the protagonist asked for a minute of attention and attracted everyone else, saying that as they all knew, other departments were participating in the raid. He then explained that he knew last night that they were going to ambush them, which greatly surprised Lucy and the others. Looking at the blue fruit in his hand, John gave a positive answer, explaining that he had a proposal and everyone would receive a paradise fruit, which would allow them to clear a medium difficulty gate. While the others looked at the fruits lying right on the ground, the boy added that all this was free and asked why not leave before they got there. Turning his back to the others, the protagonist concluded that there were a lot of fruits, so they should tell the others, and he himself would go before he changed his mind, and the boys took the fruits and thanked him. Suddenly, Lucy ran up to him, asking him to stop. Holding a blue fruit in her hands, the girl asked that he also cleared a medium difficulty gate. Turning back, John asked if it really mattered what he was going to do, thinking that she wasn't the type to risk the team for another person, especially out of greed. Walking away from her, the boy stated that he wasn't even in their squad, reasoning that he should take the others and leave because they weren't on the same team now. After hearing this, Lucy silently followed him with her eyes. Immediately after this, the story moves to the trees with blue fruits. Passing by the corpses of monsters, John thought about when he came across them last time. Remembering the huge gorilla that appeared out of nowhere, he thought about it. Hiding behind a tree and watching the monkey, the boy reasoned that, of course, this can't happen because they all live in the dimension of demons. Having imagined in his mind a den where a huge gorilla comes, the protagonist thought that, therefore, they have their own abode. Using his stealth skill, John followed the monkey right behind him, wondering where they came from. Looking at the hole between the tree roots, the boy claimed that he had found it. As he made his way inside, the protagonist wondered how to get in. A moment later, only his hand was left outside. Immediately after, John fell down at a great speed, saying that it was much deeper than he thought. The boy then walked forward, lighting his way with fire. When a blue glow appeared ahead, the protagonist placed his hand on the wall of the cave. Suddenly, he saw something amazing right in front of him. A tree with pink leaves was ahead, and the observer watching him said that it was an amazing view, while his colleague asked if there was such a thing there. Looking at the fruits growing on this tree, the stranger wondered if monsters lived there. At the same time, his ally was telling him to be careful, otherwise someone would jump out again, and John was getting closer to the tree, thinking that these places were used as a path so no one was reflected there. Feeling an unknown purple energy hovering around, the boy realized that in the entire dimension, it was the most dangerous there. Noticing a huge hole in the roots of the tree, the protagonist wondered if there were monsters even deeper there. Immediately after that, John began to collect fruits, and the system notified that he had acquired the Fruit of All Aromas item and fulfilled the conditions for clearing the room of pronounced sins of high difficulty. Jumping down, the boy was thinking that now he just needed to get out of there unnoticed, when he suddenly noticed an explosion nearby. The exit from the cave was covered in dust. Suddenly, Edward came out of there with his subordinates, to whom he expressed his gratitude, explaining that with his help they were able to get there. John looked straight ahead menacingly and asked if they were following him, to which he answered in the affirmative and explained that they had found something. A moment later, the tattooed man showed Jacqueline, who was unconscious, and said that it was on the way to the second section. Upon seeing her, the boy was extremely dumbfounded. He dropped the fruit on the ground in his surprise. Edward, holding Jacqueline in his hands, said that he could not kill him, but his friends, and asked how he felt about that. The tattooed man raised his halberd to the girl's face and said that she would survive if he gave him the fruit. After hearing this, John looked straight at him furiously. Standing in front of his opponents, the boy said that he had nothing to give him. He then crushed the fruit with his foot. Pointing his finger back, the protagonist explained that he should therefore go and take it himself since there was enough for everyone. Hearing this, Edward looked at his allies, asking if they had heard, and declared that the girl would stay with him, and that they should gather the fruit. He then gave the command for them to move forward, and they immediately obeyed. Turning back, the soldiers declared that they would finally return, and asked if they would then divide the spoils. Standing right in front of the man with tattoos, John told him to give Jacqueline now, and the man declared that first he must lay down his weapons. Throwing the girl right on the ground, he added that after that she was his. Bringing his halberd right to her head, Edward added that, of course, if he had the courage. Immediately after this, the boy threw away his sword, agreeing to his terms. The man with tattoos watched in surprise. A moment later, the protagonist ran up to Jacqueline and examined her, calling her by name. Then he poured some herbs directly into her mouth. Looking arrogantly straight at him, Edward asked what he fed her, to which he received the answer that it was an antidote. While several people fell from the tree in front, the man with tattoos declared that he did not poison her at all. Suddenly looking forward, Edward asked the guys who fell from the tree what happened. At this time, the warriors trembled in pain and spoke of pain in their eyes and bodies. Then the man with tattoos coughed up blood, asking what he had done, and the system notified that he had been exposed to the smell of the Fruit of All Aromas for too long. With a sly grin on his face, John asked that he was already feeling the effects. Edward looked at the tree, which at first had an unknown force, while the system notified that the poisonous smell of the Fruits of All Aromas was intoxicating him, and he thought about the poisonous energy. When the poisonous energy approached the man with tattoos, he realized that his opponent was normal and knew that something like this would happen. At that moment, Edward remembered the protagonist pouring some herbs into Jacqueline's mouth. Then he swung his halberd. Succumbing to rage, the man with tattoos made several attacks, shouting John's name and asking him to give him the antidote. Deftly dodging almost all of his blows, the boy did not understand why the poison did not affect him. The protagonist offered his hands to protect Jacqueline, receiving another wound. John received notifications from the system that the poison was penetrating his body through the blood and his strength exceeded the level of resistance abilities, so he was affected by the toxic smell. Realizing that there was no time to wait, the boy activated his fire magic. Running forward, he left behind fiery energy. The protagonist threw out green apples and set them on fire with his magic. When Edward coughed up blood, the system notified that the negative influence of the smell had been strengthened. At this time, John was right in front of him with a girl in his arms. Staring straight ahead with fury, the man with tattoos asked if he really wanted them both to die. Immediately after that, the boy took out his blade from his bag, explaining that only he would die. Fearfully looking straight at him, Edward begged for mercy, explaining that he needed to survive to talk to those who had ambushed the second section. Swinging his blade, the protagonist said that if he wanted to live. Then, with a menacing look, John added that he should not have threatened him with the people from the second section. A moment later, the boy's blade was covered in blood, and the system promised that the ability to steal fate had been activated. The protagonist sat on the ground, trying to catch his breath, while the system notified that he had received a portion of Edward's power. John was right next to the corpse of his opponent, while the system notification window notified that he had received a portion of the mana of power and the rank of fate had been raised to third-class human. Holding the hand of the man with tattoos, the boy stated that it was not worth following him. Immediately after this, the protagonist began to rummage through his bag, and the observer asked him if now was the time to idle. At the same time, John took out his egg, and the unknown person asked what he was doing, to which he received the answer that he was feeding a pet. A moment later, the egg began to absorb the energy around it, and the member of supervision asked if he really wanted to escape using it, while the system notified that the growth state was 100%. At that moment, a Killen appeared right in front of him, which greatly surprised the viewer, while the system announced that the creature had hatched from an egg. Immediately after that, the pet looked at its master happily. The dragon horse leaned against John, and the system announced that the purification ability was activated. Suddenly, everything around was illuminated by a bright green energy. It was the very power of the pet that drove the poisonous energy back. The Killen happily rushed around the tree, while the system announced that the fruits of all aromas had been purified. Stopping in place, the dragon horse heard praise from its master that it was a good job. Standing right in front of the tree, the protagonist declared that it was worth collecting them before they burned, while Jacqueline finally woke up. Turning around, John asked if she had already gotten up and asked her to come to him, and the girl was surprised by the appearance of the master. Immediately after your story, it moves to the moment when the boy was sticking his hand out of the hole in the tree. As Jacqueline climbed out after her master, Jessica and Lucy ran up to them. The swordswoman, with a smile on her face, said that she was very worried about them. Looking at her in surprise, the protagonist asked what happened and if everything was okay. With great admiration, Lucy gave a positive answer, explaining that the Holy Father had cured everyone, and the blood on them was enemy blood. And the archer standing behind her explained that the people from the first squad who had set up an ambush had escaped. Then she folded her arms across her chest and scolded Jacqueline, asking why she ran away like that, because she thought she had been captured, and she laughed awkwardly. At that moment, John, who was standing next to her, looked at her menacingly, explaining that she had been captured by the captain of the first section, and whispered that she had asked not to talk about it while her sister was so angry. Looking down after hearing what she had heard, Lucy declared that she should have caught up with her then. Looking straight ahead with a guilty expression, the boy explained that this wouldn't have happened if she had cleared the room on medium difficulty and asked why she hadn't left. Sighing heavily, the girl asked how they could abandon him. Embarrassed by such an answer, the protagonist told Lucy that it was great to help others, but one should not forget about the safety of their comrades, because everyone was on their own there, and she smiled widely, saying that he was not different at all. Looking towards her allies, the girl concluded that everyone there considered him a comrade. With a look full of goodwill, the swordswoman offered him to fight together. Hearing this, John looked straight at her in shock, while the system notified that his fate and Lucy's were intertwined. Immediately after that, the boy remembered how the girl saved him, and the system notified that Jessica considered him a savior and his fates were intertwined with hers. While the protagonist was visualizing Jacqueline sitting on his back, the system announced that she considered him a savior and their fates were also intertwined. John, looking clearly embarrassed, thought that it seemed that he could not distance himself anymore and replied that he would think about it. When John exited the portal, the system announced that he had cleared the room of spoken sins and had done so on the highest difficulty level. Then the boy stuck his hand right into the system's notification window and received notifications that as a gift for clearing it first. Immediately after that, he took out a compass and the system promised that he would receive a guide to fate. Holding this device in his hands, the protagonist thought that this item allows him to predict the future, wondered if it really works automatically since he cannot use it whenever he wants. Suddenly, John was extremely dumbfounded, looking straight ahead. A projection of a working compass appeared behind him, and the system notified that the fate guide had been activated. With a frightened look, the boy looked at the system notification window and saw information that his fate was being distorted. At this time, Matthew, sitting in his office looking at the system notification windows, thought that this was strange. With a thoughtful look, the leader of the Fate Protection Agency waited for John's results to surprise him. Remembering how he came to the place of one of the tests, Matthew thought that he had cleared the most difficult territory of the Devil's Dagger Mountain in a day. Then he imagined Elsa, who was talking to Steve, and thought that what happened in the Hellfire room was also suspicious. Remembering how the Fate Protection Department employees examined the corpse of a monster, Matthew reasoned that John also killed a Yeti carrying out a secret mission in the ice room. Taking off his mask, the leader of the Fate Protection Department wondered if he had really done so many things, even though he was only a third-rank insectoid. While a huge number of system notification windows were spinning around him, Matthew said that it seemed like the disappearance of the seven-thorn sword from the Sword Forest was also his doing. Adjusting his glasses, the leader of the second group thought that it would have been difficult to defeat Edward otherwise, but what worried him most was that when talking to Vanessa, he learned that she even gave him a copy of the Divine Flame Blade. The girl sighed heavily, saying that he could rejoice in his victory, but did he really think that sharing the secret of feeding a Killen was normal? Remembering how the egg looked at the corpses of monsters, Matthew thought that the method of its cultivation was extremely difficult and it was necessary to feed the egg with certain food, despite the fact that it wanted meat, so the chance of natural breeding was almost zero. Throwing his gloves on the table, the Fate Protection Agency employee wondered if it was a coincidence or help from the gods without accepting their offers, realizing that all options were unreasonable. Holding the talisman and the key in his hands, Matthew declared that it was necessary to test him for the ability to read fates. Then he distracted John, who was turning his head from side to side in surprise. Holding the key in his hands, the leader of the second group declared that he would give him some more reward, as promised. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the boy thought that a second ago there was a wall. Showing a stand with different objects, Matthew asked if he was really surprised, and explained that this was a pocket dimension storage and all his weapons were there, which could be opened from anywhere with the key, and the protagonist who saw this was delighted. Holding the key in his hands, the Fate Protection Agency employee offered to choose something from there, and John, looking around, asked if it was really possible to take everything he wanted. Matthew gave a smirk and gave a positive answer to his question. Watching the boy, the leader of the second group of Soul thought that this was a test. Looking at the key in his hand, Matthew thought that everything there was slightly changed. Looking at the stand with weapons, he thought that low-rank equipment with beautiful descriptions were displayed as rare. Looking at the wooden swords located in the chest, the employee of the Agency for the Protection of Fate thought that high-rank equipment looked like ordinary items. Smirking smirk, Matthew noted that everything was done to test John, because without reading the description, he would not know the rank of the item. Imagining in his head the hereditary blade of power and the system that shows its description, the leader of the second squad of Soul thought that the description was simplified so he would not understand their value. Watching from the sidelines as the protagonist enthusiastically chose a weapon for himself, Matthew realized that everything would be different if he could read fates. At this time, John picked up the blade, looking at the notification window of the system. Looking at the equipment around him through his ability, the boy thought that it seemed like he took all the good weapons, but some items were above the demon rank. With a smile on his face, looking to the side, the protagonist thought that this was very generous of him. Suddenly, John saw something in front. Looking at the strong and powerful sword of the first-class rank, the boy noted that it looked rare. He was surprised to read that the blade was a first-class insectoid. Immediately after that, the protagonist, looking around, realized everything, because this is some kind of strange situation. A moment later, all the notification windows were removed, and the system notified that the detection of fates was cancelled. Then John thought, bringing his hand to his face. Looking at Matthew standing behind him, the boy wondered if he was really checking him. Recalling their acquaintance, the protagonist thought that why would he be so generous, and it seemed that he wanted to test him since he used an item to protect fates. John grinned maliciously, realizing that the situation was getting more complicated then. Imagining the agency member holding the awakened ones in his hands, the boy thought that not everyone could read fates, and the agency monopolized such people, and if they found out, they would start keeping an eye on him. Standing in the middle of the equipment room, the protagonist wondered what was more important, hiding his skills or getting a good item. A moment later, John suddenly turned to the side. Seeing him approaching him, Matthew asked if he had really decided, to which he received a positive answer. Pointing his finger straight ahead, the boy said that he wanted to. Seeing this, the Fate Protection Agency worker was extremely dumbfounded. With a surprised look, he asked if he really wanted him, and the protagonist, hearing this, wondered what he was even talking about. Looking down sheepishly, the leader of Soul's third squad claimed that he was smart. With a smug expression, Matthew concluded that he had realized that he was the most valuable in the room. Then the Fate Protection Agency worker added that he knew he was tempting, but he couldn't choose him, and John, who was dumbfounded, said that he was pointing to something else. Looking at the key that Matthew held in his hand, the boy explained that he was pointing to it. Moving his hand to the side, the protagonist asked to lend him this weapon, and then he would also benefit. With a serious look, John concluded that the weapon would remain his, and the second squad would have high results. Hearing this, Matthew suddenly thought about it. Immediately after this, the basis of the story shifts to the moment when the boy poured food into the plate for Killen and told him that it was dinner time and this ginseng was delicious and healthy. Watching his pet eat, the protagonist stated that it would take 3 days to create a copy of the key. He would make it stronger for now. Opening another package of food, John said that in any case. Remembering how he made a purchase at the store, the boy thought that he did not think that he would spend 12,000 pearls in a day on food for his pet, which is very expensive. Continuing to pour ginseng into the plate, the protagonist asked, as he asked him, to eat and grow well. Suddenly, he saw an unknown light in front. This light was emitted by his pet, and the system announced that Killen had been promoted to the second-class demon rank and had gained the ability to control water, showing information about it, and John was very surprised by such power of his pet. Then the boy pointed straight at the wall and asked his pet to try his strength there. Concentrating, the dragon horse gathered water right above its head. A moment later, a huge amount of water appeared right above the protagonist, which he was very surprised by. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, John asked to stop. Immediately after that, a huge clot of water moved to the side. It hit the wall right, splashing the boy. After the impact, a hole appeared in the wall into another room. On the other side, splashed with water, was Dexter. He shouted John's name with great displeasure. Seeing this, the boy was very puzzled. Sitting in the dining room, the guys said that the food was very tasty. The guys continued to eat and declared that rice was still the best. Using chopsticks, the man would say that he would never touch the fruit again, and his ally would remark that if it weren't for the food John was selling, everything would be bad. He would then look straight ahead, saying that he used to look cold, but now he seemed kind, and the person sitting opposite him would remark that the protagonist had always been a good person. He just didn't know. Recalling John fighting the wolves, the boy would say that he helped during the monster attack on the snowy mountain. Visualize the monster clinging to his leg, the man would also say that even when the monster bit him. Looking at his ally, the boy would ask why he didn't join him then, and the ally would reply that he looked cold and didn't know anything about him either. Suddenly looking to the side, the warrior noticed John there, saying that now he even regretted doubting him, because they only got through the room with his help, and the ally would say that he was glad that they liked the new room. Turning back, the boy added that the food was still on him, and Dexter, standing there, explained that he was polite to him only because he had also been the first to complete the room. Hearing this, the boy asked in surprise that he had also succeeded, and the man, smugly pointing his finger at himself, declared that he had managed to complete this room first on a low difficulty. Walking with him right through the dining room, the protagonist thought that this was why they had never met, and said that it was incredible and even on such a difficulty. But the last time he had almost died, which he agreed with. With a smug expression on his face, Dexter concluded that thank God at least he understood him, because the others had not even stood close to him. Waving his hand, the man offered to have a drink together instead of food. Showing 2 fingers to the pet seller, he asked to give him a few glasses. The seller pointed to the board where the number of pearls on the account was written, and Dexter asked him not to be greedy and to give him a drink already. When the man said that he would return twice as much later, the pet hit him with a sign saying that they do not give loans. Holding his face, Dexter asked if he even knew who he was. With a look full of anger, the man asked how a mere clay doll dared to underestimate him, and John took him by the shoulders and said that he would pay, so he should stop torturing the doll. Turning back, Dexter asked where he got the money, because he was a simple worker from a horoscope cafe, and the boy, holding his head, explained that it was time to understand that the local currency was completely different. Looking at the sellers, the protagonist asked how much it cost, and they answered that for VIPs 1 glass is free. Immediately after this, the clay dolls began pouring alcohol into the glass, and Dexter asked what VIP meant, while John explained that he spent 12,000 pearls yesterday, and they began to call him that. Pointing his finger at the man standing next to him, who was very surprised by such an amount of pearls, the boy said that he would not, and they should serve him. Hearing this, the clay doll moved the glass with the drink forward with his foot. Dexter looked at everything that was happening with great anger. A moment later, he clenched his teeth in displeasure. Then he smashed the glass with a fist and asked how dare he underestimate him. Hearing the noise, the twin sisters and expensive guys immediately looked in his direction. Angrily looking at the real Dexter in front, the boy asked what he was doing, and he asked the poor guy to shut up. Then the man left, and the protagonist looked after him with great confusion while the girl asked the doll if everything was okay. Jessica walked straight up to John and asked if he was close to him, to which she received a negative answer, while Jacqueline told the doll that she would tell Elsa not to scold him. Then she turned back again, asking why they came together, and the boy explained that he was his neighbor and his pet had destroyed the wall, so he wanted to treat him and apologize to him, but did not spend the pearl. Immediately after this, the protagonist showed the girls his Killin, and they, admiringly looking at him, noted that he was cute and asked what his name was. In response, John said that his name was Killin, and Jacqueline, holding the pet in her hands, asked why, to which she received the answer that it was because it was his species. Hearing this, the girls looked straight ahead in shock, and Jessica declared that he was his pet, they were some kind of animal, while Jacqueline asked what he would like, that he called him human. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the boy asked that he really needed to come up with a nickname. Then he suggested calling him Linny, and the dragon horse immediately glowed. Such a system promised that his class had increased to first class demonic, and he received the ability Magnetic Horn. The protagonist looked at the system notification window with a description of the Magnetic Horn skill in surprise, asking that he really had evolved. At the same moment, Killin approached its owner, and he wondered that this was not some kind of, but his pet, asking that he really wanted to be his friend too. Jacqueline, watching this, happily asked the teacher that he already knew, that it was all thanks to them, to which she received a positive answer. Joyfully hugging his pet, John thanked the girls. Seeing this, the archer did not understand who he was at all, and Jessica, covering her mouth, told the teacher that if he was grateful, he should go with them to the next room. Holding Linny in his arms, the boy asked what was really the next one, to which the girls nodded approvingly. Then the narrative of the story moves to the gate to the next room after the protagonists questioned that they would not go there together anyway. After this, we are transferred to a week later to the location of the next test, where there is a tree in the middle, knitted with ribbons, and the system announced that the poisonous snake room was starting and it was necessary to protect something unknown for 168 hours. The guys who went inside were delighted, and one of the guys, looking up, asked what they should protect. Suddenly, he saw the door in front open, and assumed that maybe that container or tree. Immediately after that, a man with green hair came out, greeting everyone, asking that they were test subjects of the second section, and introducing himself as the raid leader from the Fate Protection Agency, Kevin. Looking at Jacqueline standing next to him in surprise, Lucy asked why he came out, and asked to look, because they had a mission window, like in the previous rooms, while she realized what this mission from the agency meant. Dumbfoundedly looking straight ahead, John wondered where the watching Elsa was, because in her past life she was. Drawing everyone's attention to himself, Kevin waved his hands, stating that since the details were in the manual, he would explain briefly, and the person who heard this asked what kind of manual, while his ally explained that they received it when they entered the agency. At the same time, the raid leader, holding a white snake in his hands, declared that their mission today was to protect it. Hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised, and someone from the crowd asked if they all really needed to protect this snake, to which he received the answer that everyone would have their own. Showing everyone a red cloth, Kevin said to use this sign of friendship and to tie this scarf on them. The raid leader held out the scarf right in front of him, asked to take one and disperse, and then they could begin the search, while everyone continued to be on the central island, from which bridges went in different directions. The system announced the details and rules of the poisonous snake mission, that everyone must protect their snake for 168 hours, and what can and cannot be done. Jacqueline examined the bushes, asking if there was a snake there, and the next tree hollow Jessica gave a negative answer. Holding two white snakes in his hands, Steve asked if there was a bigger one. The priest was backing away in fear when the snake jumped out at him, and Lucy was scared and calling out to him. At this time, Dexter asked the snake not to move and tied a scarf on it. When he finished doing this, the system started a timer which showed how long he was protecting the snake. Handing the pet to his ally, the man said that her name was now Gucci and asked him to take care of her, and he explained that his job was security, to which he received the answer that therefore he must protect his snake. With a smile on his face, leaving his guys, Dexter asked that since he came faster than John, then, probably, he chose the target faster, assuming that he would probably be the first to pass the room. Hearing this, his friend, looking at the guy standing next to him, asked why he mentioned him so often lately, while the man declared that now he could no longer look down on him. At this time, John was walking along the bridge with his pet. Walking forward with a thoughtful look, the boy was thinking about why the Guide of Fate warned about the intertwining. Imagining the door to the third room in his head, the protagonist reasoned that maybe because the day of the raid of the Room of Spoken Sins took place earlier than in the past life, and surprisingly, this room was closed for a short time. Remembering the image of Kevin, John realized that another caretaker appeared in front of them, which was also strange. Lowering his serious gaze down, the boy thought that now there were more and more differences, and he did not understand how this happened. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped right in the middle of the bridge and thought, while the system notified that his fate was starting to intertwine and he must bring it back to normal, and also his dream will come true when fate returns to normal. John clutched the handkerchief tightly in his hand, wondering what it was all about, as the system announced a sign of friendship. Suddenly, Killen began to run right around its owner. The caretaker asked what he was doing and whether he was really not going to look for the snake, because if he did not want to look, he could accept his patronage, and the boy who heard this thought that they had already had enough of him. Looking up, the protagonist thought that words would not help anyway, and said that he was already on his way. Then he stuffed his clothes into his bag. Taking off his t-shirt, John told Lenny to follow him. A moment later, the boy jumped off the bridge straight into the water, which greatly surprised the caretaker. The dragon horse immediately followed its owner. Taking a deep breath, the protagonist looked straight ahead. He was right in the middle of a lake in which there were a huge number of fish. Watching John dive straight into the lake, the caretaker said that it seemed like he wanted to find a snake underwater, and another asked how long people could hold their breath. The boy made gestures to his pet, while the system announced that the breath holding time was increased by 20% due to the water attribute bonus. Immediately after, the Killen emitted a bright light, and the system announced that the ability to manipulate water was activated. A moment later, green energy enveloped the protagonist's body, and the system announced that he was subject to the effect of water manipulation and could now breathe and move freely underwater. John then deftly made his way to the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, he noticed a snake swimming behind him. Realizing that it had been noticed, the monster was very scared. For some unknown reason, the boy rushed towards the cave, and the caretaker asked where he was going because the snake was behind him. Watching the protagonist slowly swim forward, the deity stated that the objective quest was not that deep. John glared to the side, thinking that they thought he was after a snake, but he had something else in mind. Suddenly, a monster appeared right behind him, and the caretaker who noticed it said that it was an immature dragon. Using his weapon, the boy managed to place it between the enemy's jaws. He plunged the tip of the halberd right into the dragon's mouth and thought that it was good that he had a weapon because he did not have another polearm. Grabbing the huge monster by its tongue, the protagonist reasoned that it was too big for a snake and too small for a dragon. With a smirk, looking straight ahead, John mused that this was the immature dragon he was looking for, and he was lucky, so he would attach a token of friendship to the tongue. The boy then began to tie a scarf around the monster's tongue. Suddenly, he noticed that energy began to concentrate in the dragon's mouth. A moment later, the protagonist was thrown to the side, and the system notified that the ability to control water was activated. Having tied a red cloth around his hand, John praised his pet. At this time, the dragon looked angrily straight at him. Suddenly, the huge monster noticed the Killen nearby. Immediately after that, it rushed towards it and was going to eat it. Then the boy tied a scarf right around its tail, and the system notified that the token of friendship item was used. The huge monster began to wriggle in different directions, and the system notified that the immature dragon was resisting the token of friendship. Seeing this, the protagonist firmly grabbed his opponent's tail with his muscular hands. After some time, he managed to tie a scarf on the immature dragon, and the system notified that it obeyed John. Watching the monster look at its new owner, the caretaker asked if he had really succeeded, and the other noted that he was not sure because his look said something else, to which he replied that at least he was not aggressive. Suddenly, the boy pointed his finger up. A moment later, the immature dragon emerged from the water along with his new owner. Once on land, the protagonist stroked the monster's head, saying that his mission was to protect him for the entire week. Showing a thumbs up, John asked what he thought. He could handle it himself, after all, explaining that he would take off the scarf in a week, and for now he should not go on land and behave as usual. Hearing this, the immature dragon was very upset. After which he immediately dived back into the water, and the god watching this said that he had abandoned him right after taming him, and the other explained that he did not think that an immature dragon would die so easily. With a smile on his face, standing right in the middle of the bridge, the boy declared that he had a week off, and the observer realized that this was why he was looking for him, and called him a swindler. Immediately after this, the story's narration moves to the moment when the protagonist was using his blade to destroy monsters. Putting the sword aside, John received notifications from the system that his strength had increased to stage 26, and the window showed his stats. Sighing heavily, the boy thought that it was hard to increase stats through hunting even with an increased fate class. Standing in the middle of a huge number of monster corpses, the protagonist told Lenny that they needed to rest a little. While the protagonist was taking cores out of the dead monsters, he reasoned that perhaps killing monsters was too much for him. About the god watching this, they said that Kalini hate blood, but he still put buffs on the owner well when suddenly an unknown voice sounded. Hearing him, John turned to the side, thinking that there was a simple mission and there should be no conflicts. Suddenly, some thought came to the boy's head and he was very scared. A moment later, he rushed forward and told his pet to follow him. Having approached the waterfall, the protagonist heard a question that they could at least do something and a request to return his money. Looking down, John noticed something there while an unknown voice said that he was not going to do anything. Menacingly looking at Dexter standing in front, the man declared that they would return the money when they returned and wished him luck in surviving there alone. With displeasure, looking straight ahead, the warrior said that they were also leaving, because every time he had some kind of complaint, and his ally, sighing heavily, said that he constantly mentioned John and asked that maybe it was necessary to hire him right away. At this time, a boy was watching everything from the side, asking if he really wanted to hire him, and the observer said that they should try to talk to Dexter, and another noted that he seemed to have problems, and perhaps he could earn more pearls. Hearing this, the protagonist thought about it, and the god continued to say that all this was true, and he needed money for Linny. At that moment, John remembered how the clay dolls refused that guy, and asked that he was a homeless person, when suddenly he heard a voice asking who was there. It was Dexter, who noticed the boy sitting in ambush. Seeing him, the man, putting his hand on his chest, asked him to help find the snake. Then the protagonist quickly ran through the forest, asking that his snake was attacked, but he did not know where, because he lost it, to which he received a positive answer. Looking at Dexter running behind him, John asked how much he would be paid, and Dexter stated that he hadn't treated him that time. Hearing this, the boy stopped abruptly. Waving his hand, the protagonist stated that he was not a volunteer and would treat them when they left, which greatly surprised the man. At the same time, Dexter opened the system notification window. They say that he has 2,000 pearls, and John admired this, saying that it was too much and asked that he really exchange them for money. A moment later, a system notification window appeared right in front of the boy, notifying that the deal was completed, and the man saw that he had received a message that his snake had lost more than half of its health. He asked to save it quickly already. Running through the forest, the protagonist noticed a snake that was getting wounded. The guy swung his blade. They say that its end had come. Suddenly, his blow was stopped by John's sword. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the warrior asked that he really was from another department, and stated that he was the first to find this snake, so he should look for another. Throwing the monster back, the boy stated that, alas, he could not do this. At that moment, Dexter caught his pet, calling it by name. Taking out the medicine from his pocket, the man asked the snake to live and told it to open its mouth to take it. Looking at the member of the third section, the protagonist noticed that he was surprised. A moment later, the man asked him who he was to kill his snake, and he did not understand what he was talking about. Then Dexter stated that it had a sign of friendship on it, so he should find another snake and protect it, and the guy, looking at the scarf tied on it, asked why he would do that. At that moment, John, standing next to them, asked that the purpose of the room was not to protect snakes, and the member of the third section asked what he was talking about. Looking at the system notification window, the guy explained that his mission was to kill them, and he knew that it was not that simple. Hearing this, the boy and Dexter were extremely dumbfounded. Suddenly lost in thought, the protagonist thought that the mission of the third section had changed, and believed that it was all about the interweaving. Remembering the events of his past life, John thought that back then, all the sections had the same mission, and they cooperated with the third section, so he and Lucy. Suddenly, the boy was extremely dumbfounded, realizing that everything had become different. Receiving a notification from the system that his snake was attacked, the protagonist quickly turned around. While he was thinking that if it was someone from the third section, the warrior was standing right in front of the immature dragon. It was Sam, and John realized that it could only be him. Sam jumped back from the impact of blue energy. Right in front of him was the immature dragon, which surprised the man very much. He grinned maliciously, going to take a look. Rushing straight towards the monster, the blue-haired boy asked if he would pass the room after killing it. John, who was running up to him, looked straight ahead in surprise. Looking ahead, the boy was very dumbfounded. Sam was throwing his fist straight at the immature dragon. Swinging his fist, the blue-haired boy said that great, he almost did it. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared right in front of him, which surprised him very much. Throwing a punch straight at his blade, Sam asked who he was. Hearing this, John only looked at him with a smile on his face, wondering what he was thinking about him. The blue-haired boy was surprised that he parried his blow, and the boy remembered who he was. Then, memories of Sam from his past life appeared in the protagonist's head. Then he and Kate begged him to come to the party. At that moment, the protagonist also remembered their corpses lying on the ground. Landing right in front of his friend from his past life, John mused that he was a member of the Soaring Tiger clan and was glad to see him, as he had not expected such a turn of events. Sam, gritting his teeth in displeasure, declared that he would let him go, as they had never met, but he was his target. Hearing this, the boy looked towards the monster and ordered him to hide in the water and not think about swimming out. The immature dragon immediately obeyed his master's order, and the boy with blue hair watched him leave in surprise, saying that he had escaped. After what happened, Sam showed his opponent the middle finger, telling him to get out of there, and declared that he would definitely kill him. And the protagonist, looking at him, noted that, by the way, this was the first time he saw him young, as they had already met in the clan. Remembering his friendly expression from the past, John mused that the atmosphere was completely different. Back then, a girl was sitting right on his shoulders, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Steve said that it was good that they had not met earlier, surprising his friend. Looking away, the boy with blue hair explained that at that time he was very aggressive. Returning to the present, the boy looked straight at Sam, who was furiously stamping his foot on the bridge and kept asking him to leave, while he thought that meeting like that in a past life they would never have become friends. Pointing a finger to the side, the protagonist suggested that he look for someone else because this is his immature dragon. With great displeasure, looking straight ahead, the boy with blue hair asked that it was really his. Immediately after that, Sam tried to strike at John, who dodged and said that then he would beat him first. Noticing that he dodged, the boy with blue hair was about to strike again. With the help of his blade, the protagonist managed to reflect his attack, but his hands began to shake. Looking straight ahead, confused, John realized that he really did like porridge and was already that strong. A moment later, Sam would jump back, asking if he was smiling and finding it funny. Then the blue-haired boy was confused to hear that he was actually finding it a little funny. Immediately after that, the protagonist would envelop his blade in energy, thinking that of course he was having fun because he was alive now, and the system was notifying him that the attribute had been changed to fire. Then John would rush forward, dealing a huge number of blows to his opponent. As he swung his sword again, the boy would think that he had a second-class demon rank, and he was better in both class and stats. While Sam parried his attack with his fist, the protagonist would ask if he really didn't understand why he was losing, even though he was stronger. Rushing forward, the blue-haired boy asked not to make him laugh, and John, who suddenly appeared right below him, noted that he still would have understood everything. With a deft movement of his hand, the boy delivered a blow right to the stomach of his former friend. Standing right in front of the defeated enemy, the protagonist thought that he simply knew all of his techniques. Sam lay on the bridge and was shaking all over when John concluded that he seemed to have won. Hearing this, the blue-haired boy looked menacingly straight at him. Then he suddenly began to run into the forest, saying that they would still have to watch. Waving his hand at him, the boy said that this was a typical line of villains and did not understand what to do. Remembering the events of his past life, the protagonist realized that it turned out that he might not meet Lucy. Imagining all the members of the White Tiger clan, from whom Sam stood apart, John thought that this meant that he would not join them. Having imagined in his head the battle to the death between Lucy and the guy with blue hair, the boy thought that God forbid he would join the Asura clan. Having thought about this, the protagonist grabbed his chest, saying that he should not allow this. Immediately after this, the story moves to a tree on which colored ribbons were hanging, and words were heard around that he should have said in advance that people from another department had a different mission. Kevin defended himself from Dexter, explaining that it makes no difference who to protect people or monsters from, and he asks if he is really saying all this seriously now. Having received such an answer, the man took his snake and angrily walked away, and at this time John was just approaching the raid leader. Noticing him, Kevin smiled and asked if he really had questions too. Coming closer, the boy moved his hand to the side, asking that didn't the agency want to grow as many strong people as possible, noting that he saw no point in such competition. In response, the agency worker explained that they wanted to exclude weaklings who were always sitting on their necks, and the protagonist listened to his words in surprise. Raising his hand to his face, the raid leader said that, for example, those people who had passed the room, having received the necessary items, John, stunned by such an answer, wondered if he would really be the one to blame him now. Then, grinning maliciously, Kevin noted that there weren't that many snakes now. The boy, gritting his teeth in discontent, listened as the agency worker said that he thought that it would not work to team up with someone to go through it together. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something off to the side while the system was notifying that he had been protecting an immature dragon for 22 hours out of 168. And he was asking if something had happened while he was gone, and the gods were saying that they had been waiting for him and were waiting impatiently. Slowly approaching the bridge, John said that he did not notice any notification of the immature dragon's attack. Taking the blade out of his bag, the boy realized that someone was coming. Suddenly, he noticed some movement in front. A moment later, an unknown silhouette flashed right in front of him. Immediately after that, a blow followed, which made the protagonist jump back. It was a lunge with Sam's fist. Standing right in front of his opponent, the boy with blue hair greeted John, saying that he somehow found him, and he asked if he really had any business with him. Warming his fists, Sam gave a positive answer. Suddenly rushing forward, the boy with blue hair declared that he wanted to return the gift back. With the help of his sword, the boy managed to parry the blow with his fist. At that moment, the protagonist remembered his battle with him from the past and thought to give in to him a little, because he knew that the next attack would be from the left. Suddenly Sam would strike with his leg, and John, who noticed this, could not believe that he had changed the order. Blocking with his hand, the boy realized that he had already understood that his movements were being read. After receiving damage, the protagonist was thrown back a little. Holding his trembling hand straight in front of him, John noted that Sam was good, because he was even able to change his habits. Smiling happily after a successful attack, the boy with blue hair said that he finally succeeded. Standing right in front of him, the boy asked why he wanted to fight, because he could just kill another snake, and he explained that it was simple and he lost to him. Clenching his hand into a fist, he concluded that this would not work. Hearing this, the protagonist looked straight at him in surprise. Remembering his battle against Lucy from his past life, John thought that he always liked to fight strong people. Visualizing himself watching the battle unfold, the boy reasoned that he was a little surprised because he had not been strong before. Releasing fire from his palm, the protagonist could not believe that he was having fun competing with a madman. Enveloping his blade in flames, John realized that if he lost, the dragon would die, and said that they believed in him, and Sam, standing opposite him, asked what he was talking about and asked him to attack. Looking at him with a look full of madness, the boy agreed to this and asked him only not to die, while the system notified that the ability of combat instinct was activated. Sam enveloped himself in blue energy while the system notified that the ability of combat instinct was activated. A moment later, he rushed forward, preparing to strike. At this time, John looked straight ahead with a look that did not express any emotions. Reflecting the blow of his former friend with the help of the blade, the boy declared that he looked strong. While swinging his sword, the protagonist thought that he loved the strong. Then he dodged an elbow strike from the blue-haired guy. Suddenly, John managed to grab Sam right by the arm, and he thought about killing the strong. With a deft swing of the blade, he managed to make a wound on the chest of the blue-haired guy. Looking at the blood, the protagonist thought that he was having fun. Gritting his teeth from the pain of the wound, Sam wondered what was wrong with this bastard. Barely holding back the onslaught of his opponent, the blue-haired guy thought that he was aiming for vital places, and did he really want to kill him? Looking at the smiling protagonist, he himself realized that he did not look like himself from yesterday. Swinging his fist, he realized that this cannot continue. Striking straight at John's torso, the blue-haired guy was not going to lose again. After the damage received, the boy had several broken ribs. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and decided to kill him. Sam concentrated energy in his fist and was about to strike again. The protagonist fell down, and in his head there were only thoughts about killing the enemy. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled, and a question arose in his head: what could such a weakling be capable of? A moment later, John used his sword to reflect the opponent's blow, while the system notified that the combat instinct ability had increased to the second-class demonic rank and consciousness had temporarily recovered. Smiling happily, the boy declared that he had finally come to his senses. At that very moment, Sam saw fire right in front of him. Jumping back in surprise, the blue-haired guy did not understand what was happening. Right in front of him was the protagonist, enveloped in flames, and declared that he had already chosen the scenario of his death. Looking at his opponent in shock as he swung his blade, the blue-haired boy asked how he could move with broken bones. John furiously swung his sword, declaring that he would not be stopped by something like that, and the fleeing Sam asking if he had escaped from a mental hospital. With a look full of madness, the boy wished his opponent death. A moment later, the blue-haired boy looked menacingly straight ahead, roasted by fire. Looking at the real protagonist from the front, Sam admitted his defeat. John, engulfed in flames, laughed, saying that now he would die, when suddenly a system notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying that there was not enough mana and the ability of the fighting instinct was deactivated. Immediately after that, the fire enveloping the boy disappeared, and he said that either he would not die, and this was the right decision, while the system notified that there was not enough mana and the ability to control fire was deactivated. Turning his back to his defeated opponent, the protagonist asked him to stop scaring his dragon and look for someone else. Pointing his finger right in front of you, Sam declared that tomorrow he would come too, and if he lost tomorrow, he would come the day after tomorrow. Looking back with great displeasure, John asked not to do this, and his opponent concluded that he would defeat him someday. The gods watched as the boy approached the portal, and someone said that they were really fighting, so he was waiting for this, and another noted that, apparently, only one of them would complete the mission, while the previous one noted that Sam could not kill another snake, with which the second agreed, noted that he was not like that. As the protagonist passed through the portal, he thought that the blue-haired boy was different, but they both had to complete the mission. Suddenly, John saw his squad members standing in front of Elsa and asking if this was the end, saying that it was unfair since the third section was only supposed to kill all the snakes, and asking if it was possible to find and protect a new snake. In response, the Fate Protection Agency employee showed a cross with her fingers and explained that the second section's mission was to protect, and they failed it, so when it came to an end, they would be expelled. The boy sat behind a column and watched as the guys talked, asking why they weren't disqualified already and if they were making fun of them. The protagonist was thinking about his section's mission when he suddenly noticed something in front of him. John peeked out from behind cover and turned to Elsa, who immediately turned in his direction. He then whispered in her ear about an opportunity. After listening to him, the Fate Protection Agency employee smiled widely, after which the boy was happy to hear a positive answer to his question. Stepping back onto the ground where the snake protection tests were being held, the protagonist thought that he had one more reason to avoid losing. John ran after Lenny, who was flying away from him, and said that it was time to kill monsters. When the system notified that he had been guarding an immature dragon for 49 hours out of 168, Sam came to him again, this time covered in water. The next time he came and fought against the kid, the system announced that he was guarding the immature dragon for 75 hours out of 168. With a deft movement of the blade, the protagonist parried the attacks of the blue-haired guy, and the system announced that he was guarding the immature dragon for 100 hours out of 168. While Sam was furiously swinging his fist, the system showed that John was guarding the immature dragon for 119 hours out of 168. The kid stood right in front of his defeated opponent, who was lying on the ground, and the system announced that he was guarding the immature dragon for 145 hours out of 168. With great displeasure, looking straight ahead, Steve declared that this was unfair and asked that he really had lighters in his family and where did such a fire come from. Looking haughtily straight at his defeated friend from the past, John explained that he was using his ability and asked what the problem was, and the latter wondered why he was losing his mind for that. Waving his hand, the boy explained that he was no better than beating him covered in fire, and the blue-haired boy, walking away, declared that he would return and asked to wait. The huge monster, sticking his head out of the water, watched everything that was happening, and the god said that he thought they were both stupid, while the other asked to leave them because it was fun, and he noted that even the immature dragon was nodding. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed his pet and noted that he had told him to hide in the water and asked why he came out. Looking straight at the immature dragon, John asked if it was hungry and it nodded its head approvingly. Hearing this, the boy poured food from the bag directly into his pet's mouth and explained that here was food, and now he must go back because people are much more dangerous than monsters. Squatting, the protagonist whispered a request to the immature dragon not to tell Lenny about this, and he happily agreed. Standing right in front of his surprised pet, John said that he was now free, and the god noted that he did not think that he had eaten his fill of his handout. Suddenly, right behind the boy, twin girls appeared, calling out to the teacher and asking what he was doing. In response to the question, the protagonist answered that he fed the immature dragon, and Jacqueline, with tears in her eyes, said that she was jealous and wanted to do the same, and Jessica wondered what was wrong with his face. While John smiled widely, the girl asked if this was the work of the bastard from the third section, and why he did not find another snake, and he explained that everything was fine, and this was both training and fun. Grabbing her teacher by the shirt, Jessica asked what kind of fun and asked him to admit where their teacher was because he was a terrible lazy person. Then the boys, standing near the bridge, argued loudly with each other. Peeking out of the water a little, the immature dragon heard an unknown voice which said that he would refuse the offer. The unknown guy stood right in front of Sam and declared that with his help they could easily defeat the second section, and there were many more of them, so he did not understand what the problem was, and Sam gave a negative answer, explaining that he needed to defeat someone. Pointing his finger up, the man asked him not to worry. A moment later, the immature dragon was extremely dumbfounded when the unknown guy said that there was a way to defeat him. After hearing this, the monster immediately dove under the water. Hearing the strange sound, the guy with blue hair turned around in surprise. Sam folded his arms across his chest and asked what his plan was. John stood in front of the monster. He said with a serious expression that today was the last day. The guy walked behind the main character while he asked what Sam would do if he lost and maybe he would finally find himself another snake. Sam frowned and replied that if he lost, he would lose. Turning around, John asked if that was true. He began to pull the blade out of its sheath and offered to bet on something, because this was their last fight, noting that if the main character won, then Sam would have to fulfill one wish, after which the guy clarified that if the victory was his. John enveloped his blade in fiery energy and said that Sam would not be able to do that. The guy was furious about this. He sighed and asked if he was that confident. The boys took fighting stances. Sam rushed into the fight, shouting that John's moves wouldn't work on him anymore. He extended his fist. The protagonist tried to block the attack and wondered if Sam was going to walk right through it. An orange information window appeared next to Sam. John smiled and noted that the guy had gained fire resistance. Sam began to hit him and asked what the protagonist would do now and if that was all he could do. He noted with satisfaction that he had said that he would eventually beat John. He was suddenly taken aback. Sam, kneeling, asked what was going on. Confused, Sam declared that the fool had gone crazy again. The guy rose to his feet and suggested that John had an ace up his sleeve. Sam's hand was enveloped in blue mana and he asked if the protagonist really thought he was the only one with a secret weapon. He created a spear in his hand and shouted that John started it. The protagonist saw a message with a serious expression that sense organs were warning of danger. Sam waved his hand. He threw a spear at John. The protagonist tried to reflect the spear and read that the ability Fighting Instinct was cancelled. Furious, John thought that there should be no cancellation. Standing in front of the protagonist, he shouted that he must win no matter what. A yellow crosshair appeared next to John's eye and he saw a notification that the ability Fighting Instinct responded to his competitiveness and developed to the ghostly fate of the primary rank. His gaze fell on a strange glow that stretched to his opponent. The protagonist stood quietly and watched the energy flows. John noticed Sam's weak points and thought he could see what Sam was aiming at and when he was going to attack. The protagonist rushed at him. His face was serious. The dumbfounded guy asked how many hidden skills the protagonist had. John dealt him a powerful attack. Sam was stunned. He fell to the ground and began to bleed. The dumbfounded protagonist read that the Fighting Instinct ability was cancelled. He turned his attention to Sam, who was lying unconscious. Turning around, the protagonist asked if such an attack would kill him. John sat over the guy and wondered if he had gone too far, then noted that he needed to take him to Father Mike. A bullet suddenly flew past the protagonist's face. Enraged warriors ran at him and shouted that they needed to catch John and that he was most likely exhausted. The protagonist paid attention to them and noted that they were the guys from the third zone. He opened the bottle and noted that he would give Sam some healing potion first. John suddenly staggered. His hands were covered in mud. Looking at the boys, he wondered if this was some kind of spell related to the earth. The protagonist began to sink into the mud and thought that he needed to get out. The warriors rushed at John. He was furious. The monster suddenly threw the boys away from the protagonist. The snake ate one of the boys. The dumbfounded boys asked why the snake was so huge. Looking at the enraged monster, they wondered if it was a snake at all and if there were any other options. Dumbfounded, John cried out that it was a great serpent. The protagonist remembered standing in front of the monster and noted that he asked it to stay underwater because he was afraid of such things and emphasized the fact that the great serpent cannot be called a snake. The guy ran at the monster with a blade and assumed that it was John's snake, which needed to be finished off. The frightened protagonist cried out that this should not be done and that they needed to leave. The guy struck the serpent. Standing in front of the monster, the frightened stranger said that something was wrong with this snake. Looking at the monster, John thought that the great serpent, who was called a snake, could not become a dragon, which is why he was overcome with rage and indignation, and he became the monster Gankari. A fiery aura enveloped the body of the snake. He turned into a dragon. Furious, John watched what was happening. Standing in front of the Gankari, the protagonist assumed that he would have a chance if the monster recognized him. The dragon's eyes began to glow brightly. The guys ran away from the streams of flame that the Gankari released. The dragon concentrated a cloud of energy near its mouth. Watching the monster release streams of flame, John read the information that Ganchari is the highest rank of dragon. He is a great serpent who fell because he could not become a dragon. He has poison and can release fire. His body is like steel. The man held a loudspeaker in his hands and shouted that this is the agency for the protection of fate. A dragon-type monster, Gankari, appeared. The girls were surprised by what he heard. Turning around, the guy said that the dragon was approaching. The dumbfounded stranger said that he was intolerant to poisons. The guys ran through the forest, and the man called for everyone to evacuate to the sacred tree for their own safety. Turning around, the joyful guy called Lucy. Waving her hand, Lucy asked them to move, noting that they were running to the sacred tree. John ran with Sam on his shoulders and assumed that the agency would intervene. The guy with the mask on his face said that there was a new mission from the Fate Protection Agency. Killing Gankari would count as completing the mission, and they would get extra benefits. The guys perked up their ears as they listened to this. Steve smirked and asked if they heard that. Watching the monster, he assumed that it was time to raid the boss. John brought Sam to a safe place and thought that everyone was gathered. Approaching the guys, the protagonist asked if Mike was there. The guy raised his hand and said that he was there. John put the guy on the ground and asked Mike to help him. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist emphasized the fact that it was his doing. Lucy ran to him and asked if he was okay. John pointed his finger at Sam and said that he was fine, but not him, after which Lucy clarified if this was the one from the third zone who came every day to fight him, to which she received a positive answer. Lucy smiled and assumed that the protagonist's serpent was fine. then asked him what he thought about the mission to kill the Gankery. John looked at the monster and said that they needed to scout out the situation first, noting that this Gankery was the same serpent he had been protecting. Lucy was taken aback by what she heard. Looking at the dragon, Lucy remembered the snake in the lake and asked if they were the same creature. She followed John, saying that in that case the protagonist could not kill him, to which the protagonist replied that this was true, but he could not close his eyes to what was happening. Turning around, John noticed that Sam had woken up. Holding his wound, the guy said that he could not kill him. Standing in front of the guy, the protagonist noted that he wanted to finish him off, and Sam replied that this was different. Looking at him, John wondered if he said this because he valued loyalty, and then noted that they would have to find a solution. The guy extended his hand and noted that nothing would come of it. Looking at the Gankery, the messenger told him that the fallen great serpent must be killed. The heat and poison emanating from his body are capable of destroying the demon kingdom. Sighing, the messenger emphasized the fact that normally the security agency would take care of this matter, but he did not know the thoughts of the authorities. A loser who could not become a dragon was indeed a huge problem. Sam, dumbfounded, asked again about the loser. He lowered his gaze. John stood in front of the guy and stated that in any case, this must be stopped. Turning around, the protagonist suggested that he would have to take care of Gankery. Lucy and the girls asked him to rely on them. The girls stood in front of him and stated that they were a team. Frowning, Sam remembered how the serpent saved the protagonist and wondered if he meant nothing to him. He stood up and asked if they wanted to kill him. Disappointed, Sam noted that this was a great serpent. He clenched his teeth in anger. Closing his eyes, Sam cried out that the protagonist should not do this. John looked at the guy who ran away from them. The protagonist's face was upset. The evening sky surrounded the area. Sam was furious. Sitting on the tree branch, he recalled the messenger's words about a Gankery being a loser who could not become a dragon and that this was indeed a huge problem. Closing his eyes, the boy remembered being told that he was a loser. His father slapped him, saying that Sam was trying to disgrace his name. The enraged man cried out that he was ashamed to have a son like him. The beaten Sam looked away and thought that he had lived for 20 years, doing everything his father told him to do, but it was never enough for him. The boy presented the various awards and the trophy and noted that the problem was not that he could not achieve anything. He just could not be the perfect son that his parents wanted, because to them, anything less than perfect is a complete failure. Sitting on the swing, Sam emphasized the fact that he could not get rid of the thought that he would never stop being a loser. Holding the stick in his hands, the boy added that it led to him getting into fights and not being able to control himself, and everyone around him seemed like an enemy to him. He looked at the dragon's face and assumed that this was why he had become so attached to the great serpent. Still sitting in the tree, Sam stated that he thought John was different. He remembered the protagonist carrying him away. Sitting on John's back, Sam asked him why he was helping him and if he deserved it when he set the guys from Zone 3 on him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he didn't think Sam would do that because he wasn't that kind of guy. Sam wiped tears from his eyes when he heard John say that he trusted him and noted that hearing his words felt like a weight had been lifted from his soul. Looking away, Sam emphasized that he also understood perfectly well that they couldn't let the great serpent destroy the demon kingdom. Watching the guys, the guy noted that if it was possible, it would be great to save the Gankery like John had protected it. The protagonist showed the key. Jessica excitedly asked if they would be able to kill the Gankery. Extending his hand, the protagonist asked for clarification, adding that he would like to take care of the monster. Holding the key in his hands, John noted that he would like to take care of it without killing it. Standing in front of the girls, he told them his plan. Holding her chin, Lucy said that it was worth trying, and Jessica suggested asking the others not to kill him. Lowering his head, John clarified if anyone was trying to kill the dragon, after which Jacqueline reminded him of Steve. The guys, puzzled, imagined Steve holding two blades in his hands. Holding his hand in front of his mouth, Mike said that Steve was really excited about the words about the raid. Turning around, the protagonist asked where Steve was. He asked with a crazy look where the guys were going. The guys stood in front of him and answered that they were running to the lobby. Standing in front of Steve, the guy said that there was no point in taking risks because they would complete the task if they just held out for one day. He grabbed someone else's snake. Squeezing it in his hand, Steve asked what the guy was going to do. He was shocked that Steve had killed his snake. Shaking the blood off his hands, he asked the guys not to be stupid. He turned his gaze to them. The guys were shocked by this. Steve rushed between them and killed their snakes. They were corpses of monsters on the floor. The enraged stranger screamed that this was unfair. Steve kills other snakes, but does not touch his own. Steve suddenly grabbed his snake. He threw its corpse on the ground. The guys were scared by what they saw. The guy said with a smile on his face that he had to kill the Gankery now, and then offered to do it together. Steve approached John and invited him to fight the monster with them. Steve pointed to the guys behind him and said that they were an army to help the protagonist. Standing in front of the main character, he asked if it was true that he already had a plan. The guys behind him, looking dumbfounded, discussed how they could not let this psycho lead them. John extended his hand and replied that Steve's help would be needed. He had an idea on how to deal with him. The guys left the portal saying that they had no idea what the director was thinking. They discussed with a displeased look that the students could simply die, so they were going as backup. Crossing her arms, Vanessa said that Matthew was late. He glanced at manager Rick and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The shot hit the gankery. Looking at the screen, Rick said that the manager's apprentice Matthew, John and everyone from the second zone were fighting the monster. They were watching the fight. Vanessa looked at her comrades and noted that they would wait for now because the director told them to take their time. Her face was serious. She watched the gankery burn the forest and noted that she hoped that the guys would give up soon. Pointing her finger, Vanessa said that if the main character loses, she will transfer him to the first zone. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she really wants to know where such a powerful awakened one came from and she is jealous. The guy was furious. Jessica shot at the dragon. Moving along the battlefield, a message popped up in front of her that the Ghost Killer is a large caliber sniper rifle, great for hunting monsters with thick skin. The monster opened its mouth to start breathing fire. Mike put up a protective barrier in front of them. The shot hit the monster. Jacqueline drew an arrow on the bowstring and called the gankery to her. After releasing the arrow, she read that the blood bow was the bow of the hero who struck 9 moons. Lenny put up a barrier of water, thereby protecting Jacqueline from the streams of flame. Surprised, Matthew wondered what they were doing, noting that they kept missing with their attacks. Frowning, he came to the conclusion that such a weapon was not for brats like them. They would not cope with it at this rate. The monster began to concentrate energy in its mouth again. It was unable to release flame. The warriors rushed into battle, shouting that the gankery had run out of flame. They stood in front of the dragon, which released fumes of poison. Frowning, the boy cried out that this heat and poison were already having a bad effect. Warriors with high resistance to flame and poison should go to the front. The boys stood in the crowd and asked if they should push him against the wall. Blocks of ice bound the gankery. The dumbfounded boys cried out that it was too heavy. Stretching out her hand, Lucy told the people with water powers that she would limit his mobility and that they should put out his flame. Vines began to hamper the monster's movements. The boys tried to restrain the dragon. They pushed him towards the cliff. The gankery suddenly began to roar loudly. The ground beneath the boys began to crumble. They cried out in confusion that they had nowhere else to push, and John said that they should throw him off the cliff. Steve came out of the crowd and asked them to stand behind him. He destroyed the ground near the cliff. The monster fell from the mountain. Rick watched the fight. He noticed that the main character climbed onto the gankery's head. John's body was burned by hot scales. Holding the blade in front of him, he thought about finding the hollow area in the middle of the head. The protagonist thrust the blade in with a satisfied expression and declared that he had found the right spot. Matthew, with a smile on his face, said that he knew they would succeed. Vanessa bit her finger and thought that the plan was to lure John to her side when he failed the mission. She introduced the warriors and emphasized the fact that since she lost the valuable students from the first zone, she needed the guys from the other zone. Standing behind Matthew, Vanessa thought that if the gankery fell, everything would be in vain, and then wondered if there was anything they could do to make them lose. Matthew watched John and asked what he was doing. The sweating protagonist looked for the sunken area in the middle of the head. He swung his blade. Steve held his chin and suggested that John's plan was definitely worth trying. He said with a smile on his face that he had an idea on how to solve the problem of the gankery going crazy and forgetting the protagonist's face. The protagonist hit a certain point on the head based on Sam's idea. John tried to stay on the monster's head and asked it to calm down. The gankery suddenly came to his senses. He calmed down. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist asked if the dragon recognized him. He tied a scarf on its horn. Holding his chin, Matthew asked if John was taming it to make it easier to kill. Vanessa watched him silently. She looked at Ron and ordered him to deal with the gankery and write in the report that the students had no chance of coping. Enraged, Matthew cried out that this area was under his control, only he had the right to decide. The girl replied with a satisfied look that she had not heard such a thing from the director and she thought that John was in danger. She released a powerful lightning bolt at the dragon. The protagonist tried to stay on the monster. Matthew grabbed Vanessa and said that she was out of her mind because she struck lightning next to a student. The protagonist tied a scarf on the horn of the gankery. Vanessa rushed to him with the thought that if John died, it would be bad. She needed to be closer. Turning around, she said that the protagonist was in danger and she was going to save him. The girl continued to release lightning at the dragon. Smiling, she noticed that this time the shot was accurate. She fell to the ground and wondered why the blow did not go through. Standing on the dragon's head, John read that the gankery was subordinate to him. The embittered protagonist wondered if these messengers were interfering again. Standing at the cliff, Vanessa suggested that the weapon in John's hands was drawing lightning to itself. The protagonist stood in front of them. The protagonist remembered seeing Vanessa in the video. Holding the spear in her hands, the girl apologized, noting that she tried to help but only made it worse. Holding her hand in front of her face, John heard that she was glad that the lightning did not hit him, because the Gankery's internal wounds were very serious. Standing opposite, the protagonist confidently declared that no one would touch the Gankery. Spreading his arms, John said that he did not want to kill him, and even more so he would not allow them to do this. The messengers were taken aback by this. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist cried out that it was his dragon. He covered the monster with his hands. Pointing his finger, Matthew said that it was a monster anyway. He looked at the dragon's scales and said that the poison and flames it was spewing were nothing more than an attempt to subjugate everything and everyone. Matthew, looking furious, called John an idiot. Looking down, the protagonist said that he would take care of him. He touched the dragon's head. Linny began to fly towards him. Blue energy emanated from it. Linny sent a cloud of mana at the monster. A powerful light began to emit from the dragon. The people covered their faces from the light. John hugged it and said that it was not a mistake and not a monster. Sam was shocked by what he saw. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was a dragon. A small dragon appeared in his hands. It laid its head on the protagonist's shoulder. Standing in front of the managers, John noted that he was fine now. The guys were shocked by what they saw. Rick petted it and said that it was definitely a dragon. Projections appeared in front of the boys, saying that they had defeated the Gankery. Lucy had a smile on her face. Looking at Matthew, the protagonist asked if he could take the dragon with him. An angry Matthew replied that John could do whatever he wanted, but he had to take care of himself first. The protagonist thanked him with a calm expression. Vanessa held her hand in front of her mouth and noted that John could die if they left him. Turning around, she asked Ron to heal him. Vanessa, looking pleased, said that these were very expensive medicines that she had saved for emergencies. Ron smeared the ointment on the protagonist's face. The protagonist turned around. Looking at Sam, he said that it was his turn now. Sam's face was serious. Closing his eyes, he replied that it was not a snake, but a dragon. The monster and Sam locked eyes. The dragon began to wave its paw to hit Sam. Holding his hands in front of him, the guy noted that he had already said that he had lost. Removing the spear from his hands, John stated that in that case Sam would obey his orders. Waving his hand, the protagonist asked him to come with him, noting that they would talk somewhere else. He stated with a satisfied look that nothing had happened. Stretching out his hand, Sam cried out that this did not seem like it. The guys were standing on a path in the forest. Sam looked at him in surprise, asking if this was possible. The protagonist nodded. The guy stretched out his hand and said that he would do as he said. Smiling, he said that he wanted to work with him. The guys shook hands and the system reported that their destinies were intertwined. John's fate was aligned. The fate class was raised to human, secondary rank. The protagonist saw darkness in front of him, wondering if sleep paralysis was happening again. Gritting his teeth, he thought about the fact that he was in a lot of pain. It seemed that he had already gotten used to paralysis and nightmares. The protagonist bent his leg, thinking that he could move. Looking at the appearing Linny, he decided that he could do it. The guy raised his hand to the pet in shock. John grabbed the horse. Having picked up Linny, the protagonist asked her to leave him alone. His forehead began to glow and he asked why the pet was using this on him. The protagonist closed his eye because of the light. The guy sat on the bed and cried out that it was evening, probably the next day. John watched as the pet pulled his t-shirt and said that he was cleaning the remains of the poison. The protagonist stroked the animal and thanked him. The protagonist sat on the edge of the bed, saying that he must have been very tired since he slept all day, too long. He looked under the bed in surprise. Looking at the red and black dragon, the guy read and noticed that it possessed the energy of poison, fire, and water, more aggressive than other dragons. John remembered pulling the dragon away from his friend, thinking that he had sent it back to the spirit realm because it was trying to bite off something from Sam. Maybe he had summoned it in a dream. The protagonist picked up the dragon and thought about what to name it, maybe David or Lucky. The pet closed its eyes and made a sound. The guy walked to the door and said that first they needed to feed Yearn and Linny. The plot moves us to the dining room where people were sitting. Looking at the pets on the table, John thought that now he had to pay twice as much for food. Steve happily walked towards him and said that here he was. He put his hand on the table next to the dragon and said that this is what he was like, asking what his name was. Pulling his hand back, the guy asked if that wasn't a name for a snake. The pets looked at him with displeasure. Steve pointed his finger to the side and said that if you think about it, there was something more to him. The protagonist looked away, thinking that he was right, it wasn't just the dragon urn that he brought here. John remembered Sam crossing his arms and asking what the orders were. He imagined him sticking out his finger and saying that he should go to the second zone. Remembering Elsa in front of the people, the guy thought that there was a reason why she was in the second zone, where the students had lost all the snakes. The protagonist imagined the people in front of the screens, thinking that even after failure, you can get a second chance if you go to another zone. John imagined the person walking away from the portal, thinking that in this case, you need to start over, but it will be difficult. Steve put his elbow on the table and asked why he did that. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he looked useful. His friend pointed at the pets and said that there were others like him in other zones. The guy happily extended his hand and asked if he would become someone cool in the future. John looked down and said yes. He remembered standing in the forest in front of the guys and saying that he looked like a hero in the Viper's room. The guy imagined grabbing his clothes. The protagonist remembered looking down and saying that he was just a dragon. Steve put his hand on his chest and said that he decided to reflect a little. He crossed his arms on the table and said that something was missing. The protagonist remembered his friend killing the snake and sitting on the ground, thinking about what he was missing. He had done more than his share of harm and said that he had helped a lot with gankery. Steve raised his hand, saying that he meant helping him. He clenched his trembling fist, saying that this made him different. The girl opened the dining room doors. Lucy looked ahead in surprise. The guy grabbed his shoulder and said that he probably should go. He had taken too long a break. It was time to get back to work. The protagonist watched him go and said that he was in the middle of writing his story. Raising her hand, the girl asked if the guy was okay. John raised his hand and told her that he was fine, asking how she was doing. Frowning, Lucy asked if he had done something weird again. Because many people had failed the mission because of him, the atmosphere was quite tense. Many were afraid of Sam because he was from another zone. She watched the guy walk past and said not to worry about him. He was not a bad person. Sam turned to Steve. Entering the dining room, he asked if they were talking about him. Lucy smiled and said that she was John's partner. The guy put his elbow on the table and introduced himself, saying that he was from the third zone. Nice to meet you. The protagonist held a growling yearn. The girl got up from the table and wished them bon appetit. Sam watched her sadly, thinking that he had hoped that they would talk longer. He put his hand to his cheek and asked if this was John's girlfriend, to which the guy replied in the negative. His friend smiled and said that he was older, so he was an old man. Raising a finger, Sam said that he did not want to break his tongue over his name. He extended his hand and said that, to be honest, he felt like he had known him for a long time. Remembering John fighting, the guy said that he looked like a guy he had a fight with not long ago, and he seemed glad to see him. Sam raised a finger and said that the same thing happened with Lucy. He had a feeling that they would definitely work together in the future. The protagonist frowned, hearing that this was like deja vu, as if he had seen them somewhere before. The boy put his hand to his chin and said that those sayings seemed stupid, but he thought they would be good partners no matter what. John clenched his fist, thinking that it was a coincidence that he had those thoughts. He looked down and thought that he was steering the future in the right direction. Sam gripped the back of his chair and said that he thought he was a lone wolf, but now that he had friends, he wanted to be closer not only to Lucy, but to others. He frowned and said that everyone except that fool. Imagining Steve with a snake around his neck, the boy said that the fool had killed all the snakes and couldn't stand creatures like him. Sam grinned and asked how anyone could kill a snake that he had sworn to protect, adding that he would never get together with a fool like him. The main character sat in front of him and asked him to try not to provoke him, otherwise anything could happen, thinking that he would get along with Lucy and Mike. John smiled, thinking that, besides, he was about the same age as Jacqueline and Jessica, so everything should go well. Raising his hands, Sam said with a smile that he had some kind of proposal for him. He kicked the door down. The guy flew into the room on the door. Sam quickly ran forward. The guys looked out of the rooms into the corridor. The guy stood in the cracked wall. He wiped his mouth with his hand. Leaning in front of the girl, Sam asked if she would tell him why she decided to attack him. Jessica pulled out a gun and replied that she could not accept it. Looking at the fist, the guy asked who she was anyway, because a friend brought him here. The girl looked seriously and said that she was the master's first student. Besides, her guardian angel did not like him at all. Jessica imagined the deity on the throne and said that he thought he had no shame or conscience, and he was still trying to take John away from them. She raised her gun and said that she heard him offer to accept Yubei. The guy clenched his fist seriously. After introducing the warriors, he activated the power of Shu Han. Sam smiled and asked why her god hadn't recruited him before, and why she was angry at him for not being able to convince him. The girl held the gun and answered that the master didn't care about it, so why shouldn't he give a damn too? Frowning, Jacqueline asked if he didn't understand the situation he was in, because they tolerated him only because they weren't sure he would survive a fight with them. She looked at her displeased sister and said that, by the way, the number one disciple is her, let her go and not interfere, she was going to fight. Looking at the guy, Jacqueline said that he was probably too weak to crawl into their zone after failing his mission, then why was he wagging his tongue? Sam stood in front of the girls, asking if they wanted to start a fight. They looked so dead. Jacqueline was taken aback when she heard John ask what was going on. The protagonist approached the guys and asked if they had really had a fight. He put his hand on the door frame and said that just yesterday everything was fine. Frowning, the protagonist asked if they had really been egging them on to start a fight. The guy looked at the sisters and asked if Zeus still wanted her. Sam put his hand on her neck and said that they really wanted him. John covered his mouth with his hand. Clapping his hands, the protagonist offered to do it. He spread his fingers apart and said that he would accept the patronage of the side that wins. The boys looked at him tensely. Pulling out his sword, the boy said that they would fight him. If he won, they would have to abandon this idea. The protagonist took the sword out of his bag and said that he would still have to pay their gods back. He could use at least a ghost class item, let them pass it on. The guy pressed the screen. John watched as the boys looked at the screens and thought about the god's orders. The protagonist imagined himself standing on the palm of a god, thinking that under the protection of the gods, one can use their power, but it is necessary to follow divine revelations. However, not all orders are revelations. The protagonist imagined himself hanging on threads and thought that if you blindly follow the god's instructions, without thinking with your own head at all, then, in the end, you can become a puppet. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, the guy decided that he was not going to take such a risk. Sam raised his finger and said that the god said that the fight would be unfair because he was too strong. The protagonist looked at the girl and said that they could agree not to use their abilities. If they could hit him at least once, victory was theirs. He raised his sword and said that there was no point in dragging it out. Jacqueline laughed and said that the fight would be over too quickly. She parried the attack in surprise. John grabbed her hand and said that she had no time to think about him. The guy frowned and said that he was serious. Jessica watched her sister fight and call her. She held the gun in fear. The protagonist picked the girl up by the collar and told her to shoot. The protagonist looked at her seriously and said that she had better pull herself together. John dodged the kick. Jacqueline flew into her sister. The guy squatted down. Sam jumped up and said that he forgot about him. He smiled. The protagonist swung his sword and asked him what he was happy about. The guy kicked the wall. The protagonist swung his weapon in front of him. Dodging, Sam asked if that was all he could do, since at this rate he would quickly lose. John glared at him. He jumped back from the shot. The guy turned around and asked why the girl was shooting at him. The protagonist pinned his opponent face down to the floor. Jacqueline was sitting on the floor and saying that she couldn't let him win. The protagonist suddenly turned around. John swung his sword in front of the girls. Lucy was peeking out from behind the door. She was watching the fight and listening as they asked her if she thought they should stop them. Jacqueline was grinning and pulling back an arrow. The protagonist swung his sword and asked if he could at least aim properly first. Jessica was aiming her gun at him and replied that there was no agreement that they couldn't team up against him. Lucy smiled calmly. The girl walked around the room and looked at her phone. She answered the call with a smile and said that the address would be. The protagonist stuck his sword into the floor. John stood in front of the defeated guys and said that they were done. The protagonist looked at them arrogantly and said that he saw no point in fighting further. Sam was lying on the floor and replied that it was not over yet. The guy sat on his knee and asked if he was going to bother him for another week. Stretching out his hand, he said that, of course, he was ready to fight him, but he was not eager to fight just because of the whim of the gods. Frankly, he found it disgusting. Jessica sighed sadly. John squatted in front of the guys and said that perhaps it would have been much better if they simply could not get along, but they only pretended to be friends, but in fact sent each other far away at the behest of the gods. Frowning, he said that he did not like it. Jacqueline looked at him pitifully and said that the patron god wanted it. She looked in fear when she heard him ask if her god ordered her to kill her sister, would she do it? The main character lowered his head and said that they need to learn to make their own decisions. The guy looked down and said that they can't do what others say. Sam grabbed his knee. Jessica looked down sadly and said that they admit that they lost. She clasped her hands and apologized for attacking the guy without warning. Jacqueline looked away and said that she apologized for what she said to him earlier. He was a pretty good fighter. Sam scratched his head in embarrassment and said that he was no saint either. Mike looked out from behind the door and called the guys. He stood in the doorway and asked if he could come in to patch them up. The protagonist happily walked down the hallway, listening to how this was how fights ended. John looked away and listened to Sam say that after all, he attacked him, knocking him off track, and she shot him back then. If she had been closer, they would have managed to defeat him. The protagonist remembered how the guys surrounded him and thought about how at first they fought each other, but in the end they joined forces against a common enemy. The guy calmly closed his eyes, thinking that he was glad that they somehow managed to get closer. The girl watched him walk and asked if he had planned it all from the beginning. Lucy crossed her arms and said that it was in battle that you can make good friends. Holding out her hand, the girl said that she called Mike's father because she felt like they had had a really bad fight. John looked away and asked if she also felt a little uncomfortable with Sam. Lucy closed her eyes and said that everything was fine. She clasped her hands at her stomach and said that she just felt a little weird, like they already knew each other. The protagonist was taken aback, thinking that she felt the same way. The protagonist remembered Sam raising his finger and saying that he felt like they knew each other, like their paths would cross again. The guy smiled and extended his hand and told her to be gentle with him, thinking that she should think more positively. At least if he disappeared, they would not abandon each other. Meanwhile, the guy was standing in the office and telling that the trainees who failed in the third zone were starting the test in the first zone. Vanessa was sitting at the table and answered that she didn't have much hope. She put her hand to her cheek and said that John had coped easily. But what about Sam? He was pretty good, but he moved to the second zone. Ron looked at her and asked if she was giving up on the protagonist yet. The woman closed her fingers, answering that she wasn't. Now she wanted him even more. Vanessa raised her finger and said with a smile that there was another good trainee in the second zone. She looked at the screen in surprise and asked if he really answered so quickly. The woman laughed, seeing that he would accept the offer. Turning to the window, Vanessa said that she would like to see Mike's face when he finds out about this. She can't wait. The sheet with the seal was burning. Elsa spread her arms under the portal and said that the seventh gate was open. Stretching out her hand, she said that as soon as he cleansed the demon realm, he would be able to leave these walls. The girl stood in front of the crowd, telling them that it would be very difficult. Because this was the last room, they would not have the opportunity to leave until the cleansing was finished. The guys frowned, hearing that she was a little worried. She put her hand to her chest and said that she hoped to see them all safe and sound, and wished them luck. People entered the portal. Jacqueline turned around worriedly and asked why they were the only ones here. She watched the people around and said that she had a premonition that her father would show up with Steve. He seemed to have not finished writing a novel yet. The main character was descending the steps. Sam waved at him and shouted that the gate was open, to hurry up. Pointing his finger forward, John said that he would join a little later. They needed to get ready. He put his finger to his face and said that it was a big secret. Jacqueline looked at Sam and asked if it was worth waiting. The protagonist waved after them and said that he would be right away. Let them go. The protagonist waved happily, listening to the guys discuss how he seemed too happy today. Apparently he really wanted to leave this place. The guy calmly turned away. John was approaching the door. A girl was walking down the corridor. The protagonist smiled. Lucy was happily holding the phone and asking why he didn't go since the last gate was open. Stretching out her arms, she said that she was already getting ready and offered to join in too. The protagonist looked away and told her to go first. He still had something to take care of. The girl stretched out her hand in front of him. The guy smiled confusedly. Lucy picked up the phone and said that she was thinking about the fact that she didn't have his number. The girl handed over her smartphone, saying that she had already exchanged contacts with everyone else. John looked at the phone with concern, listening to her ask if he would give her number. He raised his hand. The guy clenched his fist. Lucy looked down in embarrassment and asked if she really didn't want to. The girl stood in the hallway and asked if he really didn't want to see her when they finally got out of here. The protagonist grabbed his wrist. The girl clenched her fist. Frowning, she asked if that was why he had been keeping his distance all this time. The protagonist looked away sadly. The guy stood in the hallway in front of her, wondering if that was why he didn't want to get closer. Remembering Amelie swinging her sword, John thought about how he wasn't going to see any of them after they left this place. It was the only way to keep them safe when she came for him. The girl frowned and said her friend's name. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and asked to give him the phone. Crossing her arms, Lucy asked if he would write down the left number. The protagonist raised his hand to his face. He held out the phone with a smile and said that it was his number. His friend looked at him with displeasure. Turning around, she said that she would call him when they got out of here, so see you later. The guy calmly turned away, thinking that this would not happen. The protagonist swung his sword in front of the dragon. John happily watched as Yearn released fire, and the system reported that the firebomb ability had been increased to the average ghost level. Lenny jumped to the sparkling sword and a notification popped up that the magnetic horn skill had been activated. 4 days later, the pets were lying tiredly on the floor. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that they had worked hard, it was time to rest. He lay down on the floor and said that he needed to hurry to the demon realm. There were messages that he had received an item from the father of gods and humans and the hero of life. John looked up and said that he had finally received them. I wonder how good these things were. The guy looked at Hermes' shoes, the diary, and the box with the ball. He looked at the book in surprise. The protagonist put the items in his backpack, thinking that these were dragon-ranked things. Such generous gods suited him in principle, but they were still fools who made the guys bite each other. Suddenly, Elsa appeared behind him and asked if he hadn't entered yet because he was waiting for them. The girl watched him sitting and asked if he wasn't going to enter the final demon realm since he spent his time training again. The guy smiled and replied that he wasn't going to enter the final demon realm yet. Looking at Elsa, he asked if the others had finished, and she replied that she could not talk about the progress of the other participants. The girl shook her head negatively when he asked if he could find out if there were any glitches. The protagonist put his hand on his knee and thought about what he knew he could not get anything useful from her. John stood up and said that he would have to check himself. Smiling, the protagonist said that after a short training with his pets, he would start. Now he wanted to rest. Imagining a lot of flying papers, the guy thought about how in his past life, as soon as people left the training center, the media just went crazy, ringing about it from every corner. He looked at his phone, thinking about how Lucy cleared the demon realm on the third morning back then. But now there was no news, although 4 days had passed. The protagonist sat on the bed with his pets, asking why no one was writing anything about it. Was it really that the clearing was not finished yet? He looked at the message that he needed to respond when he left the kingdom. Frowning, the guy thought about how after Lucy's group finished the raid, then he could enter. Then he suddenly jumped over the arrow. The protagonist looked away at the arrow. Touching it, he thought it was a messenger of space and time. The guy looked at the screen in alarm, wondering who sent it. A message popped up saying that a message had been received. John looked at the screen in shock. The protagonist was looking at the beaten Lucy through the screen. He put his hand to it. The girl on the screen was stabbing herself with a sword. The protagonist covered his face in panic. The guy remembered how she turned around and said that they would see each other again. John imagined Lucy holding out her phone, saying that she wanted to keep in touch with him after they got out of here. He imagined his friend smiling and saying that she needed people she could rely on. The guy remembered how the girl happily said that she liked him. The main character looked at her confusedly and asked why. Lucy held out her hand, saying that he had yet to use the Steal Fate ability. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. He remembered his friend handing him the phone and telling him that she also liked that he never took the easy way out. The girl put her hand to her chest and added that even when everything was much easier. John held the phone, thinking that he hadn't used this ability not because he didn't want to, but because he was too weak, or it was sarcasm, or she wanted him to pay for her injured eye. The protagonist remembered frowning, listening to his friend ask how much more Viper he had in the room, because she wanted to wait for him so they could go into the last room together. The protagonist held out the phone with a smile and said that he would call her when he finished. He walked away with a grin, thinking that he really looked like someone who would fall for her appearance. As soon as he let his guard down, he would steal her fate. The guy remembered how he came out of the portal with Lucy and messages appeared about finding a tablet and getting out of the demon kingdom. There was no time limit. The girl looked at the bandage on her hand in surprise. John looked in shock at the message that these were bandages of sawed skeletons. Every day the saw would become more and more exposed. When she reached the 7th level, the part where the bandage would be amputated. He spread his hands and said that they would cut off the places with bandages if they did not cleanse the demon kingdom in 7 days. The protagonist remembered looking at the bandage on his little finger and saying that everything depended on karma. The worse it was, the higher the chance of losing something important. Lucy turned around and said that the less he had, the better. She happily gave him a thumbs up and said that he was a good person. Turning away, the girl said that she wanted to be a good person like him. Lucy smiled calmly, saying that it was regardless of her fate. John was taken aback, hearing that it was probably a little late to look at these groups, but now she just needed to be nice. He put his hand to his chin, wondering if she was being honest, perhaps pretending to be nice, or actually trusting him. The protagonist remembered the guy holding out his hand and asking if he seriously believed it. Who would want to be on the same team with him? The protagonist imagined how he walked away from the crowd, listening to how he brought only death to everyone around him. The guy remembered how he walked across the room, wondering if he would be deceived again. Who would truly be honest with him? Lucy glanced to the side and asked what the noise was. She looked at her friend with alarm and screamed his name. John stood in front of the attacking guys, thinking that she was the same as everyone else. Suddenly, the girl pulled his hand. The enemy pierced Lucy's stomach. The protagonist frowned and called her. There were bloody marks on the sword. Stretching the weapon forward, the girl sighed. Smiling, she said that she would have been faster if she knew that they were not chasing him through other rooms. John gritted his teeth and said that the windows with notifications from fate that he sees were not displayed. Lucy, wide-eyed, asked what he thought. She blamed him, said that he misunderstood. On the contrary, he helped her a lot by telling her about the skills of monsters, so, to which he shouted that yes, how could he help with anything? The hero lowered his head and shouted that she had suffered again because of him. Kneeling down, he said that there was a forest of swords in the room. She had lost her eye when she tried to protect him. The protagonist began to cry, saying that she was much better than him, so why was she hanging out with someone like him? The girl looked at him in amazement. She smirked and said that she had already said that, because, suddenly, the creature bit the hero's hand. He opened his eyes in surprise. A notification appeared in front of him. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had to save her. Looking at the message, he thought no. John put his hand to his face and added that he had really forgotten why he stayed. He would put her in much greater danger if he went there. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist thought about his fate. It was because of her that those around him ended up in trouble. Well, I'm sure it would be better for her if he stayed here. The girl took his hand, the thought that Lucy was quite strong. Lowering her head, she said what she had already said. Grinning, the girl added that she liked to fight his fate. The hero looked at her, hearing that he could help her next time. The protagonist took a step forward. It was said that he entered the room of fused skeletons. He frowned, hearing that let him just take a look. He was here, well now they will definitely choose him, to which he thought that in the end, he came. John raised his head, hearing that why so long, something happened, to which he asked that he knew where Lucy went. The dragon looked surprised. It was heard that this was his first question. Why should they tell him? The pet turned to the hero. It was said that well, they will tell if he recognizes one of them as his god. The hero frowned, hearing that it was true, he should worry more about himself. His face was reflected on the sword. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought about his neck, wrists, and ankles. Handcuffs appeared on his hands. There were shackles on his legs. Bracelets appeared. It was heard that God, he was calm as a boa constrictor. His head would fly off his shoulders if he did not clear this room in 7 days. John buttoned his jacket and said, well. He opened his eyes wide and asked what it meant. They do not know where Lucy is. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that perhaps in the east or west, or maybe in the north or south. Let him go north, stop lying, let him go to the east. Holding the scroll in his hands, the protagonist thought, well, apparently he will have to look for her himself. Notifications appeared that the room of fused skeletons was registered on the map of the Demon Kingdom. At the moment, 0% of the territory has been explored. John opened the doors. The pet looked up. The hero walked down the corridor. He opened the next room. Suddenly, the protagonist looked in surprise. Traces appeared on the floor. It was heard that there was a battle here. Holding a cross in his hands, John said that it must be his father, Mike. Entering the room, he said that the traces on the wall were most likely left by Jessica and Jacqueline. Lucy was with them. Walking down the corridor, the hero heard that how attentive. Did he really become a detective? And isn't he looking for his grave? Oh well, he needs to have fun. A huge room appeared. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that Detective John was in danger. There was no battle nearby. Frowning, he said that there were doors everywhere. Well, apparently, he will have to go through them all. The hero looked away in surprise. Looking at the floor, he said that this mark, a hint, where they went. The protagonist walked around the room. The thought occurred to him that if the X meant they were not going this way, then there should be another mark on one of the 3 doors. Crouching down, he thought, no, that's not it. He was wrong. He heard that they were all with X. John smiled, hearing that she had baited him, to which he thought of Lucy. He looked around the room. Looking up, the hero heard that this bastard was going to sit on the throne. Damn him, he stood on it. Looking at the mark, the protagonist said that he found it. He opened his eyes in surprise. Sitting on the floor, John said that everything in this place was scattered. He opened his eyes wide. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that they should get ready. The creatures rushed forward. It was heard that demons were approaching them. The monsters surrounded the hero. The pet attacked them. The demon swung his sword sharply. The pet rushed forward. The demons were sealed in balls. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was not in vain that he took up their training, and then thought that there were many of them, but their strength was not so dangerous. Surprised, he opened his eyes, thinking that Jessica. The demon fired a gun at him. Gritting his teeth, John thought that no, just a demonic shadow. The demon's eyes lit up. Suddenly, the hero rushed forward. A notification appeared that the ability Perfect Accuracy was activated. He looked to the side. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. It was said that the attacks fly to the target no matter what. The girls pointed their guns at him. The thought appeared that Jessica, Jacqueline, did not like him. Smiling, John said that meeting them like this. He waved his weapon. It was said that in the room of fused skeletons there is only one kind of monsters. The demons fired. It was said about the Shadow Thief. The class is the initial human rank. The ability copies the skills of people. The demon's eyes lit up, and the thought came that this was a monster capable of copying the appearance and skills of those who entered the demon realm. The girl fired a shot, but it was said that she was not capable of repeating the personality and beliefs. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that the real Jacqueline would not have shot so chaotically. He rushed forward sharply. The protagonist dodged the shot and said that well, every cloud has a silver lining, it will be easier to handle. A beam flew at the man. John turned around abruptly. Grinning, he said that the shooters would also disappear. The demon pointed her weapon. The hero looked at her. It was said that the ability to shoot command was activated. The demons aimed at him. A thought arose that it seemed that Jessica had a new skill. Standing in front of the girl, he thought about what and how to do. The protagonist grinned, thinking that he could not reach her with a sword, but she was too close to dodge her attack. The stealth skill would not help him. She would find him. The man pulled the trigger. A thought arose about how much he would be able to block. Suddenly, a shot flew at the girl. Looking up, John heard a scream. Extending his hand, the guy shouted for him to get up. Holding his hand, he asked that he was wounded, and the girl asked how he was. Holding his wound, the hero said that yes, it was fine, everything was not so bad. He heard that maybe he should at least put a bandage on it, but no, he had everything he needed. Looking around, the protagonist said that but this place. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that she thought the room next to this one was a prison, to which he asked again. John looked in surprise and asked that Lucy was there. A view of the prison opened up. The hero's eyes widened. The girl was sitting on the floor, and he turned to her. The protagonist rushed forward and shouted, and the girl asked what happened. John looked at Lucy in fear. Lowering her head, the girl said that she thought he himself understood, but the monsters in this demon kingdom are able to copy their skills. She turned her head and added that they dealt with them, but as soon as they heard the sounds of the drum, new monsters appeared. Standing behind the hero, the girl said that on the second day they accidentally found out here. A blow flew at the girl. Turning around, the guy shouted that he should hold out a little longer, he could handle them. He opened his eyes in surprise. The girl leaned down. It was heard that the damage that a real person receives. The demon was kneeling. It was said that it was transferred to the shadows. The hero held the bag in his hands and listened that her wounds were not from monsters. Wounds appeared on the girl's body. Looking down, the protagonist said that he thought she did this to herself. Particles appeared near Lucy. It was heard that yes, she said that this was the only and best solution to save themselves. None of them could handle their shadow. Wiping away tears, the girl said that she would take care of everything as soon as the others left. Lucy was unconscious. It was heard that he should stop her. She was too kind, let him help her. The hero looked down and thought that she was kind. The flask fell to the floor. A thought appeared that this was not kindness, she was just crazy. Sitting on the floor, the girl said that she knew they shouldn't have left her, they should have thought of something else. The protagonist held the flask in his hands, thinking about how ordinary people could stop the madman. He put his hand on the girl's head. Looking down, she heard that she had found her memorial plaque, to which she replied that yes, Lucy, Jacqueline, and Father Mike hadn't found it yet. Hearing a cough, she turned. Jessica looked surprised to hear that she couldn't leave them. Lowering his head, John said that he needed to talk to her. Particles were flying around the girl. She opened her eyes. Suddenly, the girl looked surprised. Taking the hero's hand, Lucy asked what the hell he was doing, to which he replied that they needed to talk. Frowning, she added that yes, just let him put the medicine away. The girl reached for the weapon and said that if she was cured. Suddenly, Lucy stabbed her leg with a knife. Looking away, she said that the others would be in danger. Swinging, the girl added that so what? The flask with the potion broke. Frowning, the protagonist said that he said they needed to talk. The girl's eyes widened. Looking at him, she said that he should let her go. The hero approached her and said that they still had a little time before the next drum beat. Lucy sat silently in front of him. The weapon fell to the floor. Lowering her head, the girl said that he said he wouldn't come, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't say that, being late doesn't mean not coming. Closing her eyes, Lucy sighed, and he asked why she did that. Looking straight ahead, John said that he would have been able to defeat his own shadow. Lowering her gaze, Lucy said that no, she couldn't defeat her, she thinks he knows why she couldn't handle it. Stretching her hand forward, she added that he could see the window of her fate. The hero looked straight ahead. A notification appeared that the fate detector ability was activated. He looked in surprise and thought that Lucy's fate can know. The protagonist gritted his teeth and added that why had everything changed so much. Notifications about abilities appeared. The thought arose that what was he for now? Looking at the message, John thought about the fact that these two skills appeared in Lucy. In his past life they appeared later. Images of people appeared. The thought arose that this was somehow reminiscent of his theft of fate. The guy smiled. It was said that in the impulse to kill, the more often this skill is used, the more power it gains. The girl looked down. The thought arose that but she now has fewer bandages of fused skeletons than in her past life. Lucy grabbed her face. The thought arose that it means she did not use these skills. The demon stretched her hand forward. It was said that but, on the other hand, her shadow has no reason not to use the skill. Looking at the girl, the hero said that he thought her shadow must have become stronger every time it appeared. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that a monster that could calmly use bloodlust was definitely worth fearing. The protagonist sat in front of the girl. Stretching her hand forward, she said that he should leave her and lead the others. Lucy lowered her head. He heard what would happen to her then, to which she replied that it did not matter anymore. Putting his hands on her shoulders, John said that she should look at him. She closed her eyes, and he shouted. Frowning, the hero asked that she was really going to die here. Smiling, the girl said that she was just a little sleepy. Lying on the floor, she said that she would leave here. The protagonist gritted his teeth, hearing that right after they all left this place. The girl and the guy looked in surprise and turned. Mike put his hands out in front of him and said how great it was that he was here, to which John replied that yes, he had found him thanks to that. The guy clenched his fist tightly. He grinned and said thank you. He thought he would never see him again. Standing in front of the hero, the guy said that he was even happier that they were together again. The hero looked at him in surprise, hearing that he had been very worried when they were apart, but they had managed to meet despite entering different rooms. Looking straight ahead, he asked if he hadn't come here with Steve. Mike grinned and replied that no, he hadn't been able to find anyone, and the guy said that if they had known that the starting point changed when they entered at different times, they would have waited. Putting his hand to his face, he added that he was definitely going to see how Lucy's sister was doing. Looking away, the protagonist said that she had just fallen asleep. He had given her medicine so she should feel better, and Mike replied that it meant he had seen her. The people hung their heads down, clenching her fists. The girl said that she was sure they would be back soon, to which Jacqueline replied that of course, since the master was with them now. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that it sounded cool, of course, but if John's shadow was here, it would be difficult for them. Raising her hand, the girl said that until the shadow was stronger than the original, like Lucy's, to which Jacqueline replied that her shadow was very similar to hers. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist listened to what he thought. It all depended on what skills they had. Looking away, he asked again. Grinning, the guy said that he had a cool decoration on his neck. The protagonist looked away. Looking at him, the girl asked what was wrong with his neck, to which he replied that it was just like that, and Jessica said that it meant that he would die. Raising his hand, John said that they just needed to leave before everything happened. A day had passed since he got here. Taking a step forward, the girl said that they needed to figure it out now, to which Mike replied that yes. Taking out his weapon, the hero said that so, stop, those who just came, let them rest, and those who were on that one, to which the girl replied that he was wounded. Pointing to the wound, Jacqueline said that he would stay and be on guard. If people from other regions came, then someone had to protect Lucy. Standing in front of the people, the man said that he thought it was better to leave the two, and the guy replied that he wanted to stay with John. Walking forward, the guy said that it was good, he relied on him, and the hero said that he would wait a minute. The doors closed, and it was heard that they needed to synchronize the map in advance. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked that since they were here together, maybe he would answer his question. Smirking, Steve asked what he wanted to know, to which he clarified that why they chose this particular room to settle in. Frowning, John added that why the hell they left Lucy in prison. Stretching his hand forward, the guy answered that she chose this place. She said that perhaps her shadow would become weaker because there were no plants here. A pentagram appeared. The thought arose that a metal axe destroys trees. The girl was lying on the floor. It was said that he was right, this place would weaken her, because her element is wood, but to leave someone in such a deplorable state on a cold stone floor. The hero looked down. Steve smirked and asked that, and that were all his questions. Taking a step forward, he added that since he was the main character. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he thought he should have asked something more important. The protagonist glared at him. Sitting on a rock, he asked why the hell he sent him that message, to which the guy replied that, well, he can whenever he wants. Lowering his head, he added that it meant he realized it was him, and John asked, well, he'll answer or what? The guy closed his eyes and said that, well, they can't be without the protagonist, so he was worried because he hadn't been here for 4 days. Grinning, he added that he had really gone crazy. The hero looked at him silently. Putting his hand to his face, he said that because of him he found out that Lucy was in danger, to which the guy replied that yes, he knew he would appreciate it. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked how he ended up with a messenger of space and time, said that it was too much of an expense for an intern. Raising his finger, the guy replied that it was a secret. John gritted his teeth when he heard that if he wanted to know, he could, to which he replied that he didn't need to. Grinning, the guy said that he had just realized something interesting. Didn't he want to know? To which John replied that he didn't. Lying on the rock, Steve said that he thought he would have known by now, didn't he? But it seemed to him that he hadn't even imagined that this would happen. He thought he had too much power. Frowning, the hero said that if he was going to continue to carry this nonsense, it would be better. Smiling, the guy replied that he really wanted to lose body parts. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard how much karma he had accumulated. They sat in silence in the room. Looking away, John asked what he was talking about, to which the guy replied that he understood everything perfectly. Images of people appeared. It was heard that the location of the bandages of the fused skeletons changed depending on what he was doing. The more bad he had done, the more dangerous the location of the bandage was for life. Stretching his hands forward, the guy said that he had also done some bad things, so a glow appeared around the man. It was heard that the more karma he accumulated, the stronger his shadow. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked what he was getting at. Smiling, the guy replied that he was just having fun. Grabbing himself by the throat, he added that it was funny that he had done so many bad things, despite the fact that he had always tried to seem good. They were sitting in the room. It was heard that he wondered what would happen next. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he wondered what had happened in his past life. Getting up, Steve turned to him. Smiling, he said that he was curious. The protagonist frowned, hearing what he was really like. Raising his hand, he replied that he was a criminal. The guy laughed and asked what, said that it was impossible. He thought he would believe this nonsense. John looked away, hearing that of course, something like that would be quite original. Raising his head up, Steve said that he would really like to meet his shadow. I'm sure it was very strong. He was hiding a lot, so, to which the hero replied that he should shut up. He put his hand to his face, listening to what well, he would shut up if he told an interesting story. Smiling, the guy asked what maybe something from a past life or a prediction for the future. Sighing, the protagonist replied that he told you he is not what he thinks he is. Stretching his hand out to the side, he heard that well, then he can start guessing, and he will answer if he is right, to which he replied that okay, they will talk about his childhood. Looking at the screen, the girl said that she was glad that they were given the opportunity to observe the demon kingdom. Standing next to the man, she asked that he was also worried about John, to which he replied that of course. The man stepped forward and said that he brought the files he asked for. Holding a folder in his hands, he said that the more they try to understand John, the more mysterious he becomes, to which the man asked what he found. The guy looked down and fell silent. Holding out the folder, he said that nothing, no criminal record, a very ordinary person. The hero held the woman's hand. It was heard that the only thing remarkable was that he lost his parents at a young age, then he was adopted by a shaman. The protagonist worked, it was said that, but he did not recognize any god, and after that, well, John led the most ordinary life. Looking down, the guy asked what he did, since he had so much karma, and the girl clarified that maybe he killed someone. If the case is not solved and the culprit is not found, then there will be no conviction. Looking straight, the man said that no, he does not think so. The deprivation of 1 or 2 lives will not affect karma so much. He should have killed at least 100. They looked in surprise. Crossing his arms, Matthew said that he cannot even imagine what he did, but nothing good comes to mind. Pointing forward, the guy asked that he also wants to attract someone like that to their side, to which he turned to him. People stood in a row. It was heard that he thinks why the director included the part related to karma in the last kingdom of demons. The men pointed their guns at the demon. It was said that to check what kind of karma they had and to weed out those with serious problems. Raising his hand, Matthew said that if it were that easy, wouldn't they have done it in the first stage? Elsa lowered her head, hearing that they even took a murderer as a trainee. Personality, what the hell was that for? Didn't the Fate Protection Agency put trainees' lives in danger so that they would become stronger? The hero held the gun in his hands. It was said that to risk everything and test his karma in the last room. He frowned. It was said that it meant to make them prove that they were not just criminals. Entering the room, the man shouted that these were guys from another zone. It was heard that but they were stronger than the rest. The men rushed forward, and someone shouted that they would kill all the stronger ones, unless they were eager to fight the same shadows again. The guys began to fight. It was said that it was much more useful. 6 days after opening the room of fused skeletons, the girl got a wound. She clenched her teeth and wheezed. Grabbing his hand, the guy said how painful it was, to which the protagonist asked if they were both okay, and he replied that yes, fine. Handing him a syringe, John said that the bleeding was pretty serious. Let him take it, inject himself with a little. It wouldn't be cool if everything didn't heal as it should, so let him not use healing agents. They should leave the room as soon as possible. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that they hadn't found his and Lucy's memorial tablets yet, so no leaving, to which the hero replied that well, then let them rest until they felt that the painkiller worked. Turning around, the protagonist said that he would check the next room, let them be here, to which the girl replied that it was nothing, and the guy said that yes, they would go together. John extended his hand forward and said that she should stay and watch over them too. He would return before the next drumbeat. He took a step forward. Walking through the room, the hero thought that he would have found everything by now if the tablets were in the same places as in his past life. He looked away in surprise. Looking at the demons, the protagonist thought that these were the remaining shadows. The number of times they avoided the shadow increased as the days went by. The shadows rushed forward. It was said that the enemies were regenerating anyway, so there was no point in wasting energy on a room that had already been inspected. John struck at the shadows. The hero swung his weapon. It was heard that he was strong now. The demon rushed towards him. It was said that he easily dealt with everyone. It was scary. I wonder how strong his shadow would be. Swinging his sword, the protagonist thought that this worried him. Looking to the side, he added that he had not yet seen his shadow. John's eyes widened in amazement. Looking at the object, he thought that it was her. The hero grinned, thinking that it was the same color as Lucy's in his past life. Suddenly, the barrier around the object began to disappear. Taking it in his hand, the protagonist thought that the memorial tablet, protected by a barrier, only the owner can touch it. A notification appeared that he received John's memorial tablet. Squeezing it in his hands, he grinned. The hero froze, looking at the tablet. Leaning against the wall, he said that yes, he was lucky only for all sorts of horror. Messages appeared that he had fulfilled all the conditions. The training would end as soon as he left with the tablet. Turning around, the protagonist thought that someone was here. A notification about the heightened senses appeared. Looking to the side, he heard that he should get up. Quickly, there was someone outside. Damn, he must protect him. Where did he go? To which he thought that this voice. Opening the doors, John said hello. Grinning, the girl said that it was him. Standing in front of him, she said that they hadn't seen him, he must have come late, to which the hero replied that she had guessed, and she added that well, she didn't want to go with him. The protagonist raised his hands, hearing that yes, they believed him, it would be cool if he went with them, to which he replied that, in fact, he was looking for Lucy's memorial plaque. Looking away, he asked that maybe someone had seen her. Sitting on a box, the guy asked that she was still there, hadn't someone said they had seen her, to which John clarified who it was. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that but he had already left. Dexter, this man was from Dexter's team, someone knows where they are. The man frowned. Raising his hand, he said that he only knew which room they were in, to which he was told that he was a good boy. Grinning, the hero thanked him. A notification appeared that the frequency of checks in the demon realm had been changed. Turning his head, he added that okay, they were all seriously injured. What happened? They ran into guys from other zones. Looking at him, the guy replied that no, it was a shadow, there was only one, but it was so strong. Gritting his teeth, he added that this one was just different from all the other shadows. Every time they found a corpse, everything became completely different. Looking at the people, the protagonist heard that he even threw up. He behaved like God knows what when he died. Damn it, it was terrible. After all, the monster hung over the corpse. This shadow could use the skill of an already dead person. John opened his mouth in amazement. Sitting on the floor, the guy heard that this was not the case on the first day they came in, but then it appeared, to which he replied that yes, somewhere on the fourth day. Surprisingly, she has bandages on her neck and all her limbs, so she can't be confused. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. Looking down, he asked what happened when he came. The hero looked away, hearing that it seemed he had bandages on both ankles. Reaching out his hand, the guy said that on his wrists too. The protagonist took his hand away from him. Pointing at him, the guy said that he should show his neck. Sitting on the bed, he shouted that he had gone deaf or something. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what happened, and the guy clarified that he wanted to say that the shadow belonged to John. The guy frowned, hearing that but it was impossible, to which he replied that one could not be sure for sure. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that everything matched up in time, and she was as strong as he was, and this shadow had bandages all over her body. The hero looked down, hearing that it was just like his. The people looked at each other. Looking at the hero, the guy asked if it was possible to see his neck so that there would be no misunderstanding. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that even if he really had a bandage on his neck, it did not prove that the shadow was his. Pointing at him, Dexter shouted that he should fall down and show them. They would see everything themselves. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked that it was really so difficult to show her neck, and the man clarified that the shadow was not his, so why was he afraid? Grinning, John asked that they also had such an ability. The guy, looking at him, heard that why was he silent? Gritting his teeth, the man said that she really could be his, and the girl said that then the reason for his strength was that. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he had killed others and stolen their abilities. Stretching his hand out to the side, the guy told them to calm down. They didn't even let him get a word in. How would he respond? With his eyes wide open, he added that everything was fine, everyone was just scared. If he just showed them his neck, a notification appeared about activating the skill man alone. Getting up, Dexter asked where did he go? A cry for help was heard. He looked at the doors in surprise. People looked around in amazement. They rushed forward. It was heard that after him, they needed to grab the real one. People ran to the exit. It was said that he couldn't have gone far. The protagonist stood near the door. He lowered his head and thought that he knew that everything would eventually turn out like this. The protagonist leaned his hand against the wall. The boys looked at him in surprise. A thought occurred to him that people in his past life had reacted the same way when they found out about his ability. Walking straight, John thought about how he didn't think it would happen so quickly. Maybe they felt betrayed because they thought he was a good person. The people looked at him in surprise. It was said that then, so that they would feel when they found out about this skill. The hero took a step forward and wondered if they would be able to accept him the same way as in his past life, or if they would be disappointed in him because he didn't tell them. Smirking, the girl said that she liked that he doesn't take the easy way out, even if he has the opportunity. Lowering his head, the protagonist wondered what Lucy would think in this life if she found out that he used fate theft. Sitting by the fire, the boy turned to him, and the girl said that they were worried he was gone for a long time. John held out the scroll and said that he had met a couple of people and found out where Lucy's tablet was. Smiling, the guy said that was cool, they would go look for it, to which he replied that they would follow him, and then thought that he would tell them everything after they got out of the demon kingdom. They walked through a huge room. Looking up, the guy asked were they outside, to which the girl replied that it was somewhat reminiscent of a closed garden, although the size. Frowning, the hero said that there was no time, they would look. The protagonist examined the bushes. It was heard that this place was really huge. He climbed a tree. It was said that yes, it would take a lot of time to search. John put his hand to his face, hearing that it would be much more interesting if they met the guys from the second zone. He opened his eyes in surprise, and someone said that what would Jessica and Sam say when they learn the whole truth about John? God, intrigued, yes, he thinks it will be very funny. The hero clenched his teeth. He heard that they should not reveal all the cards. It is much more fun when people know everything. He opened his eyes wide, hearing that she found, here is Lucy's sign. Sitting on a tree, the girl said that she was in a hollow, to which Sam replied that good work, and the protagonist said that so, it is time to go back. Jessica looked in surprise and asked that they were already here. Looking to the side, the guy said that the intervals were getting shorter. Their shadows appeared. Looking at them, the guy said that well, at least there are not so many of them. We need to figure it out quickly and go back. John opened his eyes in surprise. The shadow's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that the red bandage on the right hand. Looking straight, the hero thought that it was Lucy's shadow. He looked down and added that why her shadow? The girl was kneeling. The thought appeared that she was not standing on her feet. The hero was standing in front of her. Lucy swung her sword. The protagonist looked at her. The thought appeared that she was still hurting herself with each drum beat. Raising the sword up, he said that he should quickly go to Lucy. Particles appeared around the shadow. A message appeared about the activation of the healing hand ability. Eyes wide open. John thought that the shadow of Mike's father. A notification appeared that the energy of the earth was concentrated in the vicinity. The eyes of the shadow lit up. A message appeared that the effects of the skill were enhanced due to the impact on the environment. Trees appeared. The thought appeared that what? Bright rays appeared. Notifications appeared about the activation of the tree leaf method ability. The energy of the earth was concentrated in the vicinity. The hero jumped up. A notification appeared that the effects of the skill were enhanced due to the impact on the environment. Looking to the side, he shouted that they should run now. The protagonist slid along the ground. He dodged the beams. John clenched his teeth. He abruptly rushed forward. Frowning, the hero asked what the hell they were doing. Let them run, and someone said that they were behind. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The shadow looked at the protagonist. She stopped in front of him. The girl extended her hand forward. The hero looked forward in amazement. He began to swing his weapon. The shadow dodged his blow. The protagonist clenched his teeth. The demon's eyes lit up. Notifications about the activation of the bloodlust ability appeared. The shadow thief's indicators were increased. Rushing forward, the guy asked how he was, to which the hero replied that everything was fine, he shouldn't worry. The shadow took a step forward. They froze, looking at the hero. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked if shadows could heal, to which the protagonist replied that it seemed so. If there was a possibility, why not patch up? Frowning, the guy said that then he would have to get rid of Mike's father's shadow first, to which John said no. The shadows rushed forward. It was heard that it was too late. Running forward, the protagonist said that he had an idea. Let them not fight, but just run, to which the girl replied that but. They began to run. It was heard that they would not be able to defeat them. A view of the prison opened up. People were sitting on the floor. The protagonist smiled, hearing that everything was fine, to which he thanked him. Sighing, Mike said that but his shadow asked what they should do. He put his hands to his face and asked if he could hurt himself like Lucy did, to which John replied no. Looking straight ahead, he said he thought the best thing they could do was get out of here as quickly as possible. Shadows could only copy those who were here. The girl turned around in surprise, hearing that others did too. Looking away, she asked what about Lucy's tablet. He wouldn't let her do it herself, would he? Looking down, the girl said it was the right decision, and someone replied that he should shut up. Standing in front of her, John said that he was going to defeat Lucy's shadow. She looked at him in surprise. Standing still, the hero said so what? Frowning, he continued that she was with him. The girl looked at him silently. Holding onto her weapon, she said that she didn't doubt his abilities, but taking her hand, the protagonist said that he should stop. He wasn't doing it, that's enough. He took the weapon from her and added that he had a plan, so he should forget about it. Stretching his hand forward, Lucy asked what the plan was. John smirked, looking at her. The shadows were standing in the middle of the room. Suddenly, the girl looked to the side in surprise. The shadows opened their eyes in amazement. One of the demons stood still. The demon looked to the side, hearing that it seemed that everyone was safe and sound. Their shadows had disappeared. Putting his hand to his head, the hero added that it was worth sending him back home too, but he did not know where he was, to which the girl replied that she would kill herself if something happened. Looking at her, the protagonist said no. He smiled and added that she should not do it. Lucy, looking straight ahead, heard that she knew. She thought that he could not. She frowned. Taking him by the clothes, the girl said that she believed him. She smirked and added that they would get out of here together. John looked at her in amazement. Their eyes met. Rushing forward, the hero said that he would end this as quickly as he could. A notification appeared about the activation of the human alone ability. The shadow stood right in front of him. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. The shadow looked to the side. She deftly parried his blow. John quickly circled around her. Suddenly, he struck a sharp blow. The shadow clenched her teeth tightly. Blue rays appeared. She put her hands out to the sides. The hero struck again. Smirking, he thought that, as he thought, she used the tree leaf method to defend herself. He abruptly rushed forward. The shadow extended her hand towards him. The protagonist jumped onto a tree branch. A notification appeared that he used achievement points. Agility increases to level 30. He flew forward rapidly. Tentacles appeared in front of him. John jumped on them. He took a step forward. The shadow stood right in front of him. She smirked, looking at him. The hero raised his eyebrows and said that God. This makes him nervous. A message about activating the flame control ability appeared. A pet appeared in front of him. A notification about activating the firebomb ability appeared. A fire sphere appeared near the dragon. The shadow looked in amazement. It was heard that everything was going too well. Flames appeared around it. The protagonist pulled the weapon forward. The shadow raised its head up. It hung on a tentacle. Looking to the side, John said that okay, we dealt with the shadow. A glow appeared behind him, and he thought that now he needed to wait for it to disappear and take Lucy's memorial tablet. Suddenly, a blow flew at him and he added that these were people from the second zone. The people took a step forward. It was heard that this is where he was. The guy screamed in fear about the fire, to which they answered that he should wait a bit. I'm sure John will also try to escape, to which Dexter screamed that 500 million was for his head. 500 million. Frowning, the hero said that it was a good reward, asked that they were guys from the first zone. The guy smiled broadly and said that he would go after them. I'm sure he didn't want to fight here. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that everything would be different than last time. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that bloodthirstiness, who was like that in the first zone. He took a step forward. John looked at him in surprise, hearing his name. The guy smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Pulling the weapon out in front of him, the hero asked, "Damn, what the hell? And why did he need it?" Frowning, he added that why did he switch to the first zone. Grinning, the guy replied that he should at least pretend to be surprised. Looking away, he added that although what was more interesting was how he dealt with her, it was Lucy's shadow, right? Looking straight ahead, John heard that there were much easier options, but he, as usual, chose the hard way, just like the protagonist. Smiling, the guy shouted that it was so funny. The hero looked at him in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he was completely different from him. The protagonist looked down. Looking up, the guy asked what for. Steve looked away and said that he didn't like these ideas with two main characters. Closing his eyes, he added that he would have become, maybe, some secondary character. Raising his finger up, the guy said that he would have been some kind of double spy, not bad, and that the messenger of space and time was also part of the plan. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that it was nonsense. He felt his thirst for blood even before he arrived. Steve, looking straight ahead, asked what was true. The guys looked at him in surprise. Turning around, he said, well, even if Lucy hurt herself for this mission, he was still going to fight him. The hero turned his head and said, so what? The guy stretched his arms out to the sides and said that he was on his side. A scream about a traitor was heard. They began to fight. The protagonist gritted his teeth when he heard his name. Steve began to strangle the guy. A notification about the activation of the decomposition ability appeared. The guy raised his head up. He fell to the ground. John looked at him in amazement. The guy opened his eyes in fear, smirking. Steve said that he had to finish this properly if he wanted to use the skills. The hero, widening his eyes in surprise, asked where he heard that from. Stretching his hand forward, the guy replied that he should not dwell on nonsense, the skill of stealing fate. Widening his eyes, he added that he wanted to see how he used it. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that no way, he would never. Suddenly dark particles appeared around them. A shadow appeared. He heard that, and he so hoped that it would be fun. Well, in any case, it looks like it's just one shadow. A blow flew at the guy, and someone said that he would get rid of it right now. Steve smiled widely and said that he. Suddenly the shadow swung at him. The guy flew to the side from the blow. He spat out blood. Steve was sitting on the ground. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and thought that he was done with one attack. The shadow turned its head. The thought occurred that despite the fact that nothing was visible because of the smoke, the creature's eyes lit up. The thought occurred that but he could definitely tell. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist added that it was his shadow. He looked surprised when he heard that he should not be distracted. John turned his head when he heard that he should steal fate. How else was he going to defeat his own shadow? The shadow stretched out his hand forward. The thought occurred that damn, he was right. The guy lowered his head and said that he almost threw up. He killed everyone indiscriminately. Madness. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he needed to steal fate before the shadow did it. Messages appeared about activating the ability to steal fate, steal all fates within the zone. Standing in front of the shadow, he added that he must destroy it. Messages appeared that he should spend achievement points to increase stats, mana level 30, endurance 30. A bright glow appeared around the hero. The protagonist pulled his weapon forward and thought that he would succeed. His eyes lit up, a notification about activating the ability of combat instinct appeared. The thought arose that his shadow could not kill him because he is he. John opened his eyes wide, a warning from combat instinct appeared. He stood in front of the shadow, messages appeared that the enemy is too strong, weak points were not detected. The hero looked at her in surprise and thought that she had no weaknesses, his senses were too heightened by his fighting instinct. The shadow raised her hands. Her eyes lit up, and the thought appeared that she couldn't move. The weapon approached the hero, a glow appeared around them, and a message about the shadow thief skill appeared. The shadow smiled, and it was said that the shadow was copying the enemy's abilities. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, and a message appeared that it was trying to copy the original form. Dark particles appeared around them, and the hero's name was heard, and the thought appeared that this was really his shadow. John was breathing heavily, clenching his fist. The man asked what he didn't know, and how he could call himself a doctor, to which he was told that they were asking him to calm down. The hero closed his eyes, sitting in the car. The car turned the corner. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he had already said that he would only feel better when he let God into his body. Looking at her, the girl asked that there were no other options, to which she was told that alas, but no, the God who wanted to possess him was too strong. The protagonist looked up and heard that he should accept him, to which he asked what that meant, and he was told that this was his destiny. The girl looked at him and answered that it meant that he would become the messenger of the God, to which John said that then he would do it. Looking down, she added that if he accepted the God, he would have to spend his whole life under his orders. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he would be forced to give up all his dreams, and would not be able to do anything without the God's permission. He wanted it. The protagonist shook his head. Grinning, the girl said that it was fine, mom and dad would take care of everything. An overturned car appeared. John stood still. He heard that there was a terrible car accident when he was returning home. The state of his parents' bodies was terrifying to the imagination. But the boy seemed to be unharmed at all, even though he rejected God, but God allowed the child to live. He opened his eyes in amazement. The shadow stood in front of him. He heard that these were the first people to die because of him. Looking to the side, she added that it seemed that he had accumulated a lot of karma after everything that had happened. Portraits of people appeared. Liquid began to fill from below. Standing in front of the protagonist, the shadow said that he should just look at the fruits of his labors. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, listening to how first his parents died, then all the members of the sect were killed by flying tigers, and everyone who entered the demon realm was also gone. Smiling, the shadow said that all this happened because he rejected God. Grinning, he turned. Hugging him, the shadow asked why he still didn't want to accept him. Looking away, he added that there was a way to save his teammates without accepting him. The hero widened his eyes in surprise, hearing that it was simple. A glow appeared around him, and it was heard that he should die here. John began to drown, and it was said that he still had the opportunity to make the right choice. His eyes widened, hearing that he should sleep forever. The hero lifted his legs, and the shadow said that even then he could prevent future karma, to which he thought that future karma. Closing his eyes, he added that well, if he died here, none of the flying tigers would die. Looking at him, the demon said that now, that would be wise of him, he would like it here, it was much better here. Grinning, the protagonist thought that yes, it was pretty good. Being underwater, he added that but did it have to be like this after everything he had done? Looking straight ahead, the shadow said that he should forget about the past. People were lying on the ground. The thought appeared that he could forget everything, he could still see it. The girl was covered in blood. The thought appeared that the faces of those who had died before his eyes, he needed to atone for his sins. The hero grabbed his neck. He heard that but they were alive now. The girl was lying on the ground. The thought appeared that what about Lucy? He sharply stretched his hand forward and thought that he had not had time to make sure that she was safe. The hand stretched out of the liquid. The thought appeared that he needed to. Frowning, the protagonist thought that Lucy should leave the demon kingdom. Looking straight ahead, the shadow turned to him. Looking to the side, she asked why he made the wrong choice over and over again. Hands reached out for the hero. It was heard that he should just die. This was the only good he was capable of. Frowning, John shouted that even if he had to die. Running forward, he added that he would first get Lucy out of here. The shadow stretched out her arms and asked that she was going to save her. It was just an excuse. The hero's eyes widened, hearing that Lucy didn't even want him to live. Standing behind him, the demon said that he was sure she didn't want him here. He was sure that she regretted meeting him. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Standing behind him, the shadow said that she thought that she would be happy if he died. Looking down, John said that even if that was the case, he needed to get out of here. The shadow leaned against him and said that there would only be pain waiting for him there. Swinging his sword, the hero replied that he didn't care, to which the demon said that he would regret it. Looking away, the protagonist shouted that he would never. A question was heard about why he was doing this. Swinging his sword, he replied that because he gave his word. Raising his weapon, John turned to the girl. Frowning, he shouted that they would get out of here together. The girl, her eyes wide, shouted for him to get up. She grabbed his hand sharply. The hero looked straight ahead. It seemed that he was there. He looked ahead in surprise. The girl grinned and said that she was so happy, and someone said that and they already thought that he had kicked the bucket. The protagonist was lying on the ground. It seemed that he should at least thank Lucy. She tried to save him from the shadow after all. Grinning, he thought that she was wrong. Looking at the girl, John thought that Lucy was waiting for him, and she asked what could get up, to which he replied that he was fine, let her save him. The hero opened his eyes wide. Lucy smiled and said that God, how he scared her. The drums began to beat, and a shadow appeared in front of the door. He stretched his hand forward. It was heard that he was being absorbed by his own shadow. Steve also tried to stop everything that was happening. Grabbing the girl by the hand, the protagonist asked why she didn't leave. She clenched her teeth tightly. John opened his eyes wide, hearing that it hurt. Lowering his head, he asked why she stayed. The girl looked at him. It was heard that she said the same thing. He was being absorbed by his own shadow. Steve tried to help. Grabbing his face, the hero asked what and where he was. Looking away, Lucy answered that he left. As the time ran out, said that he would not be able to write a novel if he was left without hands. Looking at her in surprise, the hero shouted that she should have left with him, to which she replied that he was being devoured by his own shadow. How could she leave him like that? The girl clenched her teeth, hearing that this would be the most reasonable thing to do. Frowning, she shouted that okay, it's too late. Blood suddenly started flowing from her nose. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. He looked down and turned. Lucy swung her sword. It was heard that John was a bastard. Why the hell was he yelling at the one who saved him? She was holding the sword even though she had lost her arm. Particles were flying around the hero. It was said that she was not an ordinary person at all. This girl struck the shadow, lost consciousness, was able to wake up and continue the attack. Sitting on the ground, John looked at her. Looking at her hand, he thought that he was a stupid bastard. Why was he taking out his anger on her? Looking at her in surprise, the hero said that now was not the time. The girl was unconscious. Sighing, the protagonist said that okay, he thinks, at least now it's over. Particles appeared around them, and he added that they would get out of here. John widened his eyes, hearing that he should come back, he would not hurt him. He looked away in surprise. The hero's eyes lit up, and he heard that but if he left. The shadows rushed towards him, and a notification about the activation of the beast creation ability appeared. The protagonist looked in surprise, hearing that it would die here. His eyes widened. He thought that this was not the end. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that this time he needed to be sure that he would kill it. The pet looked away. The dragon closed his eyes. They looked up, hearing that they should protect Lucy. The protagonist swung his sword sharply. The beast looked at him furiously, and a message about the activation of the beast creation ability appeared. They quickly ran towards him. John, stretching his weapon forward, said that if he attacked him. Frowning, he added that he himself would suffer. The demon looked at him, and a message about the activation of the regeneration ability appeared. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. The shadow stretched out his arms to the sides. The thought appeared that he had even stolen the healing skill. It was heard that why was he resisting? Why was he trying to worsen his karma? The demon stretched out his hand forward. His eyes lit up and he said that for what he was trying to do that. The animals ran towards the hero. It was heard that for what he would not be patted on the head anyway. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Black smoke was flying at him. Lying on the ground, the girl screamed that she was asking him to survive. John grabbed the weapon tightly. He struck furiously. A message appeared about increasing strength to 30. The shadow stood in front of him. Notifications appeared that all characteristics reached level 30. He fulfilled all the conditions. The hero looked in amazement. A message appeared that for the second sign. He looked at the glow in surprise. Scrolls opened in front of him. It was said that the Zodiac was unlocked. Grinning, the protagonist thought that the Zodiac skill, or that he would be able to defeat the shadow. It was heard that he was still clinging to hope. He looked at the scrolls and thought that this voice did not stop, despite the fact that time had stopped. Looking straight ahead, John heard that let him just look at how pathetic his Zodiac was. Notifications appeared that his Zodiac sign was a rat. Scrolls appeared. A message appeared that he had access to a new ability related to the Zodiac. It was heard that this was the weakest of the Zodiac signs. This skill would not help. The hero stretched out his hand forward, hearing that he would become stronger, to which he replied that his Zodiac sign was predetermined. Smoke appeared in front of him and he said that he was trying his best to get rid of the misfortune that had befallen him. A creature appeared behind him. A message appeared that he had received the ability of the squeak of a cornered mouse. Grinning, the protagonist said that even so, he could handle it. Raising his hands up, the shadow said that he could not escape. The animals approached the hero, and he added that with such a weak ability. The creature bit John. He looked at it and grinned. The hero grinned and the shadow asked why he was smiling. Bright beams appeared around him. Messages appeared that his health was below 10%, the ability to activate the squeak of a cornered mouse. He stood in front of the demon. It was said about the ability. Rushing forward, the protagonist said that the rat, although the weakest animal of the Zodiac, The rat's eyes lit up. He pulled the weapon forward and added that there was no one more terrible, cornered than her. The shadow deftly dodged his blow. Looking down, she said that he would die anyway. Running forward, John said what he told him. A message appeared about the activation of the skill combat instinct. Frowning, he shouted that even at the cost of his life, but he would help Lucy get out of here. The demon dodged the blow. A blow suddenly flew at him. Stretching his hand forward, the shadow said that he should understand his efforts would lead to nothing. A beast appeared in front of the hero. A notification about the activation of the dragon transformation ability appeared. The protagonist looked in surprise. A message appeared that the rat was afraid of the dragon. The beast looked at him furiously and said that even a man who had the abilities of a dragon was powerless before him and died. John raised his hand. It was heard that so why did he think that he would be able to defeat him with a rat? Putting his hand to his face, he said that he had just chosen the most beautiful thing. The hero, holding a weapon in his hands, said that he was just expecting a dragon to appear here, and then thought that the blade of generational dominance would be used to fight the dragon. Grinning, he added that so, in this situation, it is better to be a rat. A notification appeared that the dragon was detected. The attack power of the blade increased significantly. Swinging his weapon, the protagonist said that because this. As he struck, he added that the blade that cuts through demons. John began to fall down. A notification appeared that the ability to cry a cornered mouse was cancelled. The girl looked at the bright beam. The hero held on the ground. Messages appeared that they would receive an additional reward over an opponent who is stronger than him. John's fate class was raised from human fate, secondary rank to human fate, primary rank +1. The protagonist gritted his teeth, hearing the shadow. Lying on the ground, he listened to him say that he wanted to survive, then let him accept him, and he would grant him life, to which John thought that he knew that these were his hallucinations. Looking at Lucy, the hero thought that it meant that he would die like this. If he knew that he would go through all this and eventually kick the bucket anyway, it would be better to commit suicide. The pets looked at him. A thought appeared. Will Lucy be able to get out of here? Well, she thinks she will not have to worry about him so much anymore, so she will be fine. The pets walked around the hero. The girl smirked and said that it was time to go back. The hero woke up abruptly. Suddenly, he jumped out of bed. The girl was standing in the hallway. The catheter flew out of his hand. The protagonist rushed forward. He fell to the floor and shouted the girl's name. Grinning, John said that he was so glad that he. The girl turned her head to the side. The hero looked at her in fear. Looking straight ahead, he thought that why he was seeing all this again. A notification appeared that he was on the edge again because of his karma. Grinning, the protagonist thought that it was all because he was close to the border. The girl grabbed his hand. Pushing him forward, she screamed that they could no longer look after him. As soon as he appeared, terrible things began to happen to them. The protagonist was lying on the ground. It was heard that they would leave him here. Their children had been in an accident, and now they were in the hospital. All this happened because he refused to accept God, and that. John grabbed his head, hearing that the reason for their suffering was that he rejected him, and someone screamed that he meant to tell him to let God in. People opened the gate. The hero took a step forward. He looked away in surprise. His eyes widened. The protagonist thought that the voices had died down. He turned around, hearing that he was John. The girl raised her hand and said that she was Amanda. The hero looked at her. The girl frowned. The boys lowered their heads. It was heard that with his face. Looking away, Amanda said that they asked to perform a ritual so that he would accept the god. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that, but he thought he did not want it. John turned his head to the side. The girl sat down and said that if she did not want it, then she did not need to. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that, but the god who wanted to take him into his hands was too strong for her to protect him. Frowning, Amanda said that so let him come here, be her student until he learns to protect himself. The protagonist took her hand and said no. He raised his eyebrows and added that she could get hurt too. Smirking, the girl replied that he underestimated her. Taking his hands, she added that she had a god with her who would protect her, so she should not worry. John looked down. Hearing that now he could be in pain, he hoped that someday everything would change, that he would be surrounded by good people. She grinned and said that he would definitely become happy too. The hero opened his eyes wide. Looking at the girl, he thought that she had started the ritual of suppressing divine energy, and while he lived with her, he stopped seeing spirits. The protagonist was kneeling. He raised his head up, thinking that when he creates karma and approaches the border, he begins to see what he should not and hear what he should not. His hand reached forward. The thought appeared that and then, when he finally crosses the border, John was lying on the ground. He heard that he would die. The shadow stretched out her hand forward and said, "Closer, let him come closer." The hero was lying on the ground. He opened his eyes. Lying on the bed, the protagonist asked what the dream was, to which he was told that it was not a dream. Standing next to him, the girl said that he finally woke up after a month. Let him try not to move too much, he might faint, to which he asked what Lucy was doing, what was wrong with her. She grinned and replied that she was fine. John sighed and said that he was glad about that, and the girl said that if he waited a bit, she would call someone. The girl grinned and said that she also congratulated him on his recovery. The shadows looked at him, and he thought that the test results were good. Well, awakened people heal much better than ordinary people, and that was what worried him, his fate window. The hero looked at the notification in surprise and thought that he had raised 2 levels at once. He lay on the ground and added that it was all because he had swapped fates with Lucy. Suddenly, someone entered the room and addressed him. The man frowned and asked why he hadn't told them that he was able to steal the fates of others. Frowning, the protagonist thought that was why. He crossed his arms and added that he should tell them why he had hidden it from them. John grinned slightly. He raised his finger and replied that it was because he was worried about the reaction he had. Matthew adjusted his glasses and said that, well, okay, he was calm. Looking at the hero, he asked had he ever killed anyone to steal their fate, to which the hero replied no, and he added what if it wasn't intentional. The protagonist looked away. He lowered his head and said it was for self-defense, and they all signed a contract when they entered. A document was shown, and it was heard that while he agreed that injuries and deaths could occur due to conflict between interns or monsters, he never killed anyone without a reason. The guy gritted his teeth and thought, but murder is murder, that's what he seemed to be thinking, but that was a normal reaction. John smirked and asked what would happen to him. Looking away, he added that he would be punished. The man held his hand forward and said congratulations, he had received the highest marks among the interns. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked if he really wanted to hire such a dangerous person, to which Matthew replied that he should shut up. He held out his hand and said that he had an offer for him, to which the hero asked what it was, and the man added that they were offering him an official position. John looked surprised to hear that he was on the second team of the Fate Protection Agency. The man extended his hand. He looked surprised to hear that he was asking for forgiveness, but he had no desire to accept the offer. Gritting his teeth, the guy shouted that he at least knew what a great opportunity this was. Matthew looked at him and turned to him. He smirked and said that he understood that they were offering this too suddenly to someone who had just come to his senses. The man held out a card and said that he should rest for a few days and then contact them. I'm sure he would want to see his family and freshen up, to which the hero replied that he was not eager to work for. Waving his hand, the manager said that when he was discharged, he should go to the training hall. There was something he should know before leaving the training center. Winking, he added that they would see each other again. Looking away, the hero thought that working for an agency to protect fate, but considering that they were so insistent on offering, a notification appeared, and he added that they should not know about its purpose. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that if they found out, they would do everything to try to make him work for them. Walking towards the exit, he added that first, they need to find Lucy. A ward appeared. John entered the room and asked what Lucy was. He looked at the girl. Lucy was unconscious. Her hand was cut off. The hero frowned. He closed his eyes. The protagonist looked in surprise at the notification that an aura of murder was detected in Lucy's fate. Wide-eyed, he asked what murder was. How is that possible? He said that in his past life he did not remember Lucy having such a strong energy of death. John looked away in surprise. Messages appeared about the activation of the Destiny Compass item. It is strengthened by the power of the barrier. The hero stood in front of the girl. He turned his head to the side. The protagonist grabbed his head and thought that his head. Suddenly he spat out blood. The girl lowered her head. It was heard that John would not come. The girl stretched her arms out to the sides and said that he did not even know that he was here. Crouching down, she said that oh my god, she did not understand. John abandoned her, so why was she trying to die for him? The hero, wide-eyed, wondered if this was the future, and then heard that no matter what she did, he would still die. Gritting her teeth, Lucy said that he should not dare to even touch him with a finger. The protagonist looked in surprise, hearing that, and then thought, what the hell? Suddenly, a blow flew at the girl, and she said goodbye. John opened his eyes in fear. He fell to the floor and thought that in a place he did not know. The hero looked at him in amazement and added that Lucy would die again because of him. Gritting his teeth, he thought no. The protagonist took the compass in his hand and thought that he could not rely only on it. He needed to find out what was going on. The compass needle began to spin. John raised his hand up. He heard that he should run. He looked away, hearing that no way. The hero began to cry and said that he would get him out of here. Pushing the car, he heard that he could not help alone. There should be adults nearby. He should call them here. The girl grinned and asked that he could do that. Rushing forward, the protagonist shouted that okay, he would find someone, he just had to wait. He ran past him. John held out his hand and told him not to go. The hero froze, looking at himself as a child. Running forward, the protagonist shouted that they should help, that someone was there. John looked at his hand, hearing that he was asking for help for his mom and dad. He clenched his teeth tightly. The hero stood in the middle of the road, listening to how lucky he was that he still got away. What would he do? A flame appeared in his eyes and he heard that he would be left all alone. Standing in front of the flame, the protagonist heard himself thinking that he would be fine. Gritting his teeth, he thought that they knew. John put his hand to his face and added that the car was about to explode. Tears appeared in his eyes. A girl stood in front of him. She pulled her weapon forward. The hero stood in the middle of the ward. A notification appeared that the Destiny Compass item was turning off. Looking at the compass, he thought, what the hell just happened? Wasn't it an ordinary accident? His hand shook and the protagonist wondered if Amelie had set everything up. Grabbing the bed, he added that it turns out that she is also involved in Lucy's murder in the future. The girl swung her sword. A thought appeared that he had just seen. John opened his eyes wide. Suddenly the girl moaned. She turned her head. The hero closed the doors. Looking to the side, he heard that she knew he was here. The protagonist hid the compass in his pocket. Grinning, the girl greeted him. Looking at the flowers, he asked what the group leader was, to which she clarified that oh my god, he remembered her, said that she came to visit him, but did not find her in the ward. Looking at the entrance, the girl said that he cares about Lucy very much. As soon as he woke up, he went to visit her. It seemed to her that she was also worried about him. Putting her hand to her face, she added that she was very surprised when she saw them leaving the demon realm. She lost her hand. It was all cut up, but she was able to pull it out. Smirking, the girl said okay, she doesn't want to bother the two of them. She will leave soon, but she needs to say something. She stretched her hand out to the side and added that she works for the Agency for the Protection of Fate, in the first team, not the second, to which the hero replied that he is not going to work for. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that if he agrees. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that she would return Lucy's hand. With wide eyes, he asked how, to which she replied that she can't say that, but she will be able to return the hand, but only when he joins them. Holding flowers in his hands, John thought that she could return Lucy's hand like that. There are almighty gods who can regenerate body parts in a couple of years, but now such simply do not exist. He lowered his head and added that he knew a way to return her hand with the help of objects, but it would take a lot of time, but if he got a job at the agency, all plans would go awry. The girl smiled, hearing what and how long he would have to work, to which she replied that probably a year, but the longer the better. Closing her eyes, she added that usually, candidates are required to start work immediately, but they can give him a couple of months of grace period, if only. Standing in front of him, the girl said that she would answer her right now. The hero frowned. Suddenly, someone extended a hand and said that he did not agree, and the protagonist said okay then. Frowning, Lucy said that John was not going to work for the protection agency, and he turned to her. The girl, looking straight, said what nonsense, she was manipulating her hand, only she did not offer her such a thing. Snatching the bouquet, the girl asked, well, in that case, maybe she could join in too. Winking, she added that she would be glad to. Holding out her hand, Lucy said, oh no, they have different views. Grinning, the girl said, well, what's the matter? Holding out a card, she added that they should call if they changed their minds. John and Lucy looked at her. Looking away, she said that if he was going to say yes just because of her hand, then he shouldn't even think about it, it was her problem. The protagonist silently looked straight ahead. Standing in front of the girl, he said that he wanted to agree not because of her hand, but she turned to him. Sighing, Lucy said that he couldn't lie. Taking her hand, the hero asked why. Lowering his head, the hero asked why she sacrificed her hand for him. They were not that close, they had only known each other for a couple of months. The girl, her eyes wide, said, well, he was in danger, and he asked her to answer why. Looking straight ahead, Lucy said she didn't know. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said what was the point, to which she replied that it was simple. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that she cared about him. The hero struck. It was heard that at first she thought of him because he helped her. The girls walked through the forest. It was said that he protected them, although he pretended not to. The protagonist carried the girl on his back. It was heard that he himself endured the trials of fate alone. John looked away. Standing in front of him, Lucy said that even in the room of sawn skeletons, she was sorry that he was in danger because of her. With wide eyes, she added that but, in truth, this is not the only reason. She understands. It may seem strange, but it feels like she has known him for a long time. The hero opened his eyes in confusion. Closing his eyes, he thought that for a long time. The girl lowered her head and said that when she saw that he was in danger, she acted on instinct. Looking away, she added that it was strange, wasn't it? They had only known each other for a couple of months. The protagonist frowned, wondering if everything that had happened was really affecting Lucy that much, if everyone had memories of their past lives stored in their subconscious. The girl smiled and said that she was also going to create a sect since he would be fighting alongside them. Putting her hand to her chest, she said that she hoped that they could continue together in the future. Reaching out, Lucy asked that couldn't they remain friends and keep in touch. She pulled at his clothes, wondering if that was how he could save her. John was sitting on the ground, wondering if she was next to him. Everything could turn out just like in their past life. The girl stood in the middle of the flames, wondering if she could even be killed by Amelie like her parents. The girl's eyes widened. The thought appeared that but what if he left? Lucy was kneeling, and the hero thought, what if this path led to the future that the compass of fate showed? What if in a place he did not know? And until he realized where it was. Gritting his teeth, he added that Lucy would die again because of him. He could not allow this. The girl smiled, hearing that it was okay. She raised her eyebrows and said that she had heard some rumors. They say that like-minded hunters also create sects. How about joining them? Turning his head, John said that if he wanted to which Lucy replied that great, she would not leave him until he agreed. Smiling, she asked what, and yes, once he joined, he would not be able to leave whenever he wanted, okay, and the hero thought that this reminded him of old times. With her eyes closed, the girl said that John had asked to withdraw his application, citing a lack of ability, but Lucy had objected. She smiled and added that John had asked to withdraw his application, citing health issues, but Lucy had objected. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that John had asked to withdraw his application, citing that he wanted to develop independently, to which he had replied that he should shut up. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that even when he had said that he would leave out of remorse, she had rejected it, and then said that she was sure that he would not succeed, and the guy had turned to him. Smiling, Mike said that he had woken up. Looking at him, John said that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which he had replied that he was so glad to see him. He folded his arms and said that he had come here alone because he did not know if he had come to his senses, but he was sure that the others would want to see him too. Smiling, Lucy said that indeed, everyone must be waiting very much. The hero opened his eyes wide. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl said that she would go into the ward, change her clothes and go down. Closing her eyes, she asked that he would look after him, to which Mike replied that it was okay. Looking down, the protagonist thought that they needed to find a solution as soon as possible. Looking at the ward, Mike said that they should go this way. Turning his head, he added that downstairs, where they were, there was a training center. I was sure everyone was already waiting. They were all very worried. Closing his eyes, the guy said that it was the same when he was pulled out of the demon kingdom half dead, and when the question of his unique power arose, they were like this. Looking at the hero, he added that he was asking for forgiveness. It was probably uncomfortable for him to talk about it, to which the protagonist replied that no, everything was fine. The people looked at him in fear, and the thought occurred to them that if they thought about it, his abilities were now known to others, too, right? John put his foot forward and asked, more importantly, if he was okay with it. The guy turned to him, hearing that he meant he was hiding the fact that he had these abilities. Mike grinned and said, of course, he knew what a good person he was. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Sitting at the table, the guy said, so first let him enter this realm of demons in. He looked at him in surprise and turned to John. The protagonist and Mike opened the doors, and the people exclaimed. The girl suddenly jumped up to his side. She closed her eyes and said that they were very, very worried that he might die. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy said that thank God he woke up, to which the protagonist asked, but they were still here. They grinned and replied that it was all clear, they were waiting for him. Looking at the girl, John thought about how they all treated him the same, even after they found out about his abilities, and then said that they should have left with the others, to which she replied that no, she wouldn't even say hello to them anymore. Frowning, she added that they were so mean, even after they saw everything, to which the hero asked what was wrong. Looking away, the guy said that well, it's all about it, and Jessica said that it was about these people. 2 weeks ago, people were talking to each other. It was heard that now gradually more and more people were leaving the hospital. He was glad that everyone was getting better, but as for John, they said that he was still unconscious. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that great, there was no point in letting a brat like him out into society, he would be better off dead. Frowning, the girl said that he should repeat what he said, to which Dexter asked that John was a killer, wasn't he? Closing his eyes, he added that he was sure that he led them everywhere with him, only to steal their power one fine day. Suddenly, the girl knocked him to the floor. The guy spat out blood. Looking down, Jessica said that he shouldn't talk about him like that. Rushing forward, the guy asked what happened, and Dexter said that he was going to call the killer what he was. They probably heard what ability he was hiding too. The guy clenched his teeth. Sitting on the floor, Dexter heard that if he were a killer, he would be dead, to which he asked again. The guy frowned and said that he knew how strong John was, so he could easily deal with someone like him. Jessica stretched out her hand and said that first of all, if the master was really a murderer, everyone present here should have died in the room of uttered sins of the demon realm. Poisoning the food would be easy. The girl looked to the side. The people looked forward in amazement. Taking a step forward, the man said that but he used his powers. Lifting Dexter up, he added that his entire body was covered in stripes. Looking to the side, the guy said that he didn't think he was bad either, but it was true that he gave goosebumps. Looking to the side, Dexter shouted that right, they were becoming fools too. They didn't even know what he was thinking. Nothing good would come of him hanging out with a guy like this. The people watched him. Jessica frowned and said that after receiving help from them all this time, the hero lowered his head down. Standing in front of him, the girl said that he shouldn't worry about it. No matter what they said, they would still follow him, to which he asked again. The guy extended his hand forward and asked that in any case, he should join them, right? And Jacqueline said that they were going to train together before the opening day. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought, that's right, the opening day. A monster appeared. The thought appeared that starting from the day of awakening, people were able to awaken their 4 pillars and 8 characteristics. The guy looked at the notice in surprise. It was said that and after the opening day, awakened ones are able to progress many times faster. People held weapons in their hands. The thought appeared that the opening day marks the opening of the first great demon realm. A portal appeared. It was said that it was more difficult and dangerous than ordinary demon realms, but many awakened ones died in the raid for huge rewards and better reputation. Smiling, the girl said that they were also going to raid the normal demon realm and go on a mission to destroy the magical beasts. The people looked at the hero. It was heard that he would also be training, right? John looked at them. He pressed his lips together and thought that his goal was to raid the first great demon realm before the others. They looked surprised to hear that he did not. Raising his hand, the hero said that he had slightly different plans, and then thought that because he had to find this person without anyone knowing. The comrades looked in surprise at the protagonist, who said that he had to do something. The girl stood in shock and realized that he wanted to stop communicating with them. She grabbed both his hands and asked if that was really true. Another girl looked at her phone and said that they would wait for him to finish. John turned his head and said that he did not know when that would be. He brought the phone in front of him and began to look at it. He was invited to the group where the guys were texting. He looked at the phone with his head up. We are then transported to another location and we see a girl sitting at a table saying that the guy would be fine. She extended her hand and said that he no longer had God's revelation and that it might be better if he joined the Destiny Protection Agency. John lowered his head and thanked her. We then see God's protection holding a scroll in her hand and it frankly looked like a quest. While shamans borrowed God's power, they could not ignore God's revelation and what was his commandment. We then see how the scroll said that he had to raise all ranks to 30, go through at least 3 demon realms, and also raise God's glory above a certain level. Then we see someone mopping the floors and another one having fun with a weapon, because also the purpose of the gods is to make their names known everywhere. And the more famous the shaman was, the more his divine titles would spread, and the gods would also grant him tasks and rewards to help the shaman in his development. John looked away. Holding his hand in his pocket, he realized that since he did not have the protection of the gods, he had a lot to prepare for in this life, and he also had to hurry. Then a system message appears in front of us and a lightning-struck sword with 7 branches. It was the highest dragon rank and was also a sword that was created from a sacred tree that was struck by lightning, and John first needed to get a suitable weapon for all this. Then we see a beautiful sunset. After that we see a house in the forest. The blacksmith was striking the iron. He turned his head and looked at the man. He grabbed the towel and said that it had been a long time since customers had gone so far into the countryside, and especially so young. John smiled and said that he came to him, then he understood why. Fortunately, she had not yet been dragged to the Fate Protection Agency. The guy looked forward while holding the towel and did not understand what was happening. Then we see the man who forged the sword. He was a relative of the master craftsman who declared a cultural heritage for his golden hands, and he also had a granddaughter. John stood there smiling and felt an eerie atmosphere that was pressing on him. He realized that he had to hurry. After all, he came here to open the window of fate for his grandfather's granddaughter. He said that the master had a good receiver and she did not even really earn money, although she was in her prime, and she also worked every day, forging iron for nothing, and he was very sad about it. The girl smiled, crossing her arms, and said that she was still far from her grandfather's skill. John pointed his finger at the system message and said that he needed her ability. She had a class of tertiary demon rank, and her attribute was fire. The girl looked at the system message in surprise, where it said that her ability was blacksmith fire, and her class was tertiary dragon rank, and fire was also able to help create items filled with mana. And while working with metal, it was possible to adjust the characteristics, and she also had the ability to use elements that had the same rank as her ability. She grabbed the piece of paper and realized that these were her conditions, and she would have to work for the Fate Protection Agency. She put her hand on the bag of money and said that he ate a lot of money and helped with awakening and with raising property, and John realized that he helped her with awakening, but the possession was not his doing. He put his sword on the table and told her to melt and subjugate his sword, and also she had to follow the divine revelation, evolving until he came for her again. The girl pointed to the side and indicated that there was a cemetery on the mountain, and she wanted to visit her grandfather before work. John put his hand to his chin and immersed himself in thought, imagining various implementations. He understands that going to the cemetery at such a time was not the best decision, and the ghostly energy near the graves at night was very strong, which is why the beasts were attracted to it. The girl stood in shock and realized that it was night and there was a high chance of the beasts appearing, and John decided to go with her since there most likely would not be strong monsters. Then we see how they walked forward, and John was afraid that here really was close. He was lost in thought and remembered how his grandfather pointed at him, saying that he didn't understand who he was, and he kept looking at his shop. And then he realized that the protagonist was an awakened one and wanted him to take her granddaughter to the Fate Protection Agency. The protagonist closed his eyes and realized that he clearly heard his grandfather's voice in this life, and that was why he thought it was because of his karma, meaning the side, and realized that he might have just imagined it. Then he stood near the grave and saw that there was no signal here, because in this world the wireless signal was weak. That was why he could hear the voices of the gods so well, and in shrines or at the graves of the dead, it became easier for him to communicate with the gods he needed. The girl poured a drink with a smile, talking to her grandfather. John put his hand out to the side and asked if she couldn't communicate with him without going to the grave, but the girl felt like she only really talked to him when she came here. They were in a cemetery with many graves and it wasn't far to walk, so she often came here. John looked up and realized that it hadn't been long since he passed away. We then see the soul leaving the body, and we were told that when people died, their soul left the body, but the spirit stayed. We then see a dead body, dirt, and a human skeleton, and we were told that the theft of fate was done by stealing information from this spirit, and if you try to steal fate from a sick body, it will require additional mana. John looked to the side. Putting his hand to his face, I realized that about 5 months had passed, and then he thought that he could use mana to steal his fate. He was lost in thought, imagining himself digging a grave in front of the girl, and realized that even if it was possible, he couldn't just start digging a grave right in front of her. He then became wary, looking to the side. He grabbed his sword, and something was heading towards them. We then see a fierce red gaze. Jonah pulled out his sword and looked at the huge number of beasts in the dark. The girl was scared, and Jonah said that since it was a cemetery, they needed to get an amulet for protection. The monsters then chased towards the protagonist. Jonah ran forward, swinging his sword. Then someone was holding a fire seal in his hands. He then stuck a seal on all the monsters, after which they pressed themselves to the ground. The protagonist looked forward in shock and realized that it was a talisman. We then see many monsters lying on the ground, and someone held the bells, which were all burning. The guy was walking with bells, and all the monsters in front of him were destroyed. He stood in front of the bloody ground and said that she must not have been taught that it was very dangerous to be near such graves. The masked guy was holding bells in his hands, and he could not believe that the guy brought a newbie with him. The protagonist extended his hand and told the girl to go back one and wait for him at home. John calmly looked ahead. The masked guy stood and watched. The protagonist took a step forward and asked why he came here. Then the guy took the mask off his face and realized that he was recognized by his voice, although more than 5 years had passed since they last saw each other. The guy was holding the mask in his hand and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then John remembered his friend putting his hand on his shoulder. The protagonist smiled and said that it had not been that long. He remembered the masked guy looking ahead, and they had only seen each other once during training. He handed him the bells and said that if he recognized him, then why didn't he tell him anything? John stepped forward and said that it was not a good situation to greet him, but now was the right time. John looked away and said that he was watching him on orders from the security agency, although he could also have done it on his own. The guy was holding the bells. His hand began to shake. John's face changed and he felt something was wrong, because he initially decided to ask him about his mother. The guy was standing in a pool of blood, holding the bells. Then he raised his head and said with a scream that she died 2 years ago. John, with a lousy face, silently looked down. Then we see a photo of a girl who was burning in a fire, and it turned out that the teacher did die, just like in her past life, and she left a few years before her awakening. John lowered his head and asked why he did not invite him to the funeral, after which the guy grabbed him by the collar. He was holding him by his clothes and with a displeased face shouting that he himself had gotten out of his house, so he shouldn't have called him. Then we see a little boy being put on his shoulder. John looked away, head bowed. The teacher was standing between them and saying that from today on they wouldn't be studying together. Then we see an empty hallway. John slammed his hands on the table and said that the teacher had told him that she wouldn't pass on the shaman status, but she didn't want to, because living by the god's orders was pretty unpleasant. The girl turned her head and said that she didn't want his life to be like that. The boy looked forward and shouted who he was. He was kneeling, and the girl explained to him that a powerful god was coming for him, but the boy wasn't eager to accept him, which is why she wanted to help this boy. The boy stood in shock and realized that he didn't want to accept the god, but he didn't understand why the god chose him if he was so arrogant towards others. The guy put his hand in front of the girl and said that he was ready to accept this god and was proud of it. Then he started screaming and tears appeared on his face, saying that he wanted to be like her. John was sitting at the time holding his hands in front of him. He lowered his head down and realized that it was not such a big deal. Then he was holding a plate of apples with a smile. The guy walked past and pushed the protagonist. John was holding a notebook and asked if the guy could help him with his homework, but he shouted after him that he was busy and had to do it himself. John called out to the guy with a smile. The blonde guy turned around and suggested pretending that they did not know each other. John lowered his head with a sad face. Then we see him walking down Street 1. Then he turned his head, heard that he was an unfinished shaman. The guy was standing there looking at a group of people who were saying that he should be ashamed because a ghost was following him, so he had to hang around there. He looked at the whole situation and said that he would not pay to walk down this street. Then the bully grabbed him by the shirt and was about to hit him, but he was grabbed by the arm. John grabbed him by the clothes and started yelling at him to let go of his brother. The bullies stood there smiling and watching this whole scene. The blonde guy gritted his teeth and did not know what to do. Then we see them sitting on the floor with their things scattered around. The protagonist started wiping his face, and the guy asked him why he was trying to get into his life. John started crying and yelling that they were not the only ones who had bad luck with him all the time. The guy sat with a broken nose and watched all this. The protagonist was wiping his face and sitting with his friend. The guy brought his hand to his face. He stood up and lifted his comrade. John was crying and holding his hand. The fair-haired boy looked at him and said that if he called her teacher, he would accept him. John raised his head and looked ahead. Then they stood holding hands, and as the teacher said, his life was slowly getting better. Then we see a girl in a beautiful costume. She danced with a sword in her hands, and after that, a couple of ancestral appearance rituals happened. John was sitting in a cape at this time. He was smiling, his head down, and God told him that his separation from him would not change anything, and his fate would remain the same because he would bring misfortune to everyone around him. He looked ahead and said with a smile that everything would be different from now on, because after that he stopped hearing the voice of God. Then we see him smiling as he walked forward, and he also stopped seeing ghosts. He stopped having nightmares. The teacher stood and hugged them near the beautiful trees, and the thought that John could be happy made her happy. Then we see the protagonist grab someone by the hand, because he had already performed the ancestor suppression ritual so many times, but it still brought only misfortune. The man dragged John by his clothes and says that if they do not get rid of him, then it will be much worse. The girl opened the doors and looked at this whole situation and says that if the man opens his mouth at him again, she will rip out his filthy tongue. Afterwards, we see her furious face, which said that the man should never dare to say such a thing about the guy again. Then we see John not his friend, who asked why she loved him more than him, although he was her own son, and also why he was the one he wanted to appropriate for himself. The protagonist looked at his friend and said that he seemed very tired and was talking stupidly. The brown-haired Barium started crying and saying that the god who came for him, he wanted him to take him. John watched as the guy fell down. The protagonist stood and watched his friend who was lying on the ground. He was lying on the ground with tears in his eyes and could not believe how, despite the fact that he knew how he lived thanks to this god, he still had nothing. The protagonist stood there gritting his teeth. And then we see the guy lying in bed, and this behavior did not satisfy him much. Because if his desire for a god was the same as his desire to abandon him, then most likely he found it incredibly unbearable to live like this. John sat near the door and did not know what to do. He looked silently forward and lost in thought, realizing that he had brought so much trouble to his friend, and if he only brought one only suffering and disappointment, he should leave the house. Then he put on his briefcase and looked towards the house, realizing that his friend would finally find happiness. John looked away as he was being held by his clothes. The guy was holding his shirt and asked him why he was standing there doing nothing. He kept looking forward and asked him why he was doing nothing when he could have easily defeated him, but he was trying to be gentle with him. John turned his head to the side and said that he didn't want to fight him. He then let go of his hand and told him not to look down on him because he wasn't the same person he used to be. He turned his head with a fierce face. Then he started to walk away. John put his hand to his collar and realized that this was very bad, because in his past life he was the only reason they could get along. He then remembered the guy holding his clothes and telling him that he couldn't stand by and watch him be such a weakling, but even so he didn't understand why he envied him. The protagonist silently looked forward and realized that he had something to say to his old friend. We then see a guy with brown hair knock on the door. The girl was holding a dart and asked if he had met the man and if he had agreed to join them. The masked guy said he hadn't succeeded and his comrade said he was busy with something but didn't say what. The girl pointed her Androzic forward and said she hoped he could talk him into it. She held the dart between her fingers and said they weren't that close after all since they had spent an obscene amount on him. Then she told him to try to convince him again. She started typing on the keyboard saying that if they explored the demon realm together then they could let their guard down. The guy looked at the girl and listened to her silently. The girl pressed her hands to her face and said she really wanted to see him and also for him to be on their team. We then see John looking forward and a system message saying that a request for help to explore the demon realm was active. The protagonist put his hand in front of the system message and it said that their team had asked for help and now he had a reason to meet them. We then see him standing near a huge building. He looked at the system message with his arms folded and realized that the ruined city was an unexplored demon realm. Then we see a huge system message where it was written that he was asked to help in healing the demon realm, and the target was the realm of the destroyed city, and also this demon realm was class 1. And despite the low class of this realm, it had never been explored due to the huge number of missing hunters, and they asked him, who had successfully passed more than one realm, to provide them with some minor help, and they also had to help him. John looked ahead and plunged into thought. He understands that not all regrets were given to remember all this, and he only remembered the large realms and those where something terrible happened. Oba looked to the side and realized that he had never looked at the low-level one. He looked at the machine and realized that since it was not particularly well known, then most likely it was studied without any problems, and it turned out that it was not only about the realm. The car door opened and the guy was sitting in it. The protagonist realized that in order to figure everything out, they needed to talk. Someone stuck their hand out of the car and told him that the protagonist was early for this mission. The girl ran forward, waving her hand, saying that she would go to the kingdom with them. John looked ahead in surprise. He shook hands with a girl he had not seen for a long time, and he was also not warned that she would go with them. The red-haired girl smiled and laughed at all this. Then we see how the guy with glasses was scared and could not believe that they knew each other, although they could not give him to team number 1 for anything. John shook the girl's hand, and she thought that it would be difficult for 2, and so she decided to help them with this task. The girl put her hands forward and said that she will not deny that she was sent to lure John, but we know she will also help with this task. Then they went into the building. John looked at the girl and asked if they were here so she wouldn't pretend, but she received a request as an individual hunter to study this realm. The guy called out to the people and asked if there were people here too. The girl waved her hand with a smile and said that they could join the first team, and she should also know the unspoken rule. The hunters looked at John and said that they had been here for a couple of hours, and they also didn't want to share the prey with them. The guy with brown hair folded his hands in front of himself and said that it was complete nonsense, because they didn't look like hunters and had to leave here before they lost their arms and legs, and they could also look into some third-rate demon world. The people, hearing this, were angry and asked what rank they were. The girl stretched out her hand and said that they came here to study the demon realm and gain experience. John stood awkwardly, holding his hand to his head, and realized that their leader was of a lower rank than them. The people turned away from them and went through the portal. They didn't even want to answer anything about luck. The girl looked at her comrades and said that she didn't know there were such rules, after which the guy with brown hair extended his hand to the portal. But John said that if everything goes according to first place, then they will have to show all their cards. Then we see a system message where it was said that they were able to enter the demon realm of the destroyed city. The guy with the bell stood and looked at only ruins, and the system message said that they should destroy the statue that serves as the basis for the barrier. The protagonist looked back at the portals, realized that this was one of the spheres with which it would be possible to get out, and the system message said that they had no time limit. John looked at the system message and realized that they had a mission to find a statue to get out, but no one ever came back from here, and that's why the realm was quite vast, and they didn't even know what the statue looked like. Their comrade closed his eyes and said that if it was somehow connected to the barrier, they would feel an eerie aura of magic, and maybe they would find it sooner than they actually thought. Then they looked to the side in surprise. They saw a man lying on the ground, and his comrades were running away. He stretched his hand forward and screamed for help. Then a creepy monster made of mud walked forward. He grabbed the girl's hands, and she screamed for help. The guy stood there, gritting his teeth, not understanding what to do. They stood there and were surrounded by many monsters. Then one of them grabbed the guy's hand. The girl swung her spear at that moment. John helped the other guy, and the girl stood there in tears. The protagonist cut the enemy in one move. The guy with the bells deftly cast explosive seals. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that she couldn't believe that they were able to deal with those monsters so easily. The red-haired girl raised her hand to her head and realized that they had dealt with all the enemies. She approached the girl and asked what had happened to them. Then she looked ahead with a smile and asked if they hadn't entered a couple of hours after they themselves had entered the realm. John looked at the girl in surprise. Then they looked away in fear and realized that they had entered almost immediately after those people. The red-haired girl remembered how they had entered the portals, realized that time must have passed differently here than in the outside world, and now she was worried about those who had never returned, because Group 1 had entered here several months ago. John put his hand to his mouth and said that if he had managed to survive, then they had fed themselves with their inventory supplies. The brown-haired guy put his hand to his chin and realized that he had found something. He looked at the people, said that he was able to examine the killed monsters, and realized that he had more than the protagonist. He pressed his hand to his chest with a smile and said that it meant that he had the title of the best hunter. John pressed his hand to his face and the girl was unhappy with this. Then the protagonist unrolled the scroll with the map, and the system message wrote that he used the map of the demon realm, and the studied part was 0.03%. And no more, that it would take a lot of time, but they needed to look into every nook and cranny in order to figure out what to do. John held his hand in front of him and suggested that they send blinds to find out the situation from the air. Then we see a beautiful animal with green horns. The red-haired girl held fire cubes in her hands and intended to send blinds to check the situation from the air. After which many dolls began to fall down. The system message wrote that she activated the ability doll control. She pointed her finger forward and ordered the dolls to search for survivors inside the building, and if they found them, they were to report, and also if they found an ambush or something suspicious. The dolls went forward with smiles. A group of people looked at all this in shock and did not believe their eyes that these guys were much stronger. John looked forward and said that her words were quite noisy, but effective, and she could also silence them if necessary, but this was necessary in the demon realm. After the protagonist became wary and looked to the side, and he also realized that they were not heard now. He put his hand out and opened the system message. The red-haired girl was shocked when she found out that she couldn't connect because there was no connection and no way to access her inventory. Then the guy with brown hair also opened the system message, where it was written that communication with the deity using telekinesis was currently unavailable, and also currently access to the inventory was also unavailable. John looked at his comrades and said that now they would not be able to call for help, and he was not going to say anything about supplies either. The red-haired girl pressed her hands to her mouth in horror, realizing that the hunters who left a few months ago most likely died from lack of food. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her to be quiet. The girl turned to the side, and the guy pointed at the other people. The girl held her hand near her neck and realized that they were in trouble. John looked down at the system message and realized that they had no connection. He pressed his hand to his face and lost in thought, realizing that the deities were listening to them now. He turned his head to the side and realized that such an opportunity probably came once in a lifetime. The guy with brown hair looked ahead and realized that he needed to talk to his brother. Then we see a group of people walking forward. John and a group of people were walking through the ruins. The protagonist looked away silently. The girl was holding a broken sword in her hands and realized that the fog was getting thicker and the buildings were looking worse. John looked at the flying animal. He stopped and looked ahead in surprise. They were standing on the collapsed half, and in front of them a whole building with a fountain was visible. Then we see a garden with flowers and windows. John grabbed the bars and did not understand what was happening here. The girl raised her head and looked silently. The protagonist opened the doors and wondered how this house had managed to stay so well preserved. Not everyone entered the shiny building. The guy with brown hair looked ahead and realized that there was something strange smelling in here. John looked ahead at the people running down the hall. They opened the door and looked at the huge table with food. They immediately grabbed the food and realized that they would no longer have to worry about their supplies, because they had a feeling that it was just baked and all the food was incredibly delicious. John grabbed the girl's hand and told her not to eat it. The guy was holding an apple in his hand and asked who he was to tell them what to do, and then he suggested that the guy wanted to eat everything in one person. The guy with brown hair smiled and told them not to think that this was a great opportunity to poison everyone at once, because it was even funny that they were seriously going to eat in such a suspicious situation. The boy and the girl smiled and realized that they were right and it looked too suspicious, and they decided to postpone lunch for now and continue searching. The boy gritted his teeth, holding an apple in his hand. They stood near the door and suggested that they divide and inspect the whole building and then meet at the front door. The girl looked away and realized that they would inspect it one more time. John looked away at his comrade and realized that this was a great opportunity. He extended his hand forward and told them to wait, but he turned his head and looked at the girl. The red-haired girl folded her hands in front of her and asked if he still wanted to join the Fate Protection Agency, because hunters like them did not have divine support and could very easily get into a dangerous situation like now. And they also understood that joining the agency was a serious step, but they had a lot of useful information and much more. John leaned his hands on the table and realized that she should forgive him, but he did not want to join this agency. He looked ahead and asked if there were really no better hunters in the world than him, and he was very flattered, and their offers were tempting, but they had to find someone else for this role. The girl put her hand in front of her, said that she had never seen anyone who was better than the protagonist. Then we see John swinging his sword and killing monsters. Then we see him lying on the ground and remembering his path, where he used to be inferior to anyone, but he gave himself completely to his work, and he really acted pragmatically, but with all understanding. And then he put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and realized that one extended a helping hand when he saw that someone needed it, and had not yet run away from fear even in the face of a strong enemy. Then he remembered how he carried the girl on his shoulders. Then the red-haired girl pressed her hand to her chest and said that this is why she wanted him to join their group. John looked ahead in surprise when he heard this. The girl stood with her hands folded in front of her and told him that they had arranged a workplace for him, and even so, they had prepared a welcoming party in honor of this and picked out a couple of good restaurants near their agency. The protagonist smiled and realized that since he didn't want to, they wouldn't force him. Then he started thinking and realized that the girl most likely knew about his abilities. The red-haired girl walked ahead with a smile and said that they needed to look around and they would see each other later. After that, the protagonist was walking up the stairs. He held onto the railing and realized that the guys had gone this way. He looked ahead and saw his friend standing in place. He looked away angrily. John smiled and lost in thought, realizing that now was not exactly the right environment to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. He stood next to him and asked why he looked so scared. Was he waiting for him to incite him and join the Soul Team? The guy with brown hair looked ahead. John walked down the hallway and realized that he saw a black streak stretching behind him. The guy lowered his head and told the protagonist that he should have been aware of all this misfortune, which increased according to his karma. And then he took a step forward and asked what he was doing when he ran away from home. Then he grabbed his shoulder. John looked ahead in surprise and listened to everything that was said to him. The guy with brown hair put his hand on his shoulder and asked what he had been doing lately to accumulate so much karma. John looked ahead silently. He grabbed his comrade by the hand and said that he saw him as a completely different person. They held hands, looking ahead. Then we see a dark silhouette standing in the hallway. Then he began to walk forward. Then he began to approach. John and his comrade looked at all this in fear. The guy with brown hair came forward and he was wondering what he had to do to break out of here and destroy all the enemies. He looked forward, holding a weapon, did not understand why the enemy stopped. The statue at this time stood still. Then it suddenly ran forward, waving its arms. After that, it delivered a powerful blow to the wall. The guy also ran forward and realized that he did not care because he would rather destroy all the enemies until this statue attacked him. John looked at all this in surprise. Then they collided with each other. He held the swords on top and tried to defeat the enemy. The guy became wary and looked forward. He saw how John defended himself from him and asked what the hell he did and asked him to stop. Then he grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him forward. He pushed him towards the door. Then he turned around and walked forward. He fell to the ground and held his bloody shoulder. He shouted to his comrade, not understanding why he was interrupting him. John looked at him and stood near the table. He put his hand to his head and realized that it was a man. The protagonist closed his eye in horror and did not know what he had to do. John held his head and looked down. The guy opened his mouth and started screaming. He realized that his friend had lost his mind. It was a monster. Then someone hit the door hard. The guy held a seal in his hands and asked to look at him again. And then we see a stone monster standing in front of the door. John opened the system message and plunged into thought. He realized that his opinion still had not changed. Then the monster waved his hand, and the system message said that his class was the phantom fate of the primordial cancer, the element was earth, and his status was cursed with shapeshifting. The monster stood and looked at the people. John turned his head and assumed that its area of action was limited to the corridors, but a person would definitely not be able to stop something like that. Then he pointed at the little animal and lost himself in thought, realizing that he couldn't tell him, the messenger, about his ability to see the status window, but he also knew that he had a Kirin. That's why he was so sure. John looked ahead, and a small animal was flying near him. He pointed his finger forward. Then the animal ran up to the monster, and the system message said that the activation of the purification ability had begun to work. The animal closed its eyes, and the monster began to collapse. Then its head began to shine, and the clay began to crumble, after which the guy began to fall backwards, and the system message said that the curse that had been cast was lifted. The long-haired guy looked in horror and realized that it really was a man. John grabbed him by the back and asked if he heard him. The girl sat and held her head. The boy put his hand in front of him and realized in horror that he had awakened much earlier than most, and he had even managed to become a messenger of the protection agency. But he still had not come close to the protagonist in strength. John raised his head and realized that he needed to carry her to safety. He held her by the shoulder and asked his comrade if he was okay. Then he put her on his back and realized that he needed to go down because they had to tell the red-haired girl and the other hunters about this. He held her on his back and realized that they couldn't let them destroy the statues. John looked ahead and agreed with this. Then he started to go down the stairs. The girl looked at the people and realized that they had found someone. She grabbed the girl and realized that she was a survivor. She looked at the boy and realized that there could be many more people like this here, and they had turned into monster statues because of the curse. John looked at the little animal that was walking towards the door. He opened the door and the animal was standing near the food. The protagonist grabbed his pet and said that he shouldn't have eaten this suspicious food. And then John became wary and looked ahead. He saw that the food on the table had already been bitten. Then he stood and many petrified statues ran towards him. He looked away in horror. Then he started to run while they tried to attack him. His gaze changed. He realized that these statues were his comrades. He looked at the monsters and saw his friends in them. John fell to the floor, and the statues ran forward, immersed in thought, and realized that all these monsters were hunters. The animal at this time turned its head, understands that it will not be able to clear all these people at the same time, and therefore it had no choice. It will first need to calm down all the opponents. Then John got into a stance and looked at his enemy. He swung his fist and realized that since they were able to jump over the table with ease, he was not sure that this should have broken them. Then he delivered a powerful blow to the enemy. The girl at this moment exhaled and realized that they told everyone else that they were not allowed to eat this suspicious food. The hunters at this moment sat with a sad face, their faces down. The long-haired guy looked ahead and said that they just turned into statues because they tasted the food, but the protagonist felt like the smell that came from the food was a spell that was aimed at attracting attention. The girl looked at her comrade and realized that those who had been here for too long simply had no other choice. At this point, the blue-haired girl held her hands near her head and repeated the same phrase. The red-haired girl looked ahead and realized that she had asked her a few questions, but she hadn't told her anything. She looked up and could only find out that something had opened up on the 5th floor. The long-haired guy looked away and told the guys to stay here with the girl. They looked ahead at the painting and said that they would go up to the 5th floor. Then we see them standing on the 4th floor near a huge number of statues. The long-haired guy looked ahead in shock and couldn't believe his eyes. They looked ahead and assumed that they could kill everyone, but the messenger shouldn't have joked like that. He looked away and said that he was completely serious. I won't start with the fact that they don't have to save them. He'll pull them out here to clear this dungeon. John put his hand on his shoulder and said that it wasn't worth it, and some of them were cursed. He raised his hand and said that he probably wasn't that bad here. The guy grabbed the seals in his fingers and said that he had an idea because he just needed to say who exactly was cursed. John grabbed the insect honey, the class of which was the fate of the tertiary horn insect, and said that he would mark these people with honey. Then the girl stretched out her hand and called out to the protagonist. John Lavka jumped past all the statues and marked them with honey on their heads. Then he quickly ran past the statue. The guy held the seals in his hands and realized that it was very dangerous. John squeezed the honey in his hands and said that it was not the best time to tell him about it. Then the guy threw the seals aside. Then they stuck to the status and chains began to bind them. And then he and the girl swung their weapons deftly, after which the entire statue fell apart. John looked ahead and saw all the surviving monsters, and they thought that it was better to finish the raid first, then help these people. The long-haired guy pressed his hand to his face and said that it smelled terrible in here. They were standing near the passage and there was a dark room ahead. Then the girl pressed her hand to her face and John was shocked. They looked ahead at the stairs and realized that they smelled blood. A group of people stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked up, and someone asked about what was going on there. Elsa covered her face with her hand from the pungent smell, and John opened her mouth and was surprised. He lowered his head down and realized that he smelled death. The protagonist walked down a dark corridor. He noticed some dark magic ahead. The guy turned his head to the side and looked around carefully. There were a lot of bones under his feet. Mick used his power and a fire appeared, which illuminated the room. His comrades were walking behind him. The girl was upset when she realized that they were hunters. She picked up someone's skull and said that they died when they were people and the guys could help them if they turned into monster statues. Tyler stood and looked down in disgust. He heard a sound at the end of the room and turned there. The guys were distracted and prepared for battle. A dark figure was heading towards the team. Elsa opened her eyes wide, seeing someone. The man was getting closer and closer. He was slightly illuminated by John's fire. The group screamed in surprise that this was a survivor. The girl was going to run when suddenly Mick grabbed her hand and stopped her. Holding the redhead, he asked her about the last time the hunters entered the dungeon, not counting them. In response, he received why the guy was asking about it now. The blue-eyed girl hesitantly said that she had read something. She was horrified when she realized that it was a week ago. Letting go of his hand, the protagonist said that the man had spent at least 400 days here. Someone added that if he had ended up here even earlier, then years had passed for him while the unknown was approaching. The dark-haired man asked in surprise what he had eaten and why he had not turned into a monster. The battered man was sighing loudly. He opened his mouth and screamed. Tyler covered Elsa with his back and asked if he was human, and the guy prepared to attack. He used magic and said that first they needed to subdue the unknown and then think. Someone jumped and dodged the blows. Magic circled around the blonde. Suddenly, he jumped furiously on the redhead and bit his hand. Blood gushed out from under the wound and the girl screamed her friend's name and rushed to him. She used force and the man flew to the side. The stranger hooked his fingers on the floor to hold on. The redhead anxiously asked if the guy was okay. He answered that everything was fine. She said that the white-haired one was stronger than it seemed. Meanwhile, John looked at the red screen in front of him. He was taken aback when he saw something. The monster screamed again and drooled from his mouth. He used magic and sent fire spheres at the opponents. The guys defended themselves from them with weapons. The creature quickly moved and jumped on Tyler again. The girl screamed about how a person can have Kai energy, which is characteristic of ghosts. The guy held back the attack from the unknown and said with displeasure that the redhead was really stronger than him. The short-haired girl jumps from behind onto the man and intends to hit him. She hits with all her might, but he jumps onto the walls and quickly moves along them. The guys fought and the girl shouts John's name. The guy looked ahead with fear and a magical glow appeared around him. The name Mick sounded again and the monster was already approaching him. The protagonist remembered what his comrades once said, how they stood happily and offered to cleanse the kingdom of demons, how they sat on the floor and someone asked if there was anything edible left, how his friend became a monster, how he sat on the stairs and said that everyone was dead. The hero held the girl in his arms and shouted at her not to give up, because they would soon come for them and save them. There is someone lying on MC's lap and he said that he can't do this anymore. The protagonist stood in horror and didn't move when his friends shouted at him. Meanwhile, the man was approaching him. Suddenly, Tyler's hand appeared on his friend's chest. He pushed him away and stood in front of the creature and prepared to defend himself. The guy shouted at John to get the sword with 7 branches. The dark-haired man stood and didn't move when the brunette shouted that he had been to the blacksmith. He was fighting the monster, and behind him, Mick was pulling out a glowing sword and he thought that he had managed to improve it. The hero confidently pointed the weapon to the side. A bright light blinded the stranger. He started to run away and the girl shouted that he was leaving. To her words, the protagonist said that they would not follow him. In a calm voice, the guy said that his friends should know something about this man. Tyler asked about it being because he was too close to the barrier. The dark-haired man answered that it was mostly yes, and Elsa asked about it. That is, it happened to him because of his heavy karma. The brunette seriously answered that now it was clear why the man was so strong and his reaction to the sword was understandable. The fact is that the characteristics can increase if you are close to the barrier. The short-haired one asked about the socialization of the creature. One of the guys clarified that they were offering to leave him alive and in response received that such karma is not a reason to kill him. John bowed his head and thought about how much karma is needed to cross the barrier. He remembered that he had accumulated karma because of the fine for his abilities. The more serious the crime, the more karma. The images again popped up in the hero's head and he thought about the fact that this was the past of that man and he realized that he managed to live to this day because of the most terrible crime. Mick put his hand to his face and thought about how much karma he had accumulated. He looked down tensely and thought about how close he could get to the barrier. His comrades tugged at the guy's shoulder and called his name. An angry Tyler asked why the protagonist was daydreaming. He turned to Elsa and said that they needed to finish what they started. John asked about that man, to which he heard that he would not come until they had the sword with 7 branches. The hero, surprised, shouted that he wanted to leave him here. He said that maybe they could cleanse him and the girl explained that she was going to tell the group leader about it. The brunette said furiously that the monster was too strong and they had no choice. The protagonist put his hand on his heart and said that he had an idea. His friends turned around and listened attentively. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and said that they could do it. Tyler stood near the wall and looked at the inscriptions, and he thought that he did not like this arrangement of things. John stood and held an object in his hand. The guy thought that both times, like now, ended with them doing what Mick wanted. The hero approaches the guys and says something. A magic circle appeared in the room with the brunette and he thought about why it turns out that the proposed option always turned out to be the best. The young man leaned his head against the wall and realized that he still had a long way to go before his abilities were reached. The protagonist enters the room and says that Elsa said that everything is ready and the guy said that he was also finished. With a smile on his face, the dark-haired man said that they needed to lure someone out. The young man left when Tyler asked if everything was enough. He is worried that if his charms are not enough, then nothing will work out. He asked if John believes in him. The hero silently walks into the distance of the room. Finally, he said that these were the brunette's talismans, so he believed in him. His hand slid along the wall. He clenched his fist. The guy concentrated and did not believe what the protagonist said. He grinned and said that Mick had become much better since their last meeting. The young man closed his eyes and thought that many people nowadays believed in the importance of the connection between man and God, so it was understandable that a strong creature wanted to take possession of him. But this did not calm the hero. With a satisfied face, he said that he hated John. The dark-haired man calmly walked past the bones lying on the floor. Suddenly, a man appeared and screamed. He crawled up to the guy and the guy told him that he did not need to be so careful. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that he did not bring it. The man looked at him questioningly with his red eyes. He rushed at the protagonist, but he dodged. Suddenly, Mick disappeared, and the monster did not have time to grab him. Turning around, he did not notice anyone. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind the man. A sword with 7 branches was aimed straight at him and he screamed in horror. The guy swung and missed. Meanwhile, the creature ran away. The man ran into a trap and decided to turn around and look back, There was a glow from the weapon. Suddenly, he crashes into a magic circle with force. A blue ball surrounds him and something began to happen. Magic is trying to bind the man and he screams from this. He uses the ability and attacks. Tyler angrily grabs the magic scrolls. He did not expect that everything would work the first time. Small creatures run somewhere on the floor. The earthen men are heading towards the enemy and become stronger from the fire. They stand in front of the man and look at him. The man looks up in fear and does not understand what is about to happen. Some kind of magic begins to surround him. The brunette holds an object with tambourines in his hand and shouts that it will not help. The chains hold the enemy and because of this, his abilities are turned off. Elsa happily wants to say what they did, but does not have time to finish. Someone helps the man get out of captivity. The team looks at what is happening in surprise. The statue of consent stands, magic emanates from it, and it holds a sword in its hands. It is said that until it is defeated, it is impossible to get out of this place. The girl heard something and turned around. Tyler and John shouted that this is what they were looking for. A mission to destroy the barrier vessel appeared. The big woman swung her sword and intended to hit. She chopped off the heads of the earthen men in one swing. The team rushed at the enemy, but the man they were initially fighting was about to run. The brunette shouted for someone to catch him before he escaped. Meanwhile, the man was moving away. The sword appeared in front of the long-haired man and blocked his path. Elsa sat on the floor and shouted that she would detain the boss. Meanwhile, the guys were fighting with the man. The statue raised the weapon above its head and wanted to strike. Again, the heads of the creatures were cut off. The girl sat very tense. The man used force and attacked Tyler. John whispered anxiously that everything was wrong. He thought that he should not have been here and pushed the short-haired one away with the words that he would take care of the woman. The girl was surprised by this action. The guy climbed up the little man and said that he would try to take the stone one away from here. The redhead said that he should take care of the survivors first. The heroine activated the ability and said that she understood. She shouted to the creatures to grab them and that those who were smaller grew. The kids jumped on the giants. They surrounded the enemy and Tyler used magic. A dome and chains formed around the man. The guy waved the object and used magic. The long-haired man was bound and stood inside a magical barrier. He leaned over and stalks appeared on both sides. They bound the man and he screamed loudly. A magic scroll flew into his face. A notification appeared that the bound target had fallen asleep. The man bowed his head down and fell asleep. Tyler said that they were done here and they needed to quickly go after the protagonist. There was a destroyed wall and someone screamed. The guys looked ahead in fear. Suddenly there was a big explosion and someone called John. The group ran and the girl shouted if everything was okay with MC. The girl forced a smile and wanted to say that they would help him now, but what she saw made her remain silent. The guy was furious. He wanted to plunge his sword into the boss's body. A bright light filled the room and a message appeared that the Statue of Harmony was destroyed. The protagonist bent over and was very serious. He would receive an additional reward for defeating an opponent of a higher class than his. Tyler was perplexed and grabbed his hand, which was shaking. Elsa ran to her friend, who put his hand to his forehead. She was worried about how he was feeling. The guy answered smiling that everything was fine and asked about the survivors. The girl showed a thumbs up and said with a smile that they caught everyone. A portal appeared and a notification that the dungeon barrier was destroyed and the company could leave it. The redhead said that this was probably the exit. The short-haired girl said that they most likely would not have coped without MC. Meanwhile, Tyler put his hand on his face. He stood there thinking when his John said that he was just lucky, to which the girl said that thanks to him they managed to cope with the mission. The brunette thought that if he got closer to the barrier, would he be able to become as strong as the protagonist due to karma. The dark-haired man listened to what Elsa was saying and turned his head towards his friend. The hero frowned. In front of the man, who was chained up, stood MC's pet and purification was taking place. The guy was surprised to read the notifications that appeared in front of his face that the target crossed the barrier and could not be purified. He pursed his lips and tensed up. The girl with short hair asked what happened. In response, she heard what Mick read on the screen. The man was sitting in the middle of the dead and he was holding his head. Someone said that they were now seeing it as if it were just a vessel without a soul. The protagonist said that he could not return him to normal life. Tyler looked at the stranger and thought that he would not be able to return. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. He turned to the guys when Elsa said something and thought that if this is the price that must be paid for such karma. He looked at the couple and wondered what John had lost. It seemed to him that Mick was looking at him ominously, but his face was calm, even a little dissatisfied. The protagonist wanted to say that he would go with Lenny to the 4th floor, but the girl interrupted him. She offered to go herself because the guy looked somehow not very good now. The heroine said that she would bring the survivors here if he promised to rest a little. Elsa picked up the pet and said that she would be glad if he left first. She asked Tyler to take care of these two. The guy extended his hand and tried to stop the redhead. He lowered his head and thought about how he didn't want to be alone with the brunette because he felt uncomfortable. Mick also thought about how his friend prevented him from thinking about the karma he had accumulated. Something black was flying in the pink smoke and smiling ominously. It was spreading in space. A translucent figure was standing and saying that someone also needed to cross over to the other side. The guy closed his eyes and turned away. Someone called John. The hero turned around questioningly when he felt someone's hand on his shoulder. The young people were standing in the empty corridor and were silent. The dark-haired man was thinking about how he didn't want to talk to Tyler. The brunette lowered his head and said his friend's name, but Tyler thought about why he couldn't leave him alone. The hero jerked his hand and asked what he wanted. The guy grabbed Mick by the hand and aggressively shouted that he should quit hunting right now. He added that it was unknown how much karma the protagonist would accumulate while he was doing this task. He shouted that he would not want to end up like the man. John exhaled and smiled. He pulled out his hand and asked why his comrade was pretending to care about him. The dark-haired man said with a smile that Tyler himself had acted as if they were strangers and then suddenly became worried. He said that he hated him, which surprised the brunette. He grabbed the guy by the collar and shouted that everything was exactly like that. The protagonist silently watched when he said that he took everything for himself, even his mother. Leaning over, he shouted with rage that he hated him. Letting go of the guy, the man with the scythe on his head began to speak calmly. Tyler said that this did not mean that he wanted Mick to become like the long-haired man. Tears began to flow and John was silent. The dark-haired man sadly lowered his head. The guys were standing opposite each other and one of them was crying and asked who the other considered him to be if he could wish for something like that. The protagonist asked the brunette a question about him not wanting him to die. Mick stood and watched, then he told his comrade, who was wiping his tears with his sleeve, to listen to him carefully. The guy stretched his palm forward and said that the future was known. Tyler was taken aback by this information. He looked at the hero surprisingly and listened to him. The girl was standing on the street and talking to someone on the phone. She said that they had saved 24 people in total. The brunette asked John how he got here and this surprised the protagonist. He shook his head and thought someone told him to wait. The guy with the scythe took the items and said that everyone needed to be escorted to the Fate Protection Agency and offered to continue the conversation. Tyler entered the area through the gate and behind him was an MC. Someone said that he was home. The dark-haired man raised his head up so that the bright sun was shining on his face and smiled. The brunette stopped and asked why he was standing. The guy stepped on the ground with his feet. A woman was sitting on the territory of the house and holding a young boy's hands. The guys were now walking along the same place. A friend called John somewhere. They went into some room with candles and a photograph. Tyler said that he probably did not ask about his mother because he knew everything. He looked at the wall and asked if the protagonist knew how she died. The woman was depicted in the picture. She died due to self-immolation. The brunette looked at the scrolls and behind him was an averted MC. The guy with a scythe assumed that the hero knew the reason, but he answered that he did not. Tyler activated something. A magic barrier formed around the house. He touched the walls of the room while the protagonist turned to him. The comrade said that his mother sees the future, just like the dark-haired one. A woman with an angry expression stands and someone said that a talented shaman is able to see the past, the present. She stands in front of a burning house, near which lay bodies, and behind her are trees, and between them lie corpses of people. Someone said about the future. Amanda tensed and clenched her teeth. Someone said that this is your curse. A woman in a kimono jumps and reaches for a piece of paper. She decides that she will find a better way out. Someone holds a note in her hand where something is written. A brunette stands and looks where a bright light comes from. In front of him is a building that is burning with fire. People in respirators are standing around the guy. The young man falls to the ground and thinks about how this can be the best way out. He begins to scream and cry. Bowing his head, the brunette says that he cannot get used to what his mother wrote in the note. Mick was watching him. The guy got upset and said that he knew nothing and could not help her in any way. Tyler turned around and said that he would not let this happen again. He turned to John and asked him to tell him what he wanted to talk about. The young people were standing in the room and the hero extended his palm forward and began to speak. The protagonist shook his hand into a fist and said that he knew the future. His comrade was surprised and wondered what. The dark-haired man said that in 5 years he would be killed. The guy held his hand to his stomach and bowed his head down. The brunette was surprised and looked forward. He spread his arms to the sides and said that he thought that Mick no longer sees such a thing. He folded his hands crosswise. Amanda conducts a ritual and tries to suppress the divine energy of the guy sitting in front of her. John thought about it and said that the woman succeeded, but he got too close to the border. The hero is in some room and in front of him is a compass of fate. He said that it began to show visions of the future and the past. Tyler grabs him by the shoulders and shouts about how close he is to the barrier, to which he receives the answer that he does not know. The protagonist calmly said that she cannot change the future alone. He asks the guy with the scythe for help. The brunette asks what he can do. The young man says that he knows less than the dark-haired one about the border, karma, and the future, and he advises to ask his god, but the hero never believed in them. This caused aggression in Tyler and he began to ask again what he said. Mick clenched his hand into a fist and said that one of them killed his parents. He covered his eyes with his palm and asked how different they are from each other. The protagonist repeated that he never believed in them and never will. In the room, John points his finger somewhere and asks that if they do this, then your god will not be able to listen to them either. The brunette stood in front of the guy and said that this amulet can completely isolate the space. The hero agreed and told him to listen. He briefly talked about the events of his past life. The length of the hair of the girl stands in the middle of the forest and the guy said that he started from childhood. Tyler hugged the young man and someone said about the time when he was an intern. A group of guys stand and laugh. Someone talks about their days together in the sect of flying tigers. The brunette and the dark-haired man stand next to each other. The girl lies near the stone wall and the hero says that the dungeon of demons with the participation of Amelie happened. The guy bowed his head down and said that everyone was killed there. The guys were sitting on the floor and his comrade asked him that the entire team that went on a raid was deprived of life. The protagonist said that she would have spared everyone if he died. Mick exhaled and said not to worry, even if everything is bad, everything will end when he dies. Tyler was worried and grabbed his heart. He held his head and clarified that the hero did not know why she wanted to destroy him. The guy looked away and said no, he wanted to find her. The brunette said that John only knew her name and what she looked like, but the dark-haired man said that she had a divine destiny, a primary rank. The young man straightened up and was surprised at what he heard. His comrades were talking about how no one knew her. Mick raised his hands and realized that he had a couple of people in mind. One of them was the director of the Destiny Protection Agency. The group of people stood in a row and wore masks. He added that at least he thought so. The problem was that the director's name and appearance were unknown. Only team leaders can meet with him. Tyler jumped back and understood the hint that he should find out the identity. The hero looked at him hopefully. He exhaled and began to say that since he was not up to it, he would have to do everything himself. The brunette nervously asked what he was trying to achieve. With a smile on his face, Mick asked something about fear. The enraged guy with a sigh stood and listened to him say that he needed to remember Amelie's appearance. The protagonist held out a photo printed using a memory projector, and he snatched it. Tyler called John insensitive and agreed to this because he was sorry. He looked at the photo and realized something. The brunette said that he had seen her before. Mick jumped from what he heard. He remembered their meeting because of her strange aura. The dark-haired man began to interrogate the guy about where and when it happened. The young man with the photo turned towards his mother. He realized that he had met the woman a few days before his mother died. The hero realized something and got scared. Tyler remembered that there were a lot of strange things about his mother's death. The protagonist stood near the portrait and examined it with trembling hands. John assumed that the white-haired girl had killed her. Suddenly he realized that the girl who had come for him had deprived him of everything. Mick cried and realized that it happened right before his eyes. The guy and Amelie were standing in a huge pool of blood. The woman smiled when the hero extended his hand. He thought about the fact that then he did not realize anything. Clenching his fist, he decided that it was all because of her. His hand was shaking and red liquid was dripping from it. He was strong and decided that he would definitely find the enemy. He looked away angrily and aggressively and decided for himself that he would make the white-haired girl pay for everything. The end of the first season. John let the guys into the huge apartment. The surprised guys said that the fact that they had a building proved that they were not just anyone, but a sect. Smiling, the protagonist asked if it was true, that everything was much better now. His comrades looked at him and asked if he was going to live there and why he had left them. Confused, John held his neck. He remembered how his comrades had suddenly been killed. There was blood on the protagonist's face while he listened to the girl's words that he was making everyone around him unhappy. The protagonist examined the corpses of his comrades on the ground. The girl walked through the blood and noted that it had always been like this, was and would be. She moved towards John. Pulling out her blade, she asked the protagonist to accept her. The frightened protagonist saw the blade in front of him. John stepped back and replied that he had nothing to do with it. Looking away, the girl asked if the protagonist thought they would agree with this. The corpses of the protagonist's friends asked why he abandoned them, adding that it was all his fault. Holding his head, John thought that it was not true and that they would not say that. He remembered his friends who said that they saw that the protagonist was a good person and that they would be on his side no matter what. Furious, John screamed at the girl not to dare say anything like that. The protagonist grabbed the blade and screamed that neither her words nor her illusions would affect him anymore. He asked with an angry look if the girl thought that this would remain an illusion. He rushed at her. Their blades crossed. The girl fought with him and asked John to accept divinity and accept divine possession. The protagonist cut off her head. He seriously said that he had already changed fate once and would do it again. John suddenly woke up. There was a variety of food on the table. Looking at the food, the protagonist asked if Ron felt sorry for the table, to which he replied that there wasn't much. Holding his chopsticks in his hand, Ron asked what John was going to do with his sect and whether he would join the Flying Tigers, to which he replied that he had no idea. Ron looked at him and said that a hunter like him would receive many offers, but he shouldn't sign anything until he reads it and shouldn't let himself get dragged into God knows what. Holding the plate in front of him, John replied that he was not a child, and Ron replied that yes, he was, but he had more experience in this field, and besides, the protagonist doesn't always see the future, for example, the future of the Asura sect. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that Jessica had joined them in the past. Closing his eyes, John wondered if Ron was going to ask him to join them. Noting that the sect was an enemy of the Flying Tigers, then it didn't seem like a bad idea since it wouldn't endanger the people around him. Ron crossed his arms and said that this cult was suspicious and should not be associated with them. John looked at the guy who said that in any case, there are a few cults that smell suspicious, so you should not join them without thinking. Sunlight enveloped the building. Standing in line for the elevator, the protagonist wondered what the number of Lucy's apartment was. A projection suddenly appeared in front of him, which said that he did a great job yesterday. Thanks to him, they managed to save many survivors, so they sent him a gift to express their desire to keep in touch with him. John stuck his hand into the dark space. A seal appeared in his hands, after which the protagonist read that he received an item, a fragment of a secret technique. Looking at the note, the protagonist noted that she understands gifts. A new skill is the best way to become stronger, but he is not going to join them yet. Standing in front of the door, John emphasized the fact that it would be nice if other cult leaders sent something like this. The girl opened the door and greeted him. The dragon began to scratch John's face, after which he apologized for leaving it there. Entering the apartment, the protagonist asked what she was doing, to which he received the answer that she was collecting files related to the sect. Several sects had already taken their positions. Looking at Jessica, John clarified which sect she wanted to join. Closing her eyes, Jessica replied that she did not even know, noting that if he or Lucy created a sect, she would immediately join it. Smiling, the protagonist asked to wait a little, because he was sure that Lucy was already thinking about it. Lucy looked at him and said that the whole society was talking about him. Looking at the tablet, she said that they had already written an article about the raid into the demon realm. Jessica, with a smile on her face, asked if he wanted to see it. She handed him the phone. Sighing, the girl said that she was a little upset about him leaving without them again, but so be it, she forgives him because he did a good deed. John started reading the discussion about him. He saw the guy's happy face on the screen. The guys silently looked at the phone. The girl in the rabbit mask said that the shaman they would meet today was already a famous person known from regression novels. Looking at Steve, the host discussed that he was the author of the web novel. He wrote millions of pages with his regression series, and also awakened as a divine class shaman and then created a sect. Sitting opposite the guys, the girl asked Steve if he was okay with them focusing on him being a shaman today, to which she received a positive answer, after which she asked if a person had to be of a high class to join a sect of miracles. Steve smiled and said he was looking for something other than class. He thought you could say he was looking for someone who was worthy of the lead role. Watching the interview, the girls noticed that Steve hadn't changed and they wondered what kind of person he thought was worthy of the lead role. John, looking serious, thought that this was where Steve was talking about him. The guy in the cat mask showed John a picture and asked if he was the intern who was voted best in class this year, to which Steve said yes, he was the protagonist but his class was like bugs. He waved at the camera saying that maybe the protagonist was watching now, then said that they would see each other soon. Jessica looked at the protagonist with fear. Steve winked and said that he heard the news, so he would be there soon. John paused the video. The room fell silent. The tearful girl asked if the protagonist would really join the world of wonders, to which she received the answer that they had never discussed it. Lucy noticed that someone was calling the protagonist. She was suddenly terrified. Lucy took John's hand and asked him not to answer the call. The puzzled protagonist asked if she knew the number. Jessica ran to open the door. The protagonist was shocked when he read that the aura of death in Lucy's fate had darkened. He wondered with a dumbfounded look why this had happened now. They shifted their gaze. The girl, with a smile on her face, thanked them for opening the door for her. She innocently told them that she was the head of the Asura sect, named Bella. Surprised, Jessica asked about the Asura sect. Lucy took her by the shoulder. She stepped forward and asked why she was there. Walking towards Bella, Lucy also asked how she knew her address. Looking at her, Lucy said that she never gave her the address and also asked how she found out John's number. Furious, Lucy screamed for her sister to answer her immediately. Bella had a slight smile on her face. She stood in front of Lucy and turned to her. Putting her hand on her chest, Bella apologized to her for coming without warning. Furious, Lucy said that Bella should answer the question first. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that she found out where Lucy lived by following him and got his number from the Fate Protection Agency. Holding her sister's hand, Bella said that she did it because she was worried about her. She heard news about her from the Fate Protection Agency. The tearful girl asked why Lucy had not contacted them all this time. Bella took off her shoes. She threw herself into Lucy's arms. Bella closed her eyes and asked to come home, noting that everyone was worried about her. She touched Lucy's hand, saying that they would find a way to fix it. She pushed Bella away and asked her to stop touching her. Lucy's sister fell to the floor. Lucy's face was furious. Jessica, taken aback, asked if Bella was okay. She sat next to her and clarified that she hadn't hurt herself anywhere. Kneeling, Bella said that she knew Lucy hated her. She asked with a sad look to listen to her at least once, adding that her father was in critical condition. Lucy frowned at what she heard. Jessica turned around and looked at her. The girl stood still and clarified if that was all Bella wanted to say. Bella lowered her head and admitted that she really tried to find out about John and invite him, after which Lucy replied that the protagonist had agreed to join the same sect as her. She began to walk away from her. Disappointed, Lucy asked Jessica to walk her sister home, adding that she was sure that people were already waiting for her and that she should not go outside the hostel. She passed by John and asked if they could talk. The protagonist looked after her. Sitting at the table, the protagonist asked if it was about the Asura sect. Looking down, Lucy apologized for lying about joining the same sect. Looking at John, she clarified if he wanted to join Asura. The protagonist said with a serious expression that the sect seemed quite promising. He knew that they had funds, and besides, they all seemed to trust each other. Lucy lowered her head in silence. The protagonist remembered Lucy happily saying that she had heard while she was in the hospital that he wanted to create a sect that would include the hunters he trusted, and then offering to join one of the sects. John looked away and said that anything was possible, and the girl said that she would not leave him alone until he agreed. Waving his hand, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he had no plans to join the Asura sect. Lucy was delighted to hear this. Sighing, she noted that this was a relief for her, and John asked if this was all she wanted to talk about. Lucy extended her hand and said that it was not. Looking away, she told him that she really wanted to ask for a favor. The city was surrounded by a blue sky. The guys were going down the stairs. Looking at the girl, John asked if she was supposed to meet her sister there. They stood in front of the door and Lucy declared that this was the place her sister had sent her. They entered a karaoke bar where many kids were having fun. Bella raised the microphone to her mouth and said that she welcomed them both. She looked at her subordinates and ordered them to leave. Bella held the microphone in her hands and asked if John wanted to sing. Stretching out her hand, the protagonist suggested that this was not the best place to talk. Lucy suddenly turned off the music. She asked with a serious expression what her sister was trying to achieve, then asked to tell her where the hospital was where her father was. Bella laughed and asked again about the hospital, then declared that she had lied. Lucy was furious at what she heard. Holding her hand in front of her mouth, the girl said that she thought she was coming only under this pretext. Bella watched Lucy leave and said that she really wanted to talk to her. Standing in front of the exit, Lucy asked the protagonist to come with her. Bella brought the microphone to her mouth and invited her sister to the Asura sect, noting that the sect had everything she needed. Lucy turned around and screamed that she meant the Asura faction and that she was not going to become a bandit. The guys started following her and asked her to wait. Bella suddenly grabbed John's hand. She asked with a satisfied look if she could borrow it. The protagonist was shocked by what was happening. Bella stood in front of him and asked if he was Lucy's friend. She asked with a satisfied look if he would hurt his friend's sister in that case. From behind the door, Lucy could be heard knocking and asking the guys to calm her sister down. Standing in front of the protagonist, Bella asked him not to worry about him because she was her sister, so nothing would happen to her. He seriously screamed for Lucy not to use her ability, noting that these people had awakened. Surprised, Bella asked how he knew, noting that she wanted to force Lucy to join their cult by blackmailing her after she attacked them. Confused, Lucy looked at the door. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist asked not to say that she was going to force him to join the cult. Bella responded with delight that she was and that she even prepared a gift. In her hands was a key. Standing in front of John, she stated that she was sure that he would like it so much that he would want to join the cult. Looking at Bella, the protagonist clarified whether he could leave if he did not like the gift, to which he received the answer that it was true, but it would not happen. Lucy looked through the window in the door at her sister, who said that the surprise was inside the chairs they were sitting on. Inspecting the chairs, John thought that he had a bad feeling, which must be due to Bella possessing the energy that opposes Lucy. Lifting the seat, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he needed to hurry up and get out of there. He was shocked by what he saw. His hands began to shake. Looking at the contents, John asked what it was. Smiling, Bella told him that she had heard about his ability, so she prepared something nice. In the hollow of the couch lay a tied man. The dumbfounded protagonist heard that this guy had a rather useful ability. John was sitting above him. Bella put her hands on the protagonist's shoulders and asked him what he thought. Smiling, the protagonist asked if she was suggesting to kill the guy and take his ability. Standing above him, Bella answered that this was exactly it. His ability was part of the 4 pillars as well as the 8 characters. She asked with a satisfied look, wasn't the protagonist the same as them and wasn't it hard to pretend to be normal? While John was wiping the blood off the spear, the people behind him were discussing that he had killed a man and stolen his ability. They looked at him in horror. Bella put a knife in the protagonist's hands and said that in the Asura sect no one would point a finger at him. If he became one of them, he would have much more opportunities to use his abilities. Bella closed her eyes and asked to accept his gift and join them. John threw the blade to the ground. He pushed the girl away from him. Rising to his feet, the protagonist asked if Bella had said the same thing to her sister, and she asked if he liked her gift. Turning around, the protagonist said that he did not consider people's lives as gifts. Bella stood behind him with a smile on her face and heard John say that he had nothing more to talk about with her. He went out to Lucy. Closing the sofa, Bella said that she tried very hard. She slammed the sofa and assumed that she would have to get rid of the guy herself. She had a seal in her hands. She tore it apart. Bella suddenly disappeared. Raising their heads, the guys heard the girl's voice from the speakers. The boys noticed a crowd of bandits and Bella asked if they really thought she would let them go so easily. Looking at the many projections, John said that all these people were not awakened. The bandit licked the knife and Bella said that it was true, so they would not be able to use any abilities or weapons, after which she gave the order to destroy the boys and spare no one. Looking at the opponents, the protagonist asked Lucy not to worry because he would not kill them. He rushed into battle. John fought hand to hand with the bandits. The stunned man screamed for them to focus on Lucy. The girl grabbed the hand of the guy who pointed the blade at her. She swung her leg, screaming that she was not so weak as to give up so easily. Bella watched them through the cameras and said that this was not the case. Standing in front of the screens, she heard Lucy ask if she was still watching them. Standing in front of the microphone, Bella replied that her sister was watching, so Lucy should show her true self. Lucy continued to fight and listen that she had the destiny of a wild animal who loved to fight and kill. She said with a crazy look that she was sure that during the fight, Lucy's instincts would awaken. Swinging her fist, the girl thought that this was not so. She hit the guy in the face with her knee and noted that she did not like it. There were blood stains on her face. She stood over the beaten guy. A smirk appeared on Lucy's face. She finished him off with her fist. John grabbed her hand and tried to stop her. The enraged girl looked at him and asked him to let go, to which she received an answer that it was over. Lucy calmed down after the words that she did not want to kill anyone. The stunned girl looked at the opponent she was beating. The main character stood next to her and asked her not to worry because no one died. She covered her face with her hand. Raising his head, John heard Bella's voice asking what he was doing. Holding the microphone, she screamed for the protagonist not to stop her. Standing over the girl, the protagonist told her that Bella's destiny allows her to easily harm others. She also has a penchant for metal tools. Looking at her hand, Lucy heard her sister's voice saying that her destiny is to become a criminal. She clenched her hand into a fist. John answered with a serious look that this is not true and that many doctors have such a destiny too. The protagonist hugged Lucy and said that every coin has 2 sides. Holding her by the shoulders, the protagonist noted that Lucy should decide for herself which path to choose. Furious, John screamed for Bella to stop pushing her down the path she chose for her. They left the room. The boys were going up the stairs. Lucy walked ahead and said that it was the first time someone said that about her, and the protagonist replied that it was obvious. As they went up further, Lucy emphasized the fact that, after all, no one had ever said that before. The protagonist watched her go. Lowering his head, he had many memories with Lucy in which she said that everyone told her that she was born a fighter and that she would inherit the Asura sect, but she did not want to live according to her destiny. Looking away, John said that she did not want to live like that. The protagonist followed her. Having overtaken the girl, the protagonist said that he did not want to live according to his destiny either. A slight smile appeared on Lucy's face. They went outside. The girl looked at him and thanked him, noting that she was glad that John was with her today. Lucy was embarrassed. The protagonist looked at her with a smile. John looked away and said that it was nothing special. The girl picked up the vibrating phone. The guys were calling them loudly. Looking at the cloud of pink energy, they said that the Great Demon Kingdom was about to open. The satisfied protagonist held the phone in front of him. Bella had a smile on her face. She passed by the guys who bowed to her. She thanked them with a smile on her face. Standing in front of the guy, the girl said that she had high hopes for the new guy. The happy stranger said that joining the sect was the right decision, because the leader of the sect seemed like a very good person. Bella suddenly stopped. Crossing her arms, she ordered the leaders to follow him to her room. Standing above them, the girl asked if they understood what it meant that she returned alone. The frightened guys answered that they understood it. She, with an enraged look, clarified who suggested surrounding them with civilians and then blackmailing them. The boy, kneeling, replied that it was him. Bella kicked him in the head. While beating the leader, she asked who was studying John's past, after which the man replied that it was him. The enraged girl turned her gaze and said that it was because of him. She sank her heel into the man's head. Blood sprayed onto the nearby people. While beating the boy, Bella screamed that it was because of him that she was unable to bring Lucy back. Raising her head, the girl sighed and said that the awakened trainees were much more talented. Remembering how the protagonist fought, Bella noted that this was especially noticeable considering that he was the best in the class. Standing in front of the leader, the girl asked if there were 5 training schools in the Agency for the Protection of Faith, to which she received the answer that this was true. The headquarters were in Seoul and 1 each in Gangdong, Hoseo, Hanam, and Yeongnam. She imagined a pentagon with cities and asked if it meant that each of these places had the best intern. The guys stood up after Bella's order. Smiling, she said that they needed someone who could defeat John. Pointing her finger, Bella said to invite the best students to join their sect. Sunlight enveloped the tall building. Raising his finger, the protagonist said that if everything worked out, then they would easily clear the demon kingdom. Jessica sat opposite and asked how he figured it all out. Sitting on the floor, John answered that he managed to see the future through the computer of fate. Sam said with a serious look that they should be the first. His god said that as soon as the demon kingdom is cleared, it disappears. He imagined how the castle opened a portal and told that after some time in the same place a new great demon kingdom appears. Thoughtful Jessica came to the conclusion that in this case, if they are not the first, they will not have such a chance again. Looking at his comrades, John said that the number of people who would be able to enter was limited, but the reward would be better than before. The boys walked down the hallway. Jessica walked next to Lucy and asked if there would be many people there. Holding the back of her head, Jacqueline remarked that she was sorry that Father Mike could not join. They walked through the doors. The people looked at the protagonist's group. In front of them stood a huge crowd of guys. The guy looked at the protagonist and asked if it was John. Watching him, the guys discussed how the protagonist was the best trainee in Seoul and must be strong, and they also said that he saved the people locked in the demon realm last time with the messengers. Jacqueline lightly hit John and said that he was popular. Standing in the crowd, the guy said that he heard that the protagonist was a murderer. Jacqueline and Sam asked with an enraged look who said that. The protagonist hugged them and said that everything was fine. He emphasized with a smile on his face that there was no point in wasting his time on them. The raid was more important to them now. They stood in a circle and John asked if everyone had what he had told them about yesterday. The guy was watching them. Steve was walking there and waving his hand. Spreading his arms, he asked how he was doing and whether he had seen the show Steve had participated in. He offered with a satisfied look to listen to the gift he had prepared and would not reject it right away. Furious, John asked what Steve was talking about, and in his mind he wondered if he had made something up like Sister Lucy. Joyful Steve said that he had bought the building for him and if the protagonist came to the sect, he would give it to him. Interested, John asked again. Waving his hand, the protagonist refused, noting that he was not going to work with him in this raid yet. Steve touched the protagonist's shoulder and stated that they had similar thoughts because he had his own plans. He whispered in John's ear that he wouldn't interfere with the regressors' raid. The embittered protagonist listened as he said he wanted to do something more useful. As he was leaving, Steve said he would be watching him and had high hopes for him. John closed his eyes and said that the guy was talking nonsense again. As he watched Steve go, the protagonist thought he was a little worried about what he was going to do. Steve stuck his earpiece in his ear, and the protagonist said he didn't think they should worry about him during the raid. A voice began to play over the speakers, saying that this was an announcement for those standing at the entrance to the demon realm. The guys were thrilled to hear that the gates would soon open, so they should get ready. John and his comrades stood in a circle. The protagonist started walking toward the gates. The guy turned away from him. People suddenly started falling. They were flying toward the portal. The boys fell out of the portal in the demon world. John confidently landed on the ground. Rising to his feet, he thought about finding the boys. He began to look around. The dumbfounded boy asked if this was the great demon realm. Shifting his gaze, John looked at the people who were suffocating. He raised his head. Closing his eyes, the protagonist emphasized the fact that luck had never been on his side. He was there alone. Raising an eyebrow, the man asked if this was the great demon realm. The boy sat behind the girl and screamed that he couldn't breathe. The protagonist stood calmly among the people. Frowning, he said that he got here alone and thought it would be better to leave here away from prying eyes. The protagonist walked away from the crowd, activating the skill person in solitude. Imagining a tower in the mountains, John thought that he never thought that he would be here alone, but he knew that they would be divided into 3 regions. The guy imagined 3 levers, thinking that in order to cleanse the demon kingdom, you need to release the device in each of the regions. Remembering how he sat in the room with his friends, he thought that he told about this yesterday. The protagonist walked past people, thinking that they need to find each other and not panic. The protagonist hid behind a stone. John put on an earring. Touching it, the guy asked if everyone could hear him. He looked forward seriously and asked to answer who was with whom. Lucy touched the earring and said that it was her, and with her Sam and Linny. Turning to her sister, Jacqueline said that she was with Jessica and Yearn. The protagonist touched the earring and told the guys to be quieter. Their equipment was not the best, so there was no way to adjust the volume. Smiling, he said that this was not the worst option and thought that maybe he should summon one of the spirit animals. An anxious Sam held Linny and asked if he was really alone there. Jessica held Yearn in her arms and offered the master to call one of the beasts to him. Taking out his sword, the protagonist said that he could always call one of them if something happened. John walked on the ground. The guy brought his hand to the door and said that they would stick to the plan, he would contact them later. He put his palms in front of him and thought that he was not the same as he was in his past life. The protagonist opened the doors and a message appeared that the first great demon kingdom was open. Imagining the ruler of the demon kingdom, the protagonist thought that he already knew how to cleanse the entire kingdom and they would eventually meet. John smiled and thought that everything would be fine, even if he was alone. The guy watched from behind the stone as he entered the gate. Leaning on his hand, Eric whispered that he was lucky that no one was with him. He frowned and said that he would make sure that he was punished. The protagonist entered the royal stone dragons. The lizard opened its mouth angrily. The protagonist tilted his head with a smile. He filled the sword with mana. John swung the sword at the enemies, thinking that even in the great demon realm, there were no such powerful monsters to begin with. The guy looked away with a smile and thought that he should deal with them as quickly as possible. The protagonist crouched down next to the wounded monster. He put a capsule in its mouth, thinking that this was not very good. Imagining a key and a lever, John thought that in order to activate the device, he must find the key that will remove the seal. The protagonist looked at the blood trail and thought that at this rate the others would figure out where he was, and he wasn't sure if he could activate the device before he was caught because he was alone. The protagonist put his fist to his mouth and asked if he should use that method. The guy watched him from behind a rock and thought about that method. He watched as the lizard left a trail behind him, wondering what it was doing with the monsters' bodies. Eric looked at the protagonist dragging the monster and decided that he must have seen a crowd of monsters approaching. Many lizards rushed forward. Imagining John jumping above him, the guy thought that he decided to set a trap using monsters. He remembered the evil guy and thought about him being a killer who stole the lives of those he took. It seemed to him that he just wanted to hunt these monsters, but everything was much more serious. Eric grinned. The guy was walking through the cave with a sword and thinking about what would put an end to his evil deeds. The protagonist tore off a lizard's paw. Touching the flesh, the protagonist thought about needing a part of the monster's body. The state, of course, is so-so. He stood in front of a running crowd of lizards, thinking that it would be better to hurry because the monsters are approaching. John bit off the monster's flesh. Its eye lit up and the system reported that the sneaking rat skill was activated. The guy watched as his claws grew. The protagonist held the monster's paw. He smiled in the lizard's body. John happily stood on the enemy's head and thought that he had succeeded. The protagonist stood in front of the monsters and told them that he was one of them. The guy in the lizard's body happily walked, thinking that everything was fine. They were not attacking him. Remembering how he held the leaf, the protagonist thought that the gift from the team leader was quite useful. John imagined himself standing among the scrolls, thinking that he had received an item that allowed him to get the desired skill. He remembered looking at the scroll with the rat and thinking that this is how he got a pretty good transformation skill. The guy in the form of a lizard was confused, thinking that it was better to get out while the time was not up. Eric with a sword stood in front of the lizards and thought that they got here faster than he expected. The protagonist was sitting on the edge of the cliff. He watched the crowd of monsters below, thinking that he had found them. The protagonist looked at the dancing lizard, thinking that it was a monster with a key. The monster opened its mouth and a window appeared with information that it was the royal stone dragon, the leader of the tribe. The lizards raised their paws. John also happily raised his paws. The crowd looked at him in surprise. The leader's eyes began to glow. The protagonist was taken aback. He turned into a cloud of mana. The guy, in human form, grinned and asked if he really didn't fall for it. Apparently he was the main one for a reason. The monster raised a bright staff. The furious lizards looked forward. They angrily opened their mouths. The protagonist calmly stood in front of them. Taking out his sword, he said that he had a skill that increased strength in a wide range. John pulled out a flaming weapon and said that it was a pretty good skill. The guy held the sword with a smile. Running towards the crowd, the protagonist thought that this was not bad, he was lucky. The monster swung dark mana. The protagonist swung his sword, thinking that they were not so difficult to deal with when they did not have poison. He dodged the blow with his tail. John cut the enemy. The lizards opened their mouths with mana. The guy parried the attack with a sword with a smile. Drops of poison flew onto his cheek. The protagonist rushed towards the crowd, thinking that their poison was nothing compared to the gankery. The protagonist quickly swung his sword. The blows cut through the monsters. John jumped over the leader. Swinging his sword, he asked if the enemy was trying to escape. The guy smiled and said that he did not look like a leader. The protagonist plunged his sword into the monster. The protagonist sat over the dead opponent. Turning around to look at the corpses, he thought that being in the training center turned out to be useful, and in his past life he almost died here. John took the key from his neck. Putting it on, the guy said that he should not lag behind the others. The protagonist grabbed the earring and said that he had the key. Sam ran after his friend and asked him if he was already finished, because they had found the leader but had not defeated him yet. Jessica stood with her back to her sister and wondered how he managed to cope so quickly on his own. She scowled and shouted that they couldn't let people die. John looked ahead in surprise. Smiling, the guy thought that this was what he expected from Lucy. The protagonist sat next to the lizard corpse and said that it wasn't that they were weak, it was just that they were strong. He happily closed his eyes, listening to the fact that in any case, the sisters would let him know as soon as they got the key. Putting his hand to his lips, the protagonist thought that this would actually take longer than he expected. John was stepping on a bloody trail. The guy picked up his sword and thought that then he'd better use his time wisely, he might as well move on. We see a cave. Several guys were walking along the road. Turning around, the guy said that he was worried that they would get lost here, but it was good to have someone from the training center. Tyler walked in the crowd and said that, frankly, John told him about a useful item. He smiled and said that he was in a demon realm called the Serpent Room. The boy waved his hand in alarm and said that he and John were not close, they just happened to be from the same training center. He looked away sadly and said that besides, he didn't think the rumors were true. Tyler picked up the scroll and said that he had also recently saved people who were trapped in the demon realm, even when they were in the training center. He was kind. The boy turned around in alarm and shouted that there was a monster. The blonde pulled out his sword and shouted for everyone to get in line, the healers should go back. The guys looked up in shock. Tyler looked at the huge monster and asked what it was. The people ran away in panic and shouted that they would be crushed, they should get out of the way. Meanwhile, John stood on the path and said that this must be the last fork in the road. Having imagined the monster, the protagonist thought that both directions lead to the exit, but he thinks that one of them goes through a giant clay golem. He will ruin his sword if he fights him. Where to turn to avoid meeting him? The guy looked around the corner. Smiling, he said that this way. The protagonist stepped on the ground, listening to a man asking where the healers were. John turned around at the cry that the healers were defeated. Exhaling, the protagonist said that it was none of his business. The guy remembered how he ran in panic from the golem and asked for help. He grinned and put his hand to the back of his head. The protagonist rushed into the tunnel. The wounded Tyler sat by the wall and asked where the healers were. Looking at the swinging monster, he wondered if this was the end. Blood was running down the guy's face and he asked for help. Suddenly, John cut the monster, thinking that he shouldn't have come here at all. Tyler looked forward in surprise. The protagonist turned to look at him seriously. The protagonist jumped up to the enemy's face. He pierced the golem's hand. The guy calmly walked away from the remains of the monster. The friend looked up in shock, listening to people ask if he really saved them. He remembered the guy pointing at John and shouting that he asked him to show his neck. Tyler imagined him frowning. The guy imagined himself looking at him in fear and saying that it would cost him nothing, but the misunderstanding would be cleared up. He remembered the guys standing in the hall. Tyler imagined himself lowering his head and saying that he didn't think he was bad, but it was all somehow suspicious. The guy put his hand to his head. Looking after the protagonist, he asked him to wait. Tyler watched the guy walk away and thanked him for saving him. John stopped. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, listening to him apologize for what happened at the training center. The protagonist remembered wiping away tears with his hand and thanking Lucy. The guy sighed with a smile. He imagined the girl holding his hand and saying that she couldn't leave him to die. Standing in front of the guys, John said that he couldn't leave them to die. The protagonist walked through the cave seriously. The protagonist looked at the notification in surprise that a special message would be activated within 10 minutes. Imagining the man holding out his hand, the guy thought about how he had turned off all such messages before coming here. He waved his hand and asked to open the communication window. Tapping the screen, John read that he did not have enough spiritual power to block this important message. The protagonist put his hand to his head. The guy imagined Tyler sitting with the guys in the system reporting that the hero of life without possessions liked his strength and ability to work in a team. He praised him for not asking for a reward for good deeds and asked if he would accept this god. Crossing his arms, the protagonist answered negatively. John imagined the deity and the guy, reading that the god reminded him that his teammate served his brother and tried very hard to convince him. Sighing, he said that gods were fools. The protagonist looked at the screen with displeasure and said that he had already said that he did not want to. The guy covered his mouth with his hand and wondered what had just happened. Pressing the screen, the protagonist wondered if the other gods knew about this. John pressed the cancel disconnection and asked who this god was that they were talking about. The deities discussed whether he didn't know the god that was hunting him. Messages appeared that an anonymous god had cut off the connection. The protagonist fearfully pressed the screen, wondering if this god was hunting him. Maybe it was the same one as back then. Remembering how his parents hugged him, the guy thought that this was the one that had been stalking him since childhood and had taken away his friends and family. The protagonist imagined a photo of Lucy, Sam, and Jacqueline. Baring his teeth, John thought about how this god was still stalking him after everything that had happened. He closed his eyes, raising his fist. The protagonist said that he needed to pull himself together, that a god couldn't do anything directly to a person, thinking that at least all those people weren't killed by some supernatural phenomenon. The guy walked on the ground, imagining Amelie swinging her sword. He thought that he was sure that this god would send her after him again, and this time he should be able to defeat her, then he would be able to change fate. John raised his hand to his forehead and decided that he could do it without becoming a vessel for a god. The protagonist went outside. Looking at the trees, the guy thought that for now he needed to think about the raid, because he still had to get a new skill in this great demon kingdom. He smiled and said that it was much more important than the boss here. Looking at the screen, the protagonist said that they wouldn't come back. He could turn off the connection. He didn't even think that the day would come when he would miss these eternally noisy gods. A tower appeared in front of him and the system reported that the boss's territory was unlocked. John looked up and thought that now was the time. There were some pretty strong hunters in this demon realm. Imagining a demon with a spear, the protagonist thought that no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to defeat the boss without first disassembling the devices. They wouldn't be able to do it yet. The guy looked forward seriously and said that they should find these devices first. He stood in front of a thorn thicket and said that it felt like one of them was here somewhere. The protagonist cut the stems. John leaned on his sword and said that it felt like an eternity. The protagonist walked along the tower with a sword, thinking that it reminded him of the place where the general of the Mountain of Knives was. The guy walked along the wall, thinking that it still felt like he was here for the first time. He looked at the key on his neck in surprise. The protagonist stood in front of the lever and said that he found it. The key began to glow. The red barrier shook. It shattered into small pieces. Rocks fell from the ceiling. John stretched out his sword in front of him. The armor on the ground was enveloped in mana. Suddenly, a knight appeared. The protagonist examined his fiery face. The blue-red ogre held a sword. The guy raised one eyebrow. Raising his weapon, he said that it was somehow strange. There should have been blue fire here. He expected to see a monster with a human destiny. The protagonist frowned and asked what he was capable of. The enemy looked at him. John parried the blow with his sword. Grinning, the protagonist said that he was not afraid of him. The guy parried the attack. He waved the weapon and asked if he really seemed so weak to him. Taking the sword aside, the protagonist asked to show the blue flame. John grinned and said that at least then he would be sure that he had this skill. The protagonist hit him on the head. The guy looked in surprise. Blue fire began to appear in the helmet. An explosion occurred between them and the system reported that the skill Ice Fire was activated. The protagonist braked with the sword. His hands were covered with a crust of ice. Bowing his head, John said that the enemy was stronger than he thought. The protagonist smiled. The guy raised the flaming sword and said that it was getting a little more interesting. The ogre surrounded the weapon with blue flame. The protagonist held the weapon with a grin and said that he was not the only one who wielded fire. He rushed towards the opponent. John ran towards the enemy, thinking that his stats would be even higher. The monster lowered his head. They grappled with flaming swords. The protagonist frowned. The guy quickly swung his sword. He parried the blow. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that the power of his flame was not enough. Perhaps it was because of the rank. The opponents fought fiercely and the system reported that he had reached new ranks of the Fire Mastery skill. John grinned hard and a notification appeared that he did not have enough points to level up. The protagonist watched as the torch was covered in ice. The ogre threw a frost flame at him. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that a different tactic was needed. He held back the blow with his sword, thinking that his Fire Mastery was a class lower than the frost flame. The protagonist aimed at the attack sites, thinking that if he aimed the blow at weak points, he would be able to inflict critical damage. John slowed with his foot, thinking that he needed to concentrate the flame so that it would become smaller and more accurate, but his control was not that good yet. The protagonist extended his hand towards the enemy. The guy grabbed his helmet. He stuck his hand into the armor. Taking out the fiery sword, the protagonist thought that there was only one way to achieve a similar effect. A bright flame struck the opponent. The torches burned again. John was holding a burning sword. The protagonist was sitting on a burnt enemy. Blue fire was coming out of the armor. The guy lay down in a puddle and said that he thought he would freeze to death. He happily pressed the screen, thinking that he was definitely stronger, but apparently it did not matter as long as his fate rank was higher. Reaching out to the armor, the protagonist thought that in any case, a reward is a reward. A bright glow appeared around him and the system reported that the level of the Fate Theft skill was increased. Now he can steal 2 skills of the opponent. John reached out his hand in surprise and wondered if 2 at once. Smiling, the protagonist thought about what it meant. He would steal 2 skills and receive karmas for 1. Notifications appeared that he stole the skill and mana and karma increased. Tilting his head, the guy decided that this was probably not true. He created a flame in his hand and thought about how he had increased his skill. The stronger the opponent, the more useful the reward from him. The protagonist happily looked at the two flames in his hands. John sat surrounded by blue mana, thinking that in any case, the frost flame was now his. Clenching his fist with fire, the protagonist thought about how he now had two attack skills of opposite elements. He could no longer worry about clashes with elemental forces. The guy sat on the ice and said that now he needed to figure out the mechanisms for killing the boss. He looked at the lever. The protagonist imagined a map of the mechanisms, thinking that there were 3 devices hidden in the dimension. Remembering the fighting monster, John thought about how they strengthened the boss. One gave periodic healing, another reduced the damage received, the last one increased his attack power. These buffs made him almost invulnerable. The protagonist imagined the guys in front of the portal asking to contact them if they found out how to defeat the boss, and thought about how in a past life this demon dimension remained uncleaned for several months since no one could find the devices. The guy remembered sitting behind the wheel of the car and saying that it was a failure again. The girl put her hand to her chin and said that she did not understand why the messengers did not interfere in the affairs of the demon dimensions. The protagonist imagined holding the steering wheel and saying that something came to his mind, asking why the dimension was divided into 3 regions. John imagined the tower on the map. Looking away from his friend, the protagonist said that everyone met in the boss's room anyway. What secret was hidden in the divided regions? The guy imagined the girl thoughtfully touching her chin. Remembering Lucy standing on the monster's corpse, he thought about how a few days later she had successfully gathered a team and cleared the first demon dimension. The girl had smiled and shouted that it was all thanks to him. The protagonist remembered how he had listened sheepishly in the crowd as the guys discussed who he was. John imagined a happy Sam with his friend and thought that this was what had increased her fame, so she could create a clan of soaring tigers with those who helped clear the dimension. The protagonist remembered his friend pulling his ear and thinking about the clan of soaring tigers. The guy imagined Lucy happily extending her hand. Squatting in front of the lever, he thought that clearing the dimension was the key to creating the clan of soaring tigers. The protagonist put his hand to his cheek and said that if he wanted to get what he wanted, he better prepare a boss fight scene for Lucy. His earring started beeping and John thought about how the floating tiger clan should be created even if he wasn't going to join it. Sam put his hand to his forehead and informed him that they had defeated the red and blue ogre and found the device, asking where everyone else was. The protagonist touched his earring and replied that he had just finished too. Jessica stood anxiously in front of the thicket and said that they still hadn't found the cave. They had to escort some people halfway there, so they were delayed. The guy took off his coat and said that they could take their time. The tag on his clothes was glowing and he said that since they were getting notifications about the boss room, they should also get notifications about the devices being turned off. Taking off his coat, the protagonist said that it would be better if they made sure everyone was gone before they started the boss fight. Let them just kill the ogre, meet up near the boss room. Lucy looked at Sam with a smile and said that they would be on their way then. Meanwhile, Steve was taking off his earpiece and saying that everything was fine. It seemed like he hadn't been caught, but he seemed to have taken off his coat. Sitting on the tower window, he said that he had heard enough anyway. The guy was typing on his laptop. Steve smiled and said that the devices were in 3 regions. There were bushes, probably the same thickets that John had cut down earlier. He raised the telescope. Looking at the smoke in the distance, the guy said that it must be there. The guy watched as the sisters stood in front of the dragon. Steve looked through the telescope at Lucy and Sam and said that he knew that bugging John was a great idea. He looked down at the man asking if the boss was here. The guy smiled, thinking that he knew him. Steve looked at the guy in front of the monster. He looked at him through the telescope, thinking that he was the best student of the Hoso branch. Imagining Eric pulling out his sword, the guy thought about how he was an apostle of justice. Steve smiled, thinking he was just as impressive, and asked if he wanted to be part of John's team. He watched from the window, asking if Eric wanted to be the main character. The stone statue stood before the boy. Eric smirked smugly and said he thought John would be there by now, but apparently he was ahead of him. A bottle flashed in his hand as he added that it was even better this way. Steve sat with his laptop propped up on his feet. The statue's eyes lit up. Sweat broke out on the boy's face as he thought about how different the reaction had been when he had awakened it. Debris fell down. Eric clenched his fist, looking up. The stone golem's mouth opened wide. The boy approached the portal as he said that apparently not many people had made it there, so once a couple of squads cleared the way, they could continue on. Debris fell loudly. The tower in front of the boy began to crumble. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and asked why this was happening. A system window appeared in front of the guy, saying that the Guardian King of the 3rd class dragon rank had designated him as his main target. Then his comrades asked what that sound was and why the main bastard was targeting him. John touched his face and asked how he could know this, adding that he should get out of there so that he could remove the mark from him. The young man ran along the trees when the girl said that they would be coming soon, then he answered that they should stay where they were, to which they agreed, saying that they would try to deal with this red and blue ogre as quickly as possible since everything turned out like this. The stone golem sternly looked ahead. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face as he cursed mentally. The stone statue swung at the guy. The dagger stuck into the ground in front of the young man. John gritted his teeth and cursed. There was a dagger in front of him when he realized that there was no way through. The protagonist stood in front of the golem when he said that plans had changed and that they needed to finish off the Guardian King first, to which his comrades replied that they would now turn off the devices and head towards him. The statue reached out to the guy. A shadow fell on the young man when he said that he understood, adding that he would try to hold out. The protagonist deftly dodged the attack. System notifications appeared that the ruler's auxiliary device had been deactivated and that the damage reduction effect had been removed. Then the guy was informed that one was finished. John clenched his fist in front of him and thanked his comrades, thinking that it was a pity, of course, that it had flown off for treatment. The dark-haired boy put his hand to his ear and asked Jessica and Jacqueline where they were, and they asked the master to hold on a little longer, explaining that they were almost done with the red and blue ogre. The stone golem frowned, looking ahead as a system notification appeared, stating that a third-class dragon rank Guardian King was guarding a certain area, controlling the creatures nearby. The statue was behind the boy, who thought that he hoped that the twins were near the healing device, when a system notification appeared stating that the enemy's traits included increased attack, increased defense, and periodic healing. The stone golem swung, frowning. The protagonist dodged the monster's attack. John looked away, thinking that it was just not near where he was. The golem looked at the boy carefully when the twins reported that everything was ready, and system notifications appeared that the ruler's auxiliary device was deactivated and that the periodic healing effect was removed. The protagonist held the sword in front of him when he exclaimed that this was great, then the system reported that the boy's element type was changed to water. The boy rushed towards the golem's face, thinking that he was about to get what he deserved. The stone monster opened its mouth wide and screamed. It stood in front of the boy sitting on the ground. Its eye socket was blazing with blue fire. John looked ahead in surprise when he realized that his element was earth, not metal. The golem swung at the protagonist, who thought that something was wrong with the frost flame damage too. The stone monster held the dagger in front of itself when the boy thought that he definitely put all his power. The dark-haired boy deftly dodged the keeper's strike. The protagonist looked back, wondering why he was weaker than the ogre. The enemy's weapon was enveloped in blue energy. The boy remembered the battle scene as he thought about whether the frost flame was originally a weak move. The boy imagined himself holding a sword, thinking about how his element should strengthen it, and that maybe this skill was not a water type. The golem looked at its limb as John wondered what it was if not fire or water, and how he could not see the element of monsters or skills. The boy was enveloped in orange and blue energy as a system notification appeared that the element had switched to water and fire. The boy's eyes changed color. The protagonist held out his hand in front of him as a system notification appeared that the skill matched his element. The stone golem clenched its fist and swung. It was enveloped in blue energy. The boy lifted one leg. A smile appeared on his face. The golem with his hand raised froze. The guardian's mouth was wide open. John looked up with satisfaction and said that this was a completely different matter and that the others would arrive just in time for him to thaw out. A man appeared behind the protagonist and said that there were unpleasant rumors about him. The man held his sword out in front of him. Flames blazed behind him as he added that this was why he was hired for this job. Eric was shown in profile as he said that it was time to pass judgment on the murderer. The protagonist looked away carefully and asked if this was really his doing, adding that he did not know what they told him there since he appeared. John held his hand out to the side and answered in the affirmative, adding that he was not waiting for him there when the guy asked if he knew him and said that he did not think he was that famous. The dark-haired youth looked forward boredly and called him a hypocrite. Eric frowned when he called him a hunter-killer and thought about the many rumors about his duplicity. The protagonist remembered the guy grabbing his hand and exclaiming that if the karma is low, then nothing will happen. Then John asked him about why he should prove his innocence, thinking about how in his past life their meetings did not end well. Eric opened his mouth wide, looking down, and told the guy to behave normally, and then asked if he was sure that nothing was eating him. Then a system notification appeared that the karma calculation skill was activated. A scale appeared in front of the protagonist. Eric brought his hand to his face and said that it was light. A smile appeared on his face when he asked if the boy was sure that he did not use that skill. The Apostle of Justice closed his eyes and added that everything was fine and that John could move on. Eric stood holding his sword in front of him as it was explained that, with the ability to see the karma of those around him, he punished anyone who had too much of it. The bloody blade was stuck into the ground as it was explained that at first he was called the Apostle of Justice, praising every step, but even killing villains did not clear his karma. Eric smiled, closing his eyes, and said that for the sake of justice it was not a sin to dirty your hands when it was explained that after some time, the amount of karma became higher than that of the victims, which is why he was called a hypocrite, but of course he did not care. The young man looked seriously in front of himself and replied that he had no idea what he was talking about, adding that, apparently, John did not know anything about him, but he himself had heard about him. The protagonist stood on the stage with a bouquet as the Apostle of Justice explained that he was the best intern, like him, and also a villain who became stronger with each kill. He imagined bodies lying around John as he added that he heard that the boy was a third-class insectoid. The dark-haired boy swung his blade as Eric said that from his strength, he could tell that countless people had fallen at his hands. The boy imagined the boy in a suit as he suggested that perhaps this had happened even before he had awakened. The protagonist looked sternly ahead. He closed his eyes as he thought about how their relationship had not worked out since their previous life. Eric pointed his sword at him as John thought that since he had mentioned rumors about him, perhaps the Apostle of Justice did not yet have a grasp of karma calculation. The dark-haired boy was shown in profile as he asked if he had really caused all this commotion because of some rumors. Eric frowned, looking ahead as he replied that he had not, and that his victims had told him a lot of things. The protagonist stood in front of him when he asked again, then the Apostle of Justice asked if he had already forgotten about all the innocent members of the clan. John opened his mouth wide and asked which clan he was talking about, then exclaimed that it was the first time he heard about it. Eric was holding a sword in his hand when he answered that the leader of the Asura clan told him everything herself. The protagonist looked forward in shock and asked again. Then the Apostle of Justice explained that it was the Asura clan, whose members he mercilessly killed while they were having fun together. The guy remembered how they had fun at karaoke. He imagined the people lying on the floor. Tears were coming out of the girl's eyes when John thought of the leader of the Asura clan. Eric clenched his fist and exclaimed that he still had goosebumps because of her trembling hands and tear-stained face. He remembered the girl pressing herself against the confused boy when he asked what he had done wrong to the monster slayers and defenders of the common people. The Apostle of Justice imagined a cut-up monster. The girl opened a suitcase with money when he added that they had spared no expense in rebuilding the settlements. Eric looked furious when he asked how they could condemn such a holy man to such suffering. He imagined the profile of a beautiful girl. John imagined Bella with a puppet when he thought about the creature being a real witch. The protagonist covered his face with his hand when he realized that she had deceived the Apostle of Justice, and then he asked him if he even knew what this clan was doing. The dark-haired boy opened his palm and said that they were dealing with criminals and that Eric was being deceived. The Apostle of Justice gritted his teeth in anger and exclaimed that it was a lie, and then asked the boy not to dare to defame the honor of the leader of Asura. The young man in the white suit stood in front of John when he said that he would give him a chance after he replied that there was nothing left to slander and that he should think better of it. Eric opened his palm in front of him and said that he had a skill called Sin Balance and that he could compare their karma through a handshake. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he wondered if he was serious. John was extended a hand when system notifications appeared that the skill Detect Fates was activated and that Eric had a first-class dragon rank and a gold attribute. A window with the characteristics of the Apostle of Justice appeared. Then the protagonist realized that this was not just a calculating skill, since punishment was imposed. Eric stood in front of John when he said that he also had a lot of karma, so if he was innocent, there would be practically no difference between their karmas. The protagonist imagined human silhouettes when he thought about how he had inherited karma from 421 people in his past life, so this was not an option. The dark-haired guy stared ahead and asked why he should believe him, since the Apostle had already attacked him once. They stood opposite each other when John asked who could know what he was planning. The Apostle of Justice was shown in profile when he answered that he was given that name anyway, and that if the boy did not want to believe, then that was his right, but he would not do anything better for himself. The protagonist's hair began to lighten when he asked the guy again and asked him not to make him laugh. A blue fire appeared between the guys when a system notification appeared that the Frost Flame skill had been activated. John looked ahead seriously and asked his opponent to admit that he had not even thought about listening to him. The Apostle of Justice held a sword in front of him as he asked the boy how he would lie to him, assuming that he would tell him how he killed the real owner of this skill. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face as he began to answer that he did not kill anyone. Then a system notification appeared stating that due to a lack of mana, the Frost Flame skill could not be activated. Eric swung the blade in front of the boy and asked him to prove it. Their palms were next to each other when the system reported that the Sin Balance skill was activated. The blonde with the scales swung the blade. The protagonist looked forward angrily. On the scales were the figurines of young men when a system notification appeared stating that their karma was being compared. John's figurine had its eyes closed. Eric opened his mouth wide and asked the Lord to punish the one whose soul was tainted with more sin. The scales with the protagonist tipped downwards when a system message appeared stating that his sins were heavier. The blonde cut the boy's figurine as the system reported that he was being punished by the balance of sin skill, and that the amount of mana required to activate skills had been increased by 50%, and the amount of damage taken had been increased by 30%. The Apostle of Justice looked ahead with disdain and said that, as he thought, John was evil itself. The dark-haired boy lowered his head. Eric grabbed him by the clothes and said that he had almost tricked him, and then asked how much karma the boy had accumulated. The boy's earring flashed when he was asked about his mumbling, assuming that the protagonist was begging for forgiveness for his misdeeds. John struck the Apostle of Justice. Sweat appeared on the boy's face as he told his opponent to shut up and attack. The protagonist dodged Eric's blow, who called him a pompous, insolent man. The fist approached the boy's face. The two youths were facing each other when the Apostle said that John had a lot of self-confidence even without skills, and that it seemed like his mana had already run out. The youth opened his mouth wide, looking forward, and asked the killer why he had not used his skills for good, and then ordered him to answer. The protagonist stared forward. In front of him was the Apostle of Justice. When he answered that he had not killed anyone, he then asked if he was still lying. Eric's pupils narrowed when he spoke about his skill. He struck John and exclaimed that his ability had already shown how impure he was. The dark-haired boy smiled, thinking about how unlucky he was to run into him. The Apostle of Justice looked ahead with a frightening expression and said that he would listen to his excuses in hell. The protagonist sat in front of him with his head down. He smirked, looking forward. Eric looked back carefully when the system reported that the ruler's auxiliary device had been activated. A stone golem loomed over the boys. When system notifications appeared that the effects of protection and healing had been activated, then John told the Apostle that since he was going there himself, he should guard a place for him. The stone statue frowned deeply. The boys deftly dodged the blow. Eric looked away in fear and cursed, adding that the protagonist should have taken it upon himself. The dark-haired guy looked away, smiling. The Apostle of Justice stared ahead when he said that, as he thought, the guy was evil itself. The protagonist lowered his head and exhaled. His hand reached for his ear. John covered his mouth with his hand when he apologized and asked if anyone could turn into a spirit animal and switch the power-up levers. The golem pulled his hand with the dagger back. The boys were in front of him when Eric said that it was for the best. He looked forward with a smile and said that this way he wouldn't have to kill the main character with his own hands. Then a system notification appeared that the threat item was no longer in effect. The golem's eyes turned yellow. The stone statue swung its weapon. The golem thrust the dagger into the ground with force. The Apostle of Justice looked forward carefully when the system reported that the ruler of the demon dimension had targeted the strongest opponent. Eric looked at the system window with concern and asked what he had to do with it, then asked him to attack John. The dagger stuck into the ground next to the boy, who thought that things were bad. The golem reached out to the boy, who realized that he needed to reduce the difference between his and the boss's stats. His hand touched the enemy's palm. A girl with a scale appeared when the system reported that the skill sin balance had been activated. Eric touched the golem's limb when he asked the Lord to punish the one whose soul was tainted with more sin. Figures appeared on the scales when a system notification appeared that the amount of karma of the Guardian King and the Apostle of Justice was being compared. The guy in the shirt opened his mouth wide and asked again when the system reported that the Guardian King's karma was absent. The Goddess of Justice cut the scales when a system notification appeared that Eric's sins were heavier. The golem grabbed the guy, who exclaimed that it was an error. Then the system reported that punishment was being inflicted on him as part of the skill sin balance, and that the amount of mana required to activate skills was increased by 10%, and the amount of damage received was increased by 5%. The Guardian King threw the boy away as a system message appeared stating that additional punishment was being applied due to the enemy's innocence. Blood spurted from the mouth of the Apostle of Justice as the system reported that all stats had been reduced by 10%, and John wondered if he had already passed out. The dark-haired boy gritted his teeth and said that this was not what he expected. A dark aura enveloped the golem as the boy exclaimed that he couldn't even hold him back. The Guardian King rushed forward, holding a dagger. John gripped the hilt of the blade. Something pierced the golem's head. A large hole appeared in it as a system message appeared stating that the Guardian King's target priority had changed. The protagonist and the golem turned to the same side. The girls smiled as they stood next to each other when one of them asked if they were too late. The dark-haired boy gave an approving gesture and said that they were just in time. The Guardian King appeared in front of the girls. When Lucy asked the boy to rest for a while, then the system reported that the skill shamrock method had been activated. The girl was shown in profile when she said that they would quickly deal with him. Green stalks enveloped the golem. Jessica took aim and exclaimed that it was ready and that they needed to switch the levers. She fired at the boss's tied limb. The guys began to turn the levers when a system notification appeared that the ruler's enhancement was deactivated. Shots from the guns attacked the Guardian King when the system reported that the effects of defense and healing were deactivated. A green stalk covered the golem's mouth. Lucy bent her hand and agreed when John asked her not to kill him until the others arrived. The protagonist held his hand out to the side when he was addressed. The shots hit the golem's leg. Jessica grabbed John and apologized, adding that she should have watched where she was shooting, to which he replied that everything was fine. Lucy attacked the enemy, swinging her sword. The green-eyed girl smiled contentedly. Jessica looked ahead with delight. They slapped each other's hands and exclaimed that they were ready. The girl looked at the stems and said that they would kill him when Jacqueline and Sam were there. John opened his mouth wide and asked if everyone was ready. They stood on the golem's chest when it began to count. The enemy's head was severed when system notifications appeared that the Guardian King, the ruler of the demon dimension, was defeated and that the raid's objective was complete. System windows appeared in front of the joyful comrades. Jessica looked at Lucy, who was smiling. A portal appeared when the system reported that the exit gate was open. The girl with the blade looked away and said that she was glad everything went well. The protagonist opened his mouth and began to answer. His comrades stood behind him as he said that there was someone else to deal with. His hand grabbed the white cloth as he turned to Eric and said that it was over. Sam and Jessica's faces sweated as they asked who it was and if John had fought this guy. The green-eyed girl's pupils narrowed. There was a symbol on his shirt that Lucy thought of. She put her hand on the guy's shoulder and asked the protagonist who it was. The girl approached John, who explained that he had tried to kill him. However, he thought that there had been a misunderstanding and that they could discuss everything. Then she told the young man to leave the dimension first. The dark-haired guy looked up and asked again. Then she explained that it was her sister's subordinate. Lucy lowered her serious gaze and said that Eric was not someone to negotiate with, adding that she would finish him off and catch up with John. The protagonist put his hand on her shoulder and asked why she thought so, to which the girl replied that it had the emblem of the Asura clan on it, and that, apparently, her sister had not calmed down yet. She imagined a smiling Bella when she added that fights between hunters were not regulated. The stalk flashed in Lucy's hand when she summed up that she could only show her sister the consequences of such antics. John held the girl's hand when he said that he would not allow her to increase her karma because of such nonsense, and then asked if she had forgotten that she wanted to change her destiny. The protagonist looked away and added that he would take care of him himself. Lucy pursed her lips. She opened her mouth wide and asked why he kept saying that he would do everything himself. The dark-haired boy looked away guiltily when asked if he was really going to go alone and get hurt again. His comrades were watching them when Lucy exclaimed that he also said that he didn't want to live the way his destiny had destined him to, and that's why he only used his ability on humanoid monsters. John and the girl's eyes were closed when he replied that it was logical that he should figure it out himself since Eric was hunting him. Then the girl objected that all of this happened because of her. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about since she was the one who always got into trouble because of him. Then someone turned to the boy. The man looked down at the boys when he said that he thought he needed their help. The boy landed deftly, crouching. Steve smiled widely and greeted everyone. John angrily looked away and asked him to stop meddling in other people's business. He was standing between Steve and Lucy when he asked who said that, when he said that they were friends. The boy's eyes were closed when he answered that it turned out that he was just a fan, adding that he liked his story. The protagonist was standing in front of him when he said that, based on today's observations, he could tell that the plot was clearly sagging. Steve put his hand on his chest and exclaimed that the development was very boring, adding that he was tired of these damn fights and that he could not stand the slow narrative. The guy pointed at the Apostle of Justice when he said that he would therefore settle the matter with this guy and the Asura clan. Lucy stood in front of him, asking why he decided to help them, then Steve asked if she had already forgotten that he was a fan of John. The guy looked straight ahead seriously when he added that he and Bella were on the same level. He stood in front of the girl when he said that after all, he was the leader of the clan, and then asked what they, mere hunters, could do. Lucy looked down sadly when she was told that she could not help the protagonist in her current situation. Steve opened his mouth wide and asked John to remember to repay him properly later, to which he replied that it was enough. The dark-haired guy bent his hand and asked him to finish his speech and get to work, adding that he would pretend that he did not see anything. Sweat appeared on Lucy's face when Sam asked the guy what he meant. Steve smiled charmingly and said that he found out and that he expected nothing less from his protagonist. The sun was shining on the tall building. The guys were standing together when Jacqueline exclaimed that they were back and Jessica asked if they could see the awards now. Sam and the girl looked at each other when she said that she could already imagine how good they would be, and the guy replied that it was much cooler that they were becoming more famous. There was a portal behind the guys when someone asked if they noticed how everyone was looking at them. Then the others began to discuss whether they were finished already and that their team seemed to be only newcomers. Sam was standing behind John, who told him that he was about to burst with pride, adding that it was better not to flaunt his skills once again, so he should not blab to the whole district. The guy stood with his back when he replied that everyone was just very excited, so he picked up. The boy presented the suitcases when he said that he hoped the reward would not be a random loot box. The girl looked away in delight and exclaimed that they did have their master, and that unlike others, he could see the classes and descriptions of items. Boxes appeared in front of John when he said that he could look at what was inside, adding that he would read it out loud and that he would help with the sale if there was something useless inside. Sam showed the girl the item and exclaimed that his box was complete crap when she asked about what he had. Then a system notification appeared about the first-class demonic rank sound filter, which suppresses noise within a 30-meter radius. The tiger appeared behind the blonde when she offered to swap it after John said that it would suit Jessica better, and then a system notification appeared about the great tiger's claws. She and Sam were standing in front of Jacqueline, who said that she had the perfect loot. Then the system notification for the wasp quiver with an infinite supply of wasp poison arrows popped up. The girl hugged the boy when the system notification for the peach wooden hand sword that was owned by the head of the four immortals from Scylla and was blessed by a fairy popped up. Lucy smiled widely and asked the protagonist to look at her reward too, then asked if it was really great. The girl held the sheath in front of her when the guy answered yes, adding that it seemed to suit her skills perfectly and was perfect for the shamrock method. Then she asked about what he had. In his hand was a suitcase when he answered that he had a ring that cancels a curse and determines who cast it, but he still has no curses yet. Then the system notification for the curse indicator popped up. John closed his eyes due to the blinding light when they talked about special rewards, and thought about how the elite reward was supposed to go to Lucy and how he hoped that it was something useful for her and not related to him. A black robe appeared in the air as a system notification appeared stating that it was a life and death edge item, which was imbued with divine power and activated when needed, reflecting attacks with a 99% chance if the user was on the verge of death. The protagonist remembered the girl with the sword when he realized that this robe was the one Lucy had in his past life, and that it looked a little different, but it was definitely it. They smiled in front of each other when John exclaimed that it was a defensive item that reflected attacks when needed, adding that she wasn't used to fighting alone, and Lucy said that it suited him perfectly. The girl touched her forehead with her hand when the guy reminded him that he was stronger than her. Lucy looked forward seriously and asked about who got the worst of it in the Great Demon Dimension. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when she asked about the one who was flying towards danger alone. The twins looked worriedly to one side, saying that she was right and that the master was strong, but he always came out of the dimensions badly damaged, so he should wear this equipment. John looked closely at his new outfit. The guys looked forward enthusiastically, exclaiming that it fit perfectly and that he looked very good, and also that such capes suited him incredibly. A blush appeared on the boy's face when he thought about that. This was not what he wanted. Then Sam said that now that everyone checked the rewards, Lucy had an important announcement. The guys stood in front of the protagonist, who asked about what announcement. Jacqueline turned off the lights. There was a microphone in front of Lucy when she exclaimed that she was going to create a clan. John's mouth dropped open as he thought about it finally happening and how he was so worried about her getting the MVP in the dimension, but it didn't seem to affect her decision to start a clan. The protagonist extended his hand to her and said that it was a great idea, calling her the leader of the clan. The dark-haired guy put his hand on his chest as Lucy said that she actually hoped that he would become their leader. She and Sam smiled widely as John wondered if he would really become the leader of the clan. The dark-haired guy looked down sadly, thinking that maybe it would be a good thing, because with this he could change fate. He imagined a man appearing in front of the boys as he thought that if he used his knowledge from his past life and helped everyone become stronger, then Amelie would not kill anyone. The protagonist touched his face with his hand, deciding that this would not work. He looked ahead worriedly, thinking that he shouldn't be making decisions that would affect people's lives. Lucy looked confused when John wondered what right he had to be the leader when he couldn't even muster the courage to tell them about Amelie. The dark-haired boy looked at his palms and said that if he became the leader of the clan, it would end in disaster for everyone, and that what happened to Eric was also related to his karma. Lucy placed her hand on his chest and called him by name. She remembered him holding her hand when she told him that in the demon dimension, he helped her. She imagined her bloody face when she added that when she was feeling down because of family problems, he supported her. She remembered walking behind him when he said that he didn't want the life that was prescribed by fate. A smile appeared on Lucy's face when she said that he was the only one who helped her get back on her feet. Sam imagined himself standing with a weapon in his hands when he exclaimed that if it weren't for John, he would still be a rebel, thinking that he solved any problems by fighting. The girl remembered lying on the ground when she said that he saved her life too. They stretched in the protagonist's hand. Jessica smiled warmly and said that John was the heart of their team. The guys surrounded the dark-haired guy, who replied that he didn't even have a reputation. Then his comrades said that they didn't care. Lucy smiled and promised that they would protect him because he was the leader of their clan. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise when the guys asked him to just trust them because they would protect the master. He silently pursed his lips. John was shown in profile when he replied that he would think about it from a positive side. The protagonist looked away when something vibrated. He looked at his phone in shock. In his hands was a piece of paper when he asked about whether he had found it. Ron sat holding the paper in front of him when he answered in the affirmative. The photo showed a man with red eyes when he added that he had found someone who, according to John, was even more important than Amelie herself. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.